We begin with breaking news. The government has banned ninja swords 3 years after the death of 16-year-old Ronan Kanda. It will be illegal to possess, sell, make or import the weapon from the summer, with anyone caught with a ninja sword potentially facing 6 months in prison.
But you are not serious people.
And to everyone who hates when I win, the winged victory came to the Louvre in pieces, and people still line up to see her. And I can only hope that despite my flaws, and despite my cracks and my breaks, and there are many of them, that at every premiere and everything I do, people will wait in line to see.
Turn off your phone and go touch some fucking grass, man.
Hey, everybody. Or
hey,
by the term everybody, I should say, hey, Tombolo. Given that I'm pretty sure you are only watcher right at this moment. Seems everybody took his advice and put their phone down and touched grass. Fucking Christ. Yes.
No, it's
all that money is being wasted on you, Tombolo.
Yeah.
Because you're already going to vote for Trumpeter Patriots. You're already going to vote for Trumpeter Patriots. Anyway, let's. I know where everybody else is. I guess the Queenslanders are. Oh, there we go. There's Tim.
Made it.
They're very good. Yes. Oh, yes. You've updated your. I couldn't get it to generate one for me. You got to have the paid version. Fuck that. I'm not paying. I'm not paying.
Fuck that.
I bought 1 month just to fuck around with it.
I'm not giving that weirdo my monies.
No,
you can try Grok. Grok does it for free.
Grok.
I did Grok, and it I can't use the file type because it downloaded as bloody WebP.
Grok did not obey it when I said turn this photo into a Muppet photo. It just turned people into fucking some kind of it didn't even try. It just changed some facial features around and turned me into totally different people. It's fucking annoying. Same with the Ghibli.
Grok thanks you for contributing your photo to their database.
I've already been verified. Well, I'm verified again anyway. I was just fucking just to get.
Yeah, but that's not use AI training. That's not.
No. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They've already got my fucking photo.
Yeah,
but you have to repost it.
I did.
It's a different photo.
I used this prompt because I tried this in OpenAI and it wouldn't let me in ChatGPT and it wouldn't actually work because I tried just asking it for Studio Ghibli.
Yeah,
and it immediately went no.
Yeah, Grok can't do the Ghibli. It's
no. Well, no. I asked ChatGPT for Ghibli, and it had already stopped doing it.
Yeah. You need the paid version.
So I went to It said I can't create this due to copyright, due to restrictions. It wasn't that I needed the paid version. It would just they turned it off.
It doesn't tell. Oh, so maybe that's changed because it doesn't tell you.
It has changed. So I went and asked Claude to say, how would you describe Studio Ghibli without using the word Studio Ghibli? Yeah. And that's what it said. So I just dumped that into OpenAI. It did generate something nice, quite whimsical, but that's what Grok spat out.
In the free version, it does. So I do have a Muppet version. I do have a Muppet version too. Where's my fucking photos? Where's my Chat GPT? Where's it gone? Hang on. No, I can't. I won't post the combo because it doxes other people. I took it from a photo from someone else.
You're stealing other people's photos and putting them into AI.
It's literally
so that the AI thinks that you are
it's
said person.
No, it's literally me, and it's me. I took this from a group photo. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll find it.
You only laugh in groups.
Yeah, I only smile when I'm around other people. That's right.
So, people, for those of you who may not have noticed it this week, this was the thing of the week, the Studio Ghibli. Oh, actually, no, this isn't really article. This is how they nerfed it. But if you just Google Studio Ghibli, those who may not know what Studio Ghibli is, if you've ever seen the film Swept Away.
Spirited Away.
Spirited Away, that's the one.
Or Grave of the Fireflies, or Howl's Moving Castle. I'm trying, or Totoro. No, My Neighbor Totoro. Yes, if you've seen any of them, that's all Studio Ghibli. Yes.
So here's the why Studio Ghibli is at the center of AI's latest controversy. A brief explainer.
Controversy.
So yeah, lots of Bollywood.
Very nice.
The memes were the best, though. I love them. I'm a huge fan of the like restyled memes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Because
it's a meme of a meme.
Yes.
So
you take these potentially really fucking bad taste memes or situations, and you just put them into the warm, inviting Ghibli style, and it changes everything.
Or there's movies as well. So.
Yes.
Yep.
But
good. It's so good. But you need the chat. At least for me.
It died. I think it's died. I think it's dead already. Like the actual meme, like as a thing. It's one of those things that the meme that the internet gets. Everybody jumps on, and we kill it in like within 1 to 2 days.
The meme is dead, but yeah, the AI I think is still.
But this was the most fucking impressive thing to me. So this guy says, "What if Studio Ghibli directed Lord of the Rings?" So he says, "I spent $250 in clean credits and 9 hours re-editing the Fellowship trailer that brings that vision to life, and I'll show you exactly how I did it." So here's the trailer he made using this process.
The world is changed, and some things.
I'm going to get an audio copyright strike for the fucking trailer you watched.
But the Ring of Power has a will of its own.
Evil is stirring in Mordor. The ring has awoken. Sauron needs only this ring to cover all the lands of darkness.
What must I do?
The ring must be destroyed.
Cast back into the fires of Mount Doom.
I know what hunts you. They're coming.
They will find the ring and kill the one who carries it.
You have my sword.
My bow.
And my axe.
You carry the fate of us all, little one.
This task was appointed to you, and if you do not find a way, no one will.
Let us hope that our presence may go unnoticed. They are coming.
We must turn back!
Shall not pass!
You will face evil, and you will defeat it. Even the smallest person can change the course of the future. I'm glad you're with me.
Now. Okay.
Like,
now, yeah, that's
I'd watch
amazing.
that.
I'd watch that.
Yeah.
Now, the irony is, and a lot of people don't know this, the animated version of The Hobbit from the 70s was actually done by the people that formed Studio Ghibli.
That's fucking crazy.
It comes to, yeah, that old
full fucking circle.
The old Rankin Bass Hobbit movie from the 70s was actually drawn by the people who made who formed Studio Ghibli. So yes, it full circle, complete full circle. Yes.
Very nice.
That's nuts. So he says his process was to screenshot all 102 shots in the trailer, remix them to Ghibli style in OpenAI's Sora, reanimate in Kling AI and Luma Labs AI, and then re-edit in sync with the trailer.
Yep.
In Sora, he used the prompts like recreate this in the style of Studio Ghibli, intricately detailed, make sure the composition, colors, and vibe is similar. The scene pictured shows black cloaked figures on a horse riding. It's like fucking amazing. Dude? If you remember, a few months ago, I went viral for doing the opposite of this. I took a Studio Ghibli film and turned it into live action.
My prince, are you prepared to learn what
not as good? Sorry.
Yes.
And you know what it is, because this is 6 months ago, and we're used to this level of AI slop.
Yeah.
No, it's just
Because if you posted this now, people's response would immediately just be AI slop.
It's no different to the Disney stuff. It's just that turning cartoons to live action sucks. It's not nothing to do with AI.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's fucking staggering. I saw an example that I showed my boss with the new OpenAI model, and they uploaded a photo of a Ridge wallet, and the prompt was literally generate a cartoon ad with a tagline, and it fucking did it, and it was perfect. The other prompt that was fucking astounding to me was generate a Wikipedia summary of a cat, and include photos and anatomical details, and it fucking did it. It was a single image, like an infographic, that looked like a preview of a Wikipedia page, and it had perfect text. Everything was accurate. Like, it was fucking dead on. And my understanding of how the new image model is, it used to the older models use interference patterns, so just generate interference after interference after interference, and eventually you get a full picture. What the new ones do is they use like a regression model that goes pixel by pixel and basically draws everything. It's fucking nuts, man. Like, I wish I'd gone to university and just done like math, because that's where all this shit is.
I tried that. I failed. It's where
I did 4-unit math for my HSC. So
fuck that. I did maths B, but the
I was
first
good.
year,
I was always good at math. Shit now, but that's because I don't do it enough.
I was never good at math. They forced me into doing it in my first year, and I failed it. I failed. It was one of my electives. It was like the hardest high school math.
I was winning prizes in primary school, like for math. Like, yeah.
I was winning prizes for English, but not for math. I fail math.
Me fail English? That impossible. But yeah, so open AI. The only thing I ever failed was project management. So I failed a project management module 3 times.
Ouch.
And I eventually passed. Wow. I just hated it. I fucking hated it so much. And I just kept putting it off and putting it off and putting it off, and ended up like screwing up. Missing timelines, ironically. And
come on, time management. That's the core of project
I know,
management.
yes. I finally passed. And how I passed? So the teacher of my class was one of the students in the first time I did the project management module. So she and I were friends. And she's like, Thermo, I know you've done this so many times now. I know you know this, don't even worry.
Just pass. Get out of my class. Stop.
Go away. Stop interrupting people. So yes, OpenAI blocked some of the requests to do Studio Ghibli style stuff. So. Oh, here's a better. This guy had a better thread for all the stuff that was like. It's gone. It's gone.
Oh,
rip.
What? Rip. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. What the hell?
No clue.
Maybe he edited it. No, but that doesn't make sense.
Or maybe it's just broken link.
Yeah, Twitter's just being shit. Turkey. Yes, the viral, the girlfriend meme.
So. Oh, this was what I was talking about. Yeah. Create an image, a screenshot of a Wikipedia article for cats with images and proper explanations of how cats work. Cat. Felis catus is a domesticated mammal that are smaller than humans. Cats commonly named a...
Oh, yeah, this is where it breaks.
It's fucked up there, yeah.
Wigger.
Animal rogans, other by size. Look, but
what's a Semel cat? Is that a real breed?
No, I don't think that's a real breed.
I want to make sure it was accurate.
But
I think that's pretty good.
But think about it. It got these correct. It pointed to the liver as the small intestine.
Well, at least it's spelled
and also,
right.
But also the liver. So, and look, this is as bad as AI will ever be. Like, it's not going to get worse.
No, it's only going to get better.
So people were posting like the Miyazaki referring to an AI art presentation in 2016. He said, I strongly feel that this is an insult to life itself. So he does not approve. He definitely does not approve.
He's the one who said anime was a mistake. Understandable.
So, speaking of which, this was, even the White House got in on it.
Yep.
Yes.
This was fucking gold. They posted this they quote tweeted their own post. Fentanyl dealer arrested. And they got in on the fucking meme. Like, people are like, oh, this is unbecoming.
Yes.
This is unbecoming of the what? Honestly, this is probably what got ChatGPT to go, ooh, we need to turn this off. Yeah. The administration's having fun now.
I did my photo. I made my image after this was posted. That was posted like 2 days ago, wasn't it? 2 or 3 days ago. What's the date on the
28th at 5 a.m.
Yeah, 2 days. I did my photo yesterday.
So Friday morning.
Yeah, I did my photo yesterday. So maybe I think they nerfed the model a bit though. I think that's what I've been hearing is that it's potentially not as good as it was 2 days ago. Works fine for me, but
this is probably a good. It's probably a good segue into Trump news. So look at the Trump news. I should make a Trump. We're gonna end up doing Trump news every fucking week for the next 4 years. I'll have to make an intro for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Donald Trump says nobody likes a bad picture or painting of themselves, but the one in Colorado in the state capitol, put up by the governor along with all the other presidents, was purposefully distorted to a level that even I, perhaps, have never seen before. The artist also did President Obama, and he looks wonderful. But the one I mean is truly the worst. She must have lost her talent as she's gotten older. In any event, I would much prefer not having a picture than having this one. But many people from Colorado have called and written to complain. In fact, they are actually angry about it. I am speaking on their behalf to the radical left governor, Jared Polis. Terrible guy. Who is extremely weak on crime, in particular with respect to Tren de Aragua, which is Venezuelan, which practically took over Aurora. Don't worry, we saved it. To take it down, Jared should be ashamed of himself. So this is said portrait. For those who may not have seen it, people were clowning on it, saying it looks more like Shane Gillis than Donald Trump. What's interesting though is this has been up since 2017. This isn't a new portrait. It's an old portrait.
It's the first portrait, so it was bad then.
It's from his first term. Yeah. So it's not his first portrait, but yeah,
no, for his first term.
But I think it's actually just the photo that was taken of it, because I think this is a different angle. This is from the AP in 2019 when it was unveiled. I think it's fine. So nobody likes about this is just Trump tweeting. So people have actually been like, despite what Trump says, people have been happy with it. People have been like, "Wow, this is really good. Like, this is actually good. Like, they like it." So, yeah. So yes, Trump did not like that. So it has been taken down. So I don't know if they're going to replace it with one, but. Like, I think this looks fine. I think this looks like Trump. It's a neutral expression, so he's not angry or mad. And all of the presidents have a neutral expression. So, but, yeah. The original guy who did the portraits has died and was replaced with this woman who did it in his style. So, they should have just got OpenAI to do it. Actually, I might do that now. We'll do that now.
Oh boy.
Anyway, since Judge Reyes is now... Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, says since Judge Reyes is now a top military planner, they can report to the Fort Benning at 0600 to instruct our Army Rangers on how to execute high-value target raids. After that, Commander Reyes can dispatch to Fort Bragg to train our Green Berets on counterinsurgency warfare.
Yes, this is a joke. It's just...
He is obviously joking. This is the judge who decided that transgender troops would be allowed to serve. So I don't know how you put in an injunction for that. Let's go to Grok.
It'd be hilarious if she was brought in front of a military tribunal.
They'd have no jurisdiction. She's not subject to UCMJ. That wouldn't work.
Well,
then why is she inserting herself?
It would still be hilarious, but they have no jurisdiction.
She painted a portrait of Donald Trump. Neutral. Look. If it says it can't do that, I'm going to be so fucking mad.
Yeah. No.
I should have said it should be a realist. It should be realist style.
The Ghibli is still up, but I don't think it says. I think it's been nerfed. Because I just did Ali versus Liston.
I should have said painting.
Yes.
No, a painting.
Papa. I don't know if you can access that.
They should have got the person who tried to clean the Mona Lisa painting.
I was thinking that straight away. Someone should do like I've fixed it for you, President Trump, and it's all been like blurred.
Taking his original one that he took down and
oh my god, maybe Grok shouldn't do it. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I think you just started wrong. That's just
that ain't Trump. That's
press.
That's better. That actually looks like Trump.
Yeah, Grok can't do the art styles. It can do realistic stuff.
Anyway. So Captain Rumor says, on the left is the headline, on the right, buried 16 paragraphs in, is the fact they were asked to voluntarily deport over 25 years ago, and they never did. The headline is, after living in the US for 35 years and raising three citizens, these parents got deported back to Colombia. Their kids want them back. Oh,
shit.
Poor Gladys and Nelson Gonzalez were taken into custody in February. Oh, what we were.
They're very much adult children.
Yes, they're very much adult children, yeah. In 2000, the immigration court found no legal reason that would allow Gladys and Nelson to stay in the US, and they were issued voluntary departure orders, which give people certain amounts of time to leave the country at their own expense to avoid a deportation order. They were looking for a way to legalise their status and in a way that was available to them at the time in the 90s, Crooms said. Unfortunately, they fell victim to predatory immigration practices that were pretty flagrant. Gonzalez did not plan to leave the US after the order was issued, according to Crooms, who said the couple's attorney at the time misled them that they could eventually be appealed and possibly lead to eventual legalisation. Funny?
I forgot about it.
For an additional fucking, It's 2025. The immigration court found they had to leave back in 2025. Sorry,
2020.
back in 2025 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, fucking ridiculous. But the couple led Bible studies at their Southern California church and volunteered at food pantries during the COVID-19 pandemic. So you have to let them stay.
No.
They've been in the US since 1989. So they were there 11 years.
Mm-hmm.
They were busted.
Mm-hmm.
They were taken to immigration court.
Mm-hmm.
And they were told they have to get out.
Yep.
They were given the opportunity to leave, and they refused. 25 years later, the fuzz finally caught up with them, and now they have to go back. Laws
Just
are being
'cause the lawyer says
enforced.
it's true doesn't mean it is.
Laws are being enforced. Sorry, you got screwed. Them's the breaks.
You played yourself. You should have left.
Exactly. If they'd left, they would have been back in and citizens by now.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they get a voluntary order, it's like you have to leave. They could have left and then come re-immigrated as full citizens because they have, American kids. Chain migration and all that. They could have done it the second their kids were grown. Because the kids could have gone, oh yeah, my mum and dad are back in Colombia, and chain migration was still a thing. Hell, that's how Melania got her parents into the country. So I'm pretty sure Trump hasn't reversed chain migration either. So
Now they're going to have a much harder time because they've been removed.
Well, yes, because they've been removed. They can't come back. Like if you're subject to a deportation order and ICE, like you're kicked out of the country, you can't come back. I know it used to be 10 years. It's probably forever now.
Mm.
But just wait until there's another Democrat and just hop across the border. It's fine.
Yep.
Trump says that we're going to have tremendous goodies in the bag for women too.
You're doing great on it, and we're going to have tremendous goodies in the bag for women too. The women, between the fertilization and all of the other things that we're talking about, it's going to be great. We're joined today. Fertilization. I'm still very proud of it. I don't care. I'll be known as the fertilization president. That's okay. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Oh my God.
I've been called much worse. Actually, I like it, right? I like it. Thank you. We're joined. You're doing great.
President Pussy. Trump has pulled Representative Elsie Stefanik's nomination to be a UN ambassador. So she's going to stay in the House, like all women should. No, Trump is concerned about the Republican majority because her seat was likely going to go to a Democrat.
She's in New York.
Also, there's a House seat in Florida that will probably be close because I think it's Mike Waltz's seat. So there's two special elections in Florida. I think in a couple of weeks. One is a certainty. One is a coin flip now. I think the one that's a coin flip is Mike Waltz's. So yes, of course, the White House did that. Well, and so it would have reduced the majority.
Yeah, but wasn't he the guy who was going to be the
Mike Waltz is the Christ NSA National Security advisor.
National Security. Or the guy who added the
should we talk about that before I finish Trump news? So I have that in a separate section. We'll just do that. Let's talk about that. So the Atlantic the other day posted this article. The Trump administration accidentally texted me its war plans. U.S. national security leaders included me in a group chat about upcoming military strikes in Yemen. I didn't think it could be real, and then the bombs started falling. By Jeffrey Goldberg. A little bit of background on Jeffrey Goldberg. Jeffrey Goldberg is the editor at large of the Atlantic magazine. He wrote a number of articles. He very much dislikes Trump. He is the source of the suckers and losers thing, which has been debunked. There is shit in his story where he asserts things that his source told him that have been in addition to the suckers and losers comment, that have been thoroughly debunked. I think it's to do with the presidential. So his source who told him that Trump called the people at the fallen soldiers suckers and losers. The source that told him that also told him that they cancelled the helicopter because of rain. Sorry, that they didn't cancel the helicopter because of rain, but because Trump didn't want to go, and the rain was just an excuse. So someone did a FOIA request, and turns out that was false. Trump didn't request it; it was cancelled because of the weather. Like the Navy said no. Navy said they can't. Sorry, the Marine Air Corps said they couldn't fly in the weather, and Secret Service said it wasn't safe to travel by ground. So there's a couple of other things that Jeffrey Goldberg has. I think he's also the source of what was the one? There was one about generals just before the last election.
Daryl Milley?
Yeah, he said something about troops again. It was
Hegseth called him out last week. We talked
yeah.
Hegseth we had the clip. I can't remember the ones he said though.
Yeah. I've got the responses. So
yeah.
But we'll go through it quickly.
Russia was the other one.
So here are the messages. This is a truncated chain. He's excluded some stuff. JD Vance says, Pete Hegseth, do you think we should do it? So the story is, this guy has a Signal app. His name on Signal is just his initials, so JG, and he was added to a group chat by Mike Waltz. He didn't think it was real. He thought it was bullshit, but he just sat there, and then people started talking. And JD Vance says, Pete Hegseth, if you think we should do it, let's go. Just hate bailing Europe out again. Let's just make sure our messaging is tight here, and if there are things we can do up front to minimise the risk to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it. Pete responds, VP, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic, but Mike is correct. We are the only ones on the planet on our side of the ledger who can do this. Nobody else is even close. The question is timing. I feel like now is as good a time as any, given POTUS directive to reopen shipping lanes. I think we should go, but POTUS still retains 24 hours of decision space. SM is obviously Stephen Miller. Says, as I heard it, the president was clear, green light. But we soon make clear to Egypt and Europe that what we expect in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such a requirement. Example, if Europe doesn't remunerate, then what if the US successfully restores freedom of navigation at great cost? There needs to be some further economic gain extracted in return. To which Pete says, agreed. There is more. So the Houthi it was called the Houthi PC small group. So people are, I think this is after Mike Waltz says, yep, all good, went ahead. This is what we did. Killed this motherfucker. So John Ratcliffe says, a good start. Mike Waltz responds with a fist emoji, an American flag emoji, and a fire emoji, which I think is hilarious.
Nice.
Ma is Marco Anthony Rubio, so everybody assumes that's Marco Rubio. Good job, Pete, and your team. Mike Waltz says, team in Mal did a good job too. Great job as well. Stephen Miller says, great work, all powerful start. Tom Ellis says, embarrassing for sure, and certainly gave the uninformed TDS people something to laugh about. Yeah. I don't think there's any more text messages in this one. Yes, so he has a conniption about how I saw classified data in there, and I clutched my pearls and then ran away crying. and then contacted them and said, "Hey, do you know you added me?" Trump National Security Team messaged plans for Yemen strike to Atlantic editor-in-chief in stunning breach. So that was the story for about 2 days.
Yeah, at this time, someone's going to die.
Yeah.
That's basically what it boils down to.
Yeah, basically. So Mike Johnson responded.
Sorry, and we're going to use F-18s.
Yeah, we're going to use F-18s.
My concern is about Trump officials transmitting classified war plans on unsecured channels.
Listen, the administration, as I understand, I just was with the president in the Oval Office just now. The administration is addressing what happened. Apparently, an inadvertent phone number made it onto that thread. They're going to track that down and make sure that it doesn't happen again. What you did see, though, I think, was top-level officials doing their job, doing it well, and executing on a plan with precision. That mission was a success. No one was jeopardized because of it. We're grateful for that, but they will certainly, I'm sure, make sure that doesn't happen.
But it's irresponsive.
I'm not going to characterize what happened. Clearly, I think the administration has acknowledged it was a mistake, and they'll tighten up and make sure it doesn't happen again. I don't know what else you can say about that.
Should Mike Waltz and Mike Seth be disciplined?
No.
He's Trump.
Mr. President, your reaction to the story in The Atlantic that said that some of your top cabinet officials and aides had been discussing very sensitive material through Signal and included an Atlantic reporter for that. What is your response to that?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I don't know.
It's the failing Atlantic. It's falling into the ocean, ironically.
Nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal to coordinate on sensitive materials and
having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
With the Houthis.
The Houthis? You mean the attack on the Houthis? Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time. Anybody else?
That's kind of. I'm sure he's just fucking with him, and he has been told. But I would hope that. I would hope that he already knew about it.
I think Trump does that when he doesn't know all the facts, and at that stage, I don't think.
I think he does it to troll them sometimes, like a lot of the time.
Half of it, yes, he's probably trolling them.
Really amazing. Well, that's the first time I'm hearing about this.
When Trump doesn't know the facts,
I'm the president. Really?
When Trump doesn't know the facts, he usually mouths off, though.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Well, he probably knows some of the facts, not all of them. That's the thing.
Yeah. It's also to fuck with the Atlantic, I guess, because he.
Totally.
Threw in the snide remark there about him, but yeah, I think he's trying not to be as wild.
One question. Can you share how your information about war plans against the Houthis in Yemen was shared with a journalist in The Atlantic? And were those details classified?
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people on both sides hoax.
Oh yeah, he's banged on about that a lot.
Or suckers and losers hoax. So this is the guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does. I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign because of the skill and courage of our troops. I've monitored it very closely.
I just realized Sean Parnell over here, who's the chief spokesman, is wearing a little mini Purple Heart. That's funny.
Was he shot in action?
Yeah.
He was a veteran. Well, he's a veteran, so wrong Sean Parnell.
Our troops, our sailors were getting shot at as targets. Our ships couldn't sail through.
Jimmy the goddamn.
It's just reiterating why they did it. So yes, that was the response. Yeah.
They're all over the place.
One of the members of the group was in Russia at the time. So it was
encrypted?
Signal's end-to-end encrypted, yes. But if I have your phone, that's the weak point.
Oh, yeah, no, of course.
So Steve Witkoff was in Moscow at the time. But he went on social media to point out that he's not a huge idiot, and he he was given a secure phone specifically to take to Russia and left his personal phone at home.
Mhm.
So he didn't even see the fucking messages.
They're all having a cry that he was in Russia.
I saw this and just fucking cracked up. It's always that one guy.
No, see, Michael Waltz actually continued it, though. It's JD Vance who fucked it up.
That's right. Because he started with G, yeah.
But he's a Marine, so, you know, they do that for a living.
Then the Atlantic posted this story. Here are the attack plans the Trump advisors shared on Signal.
After he was crying about how he got them and then he wouldn't release them.
I think he posted the whole chat. Yeah, so here's the whole back and forth. We'll go through the whole back and forth. That's why I skimmed over the first one. So here it is. It had 19 members. It had the messages were set to disappear after a week.
Mm.
So which is kind of a no-no.
Yeah.
You're supposed to preserve this stuff. So Mike Wells says, team establishing a principals group for coordination on Houthis, particularly over the next 72 hours. My deputy Alex Wong is putting together the Tiger team at deputies agency's chief of staff level, following up from meeting in the situation room this morning for action items, and we'll be sending that out later this evening. Please provide the best staff point of contact from your team for us to coordinate over the next couple of days and over the weekend. And then they're all referring to who their contacts are. Mike Waltz says, team, you should have a statement of conclusions with taskings per the President's guidance in this morning in your high side inboxes. High side inbox is your classified mailbox. So that's on the classified mail system. State and DoD, we developed suggested notification lists for regional allies and partners. Joint Staff is sending this AM a more specific sequence of events in the coming days, and we'll work with DoD to ensure Chief of Staff, Office of the VP, and POTUS are all briefed.
So how do you keep a copy of Signal if you want it deleted from everyone else's phone, but still want?
Well, you don't.
Classified copy?
So how it should work if you had like a record retention system, which they absolutely do. For mail, it's a BCC'd on everything, or there's a rule in the back end that just every mail that goes out goes to this system. For Signal, it would, like how you do it with Signal is you would have an audit member. So every group would have this one member, and that member is automated and just writes down everything. It's how you do it with WhatsApp.
Oh, okay.
So if you have a group chat, this account is a member of this automated account is a member of every group chat, and it just takes down what it sees.
Yeah,
so that's how you would do it if you needed to retain records of conversations used in Signal and have them automatically deleted. So JD Vance says, team, I'm out for the day doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we're making a mistake. 3% of US trade runs to the Suez. 40% of European trade does. There's a real risk that the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this is, as POTUS says, to send a message. But I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There's further risk that we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices. I'm willing to support the consensus of the team. I don't know why he thinks there would be a moderate to severe spike in oil prices, because there's no oil flowing through the Suez right now because of this. So, like, what the fuck? I'm willing to support the consensus of the team and keep these concerns to myself, but there is a strong argument for delaying this a month, doing the messaging work on why this matters, etc., seeing where the economy is, etc. Joe Kent says, there's nothing time sensitive driving the timeline. We'll have the exact same options in a month. The Israelis will likely take strikes and therefore ask us for more support to replenish whatever they use against the Houthis, but that's a minor factor. I will send you the unclassified data we pulled on BAM shipping. John Ratcliffe says, from a CIA perspective, we are mobilizing assets to support now, but a delay would not negatively impact us, and additional time would be used to identify better starting points for coverage on Houthi leadership. Hegseth says, VP, I understand your concerns and fully support you raising it with POTUS. Important considerations, most of which are tough to know how they play out. Economy, Ukraine peace, Gaza, etc. I think messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is why we would need to stay focused on Biden failed, Iran funded. Waiting a few weeks or a month does not fundamentally change the calculus. 2, immediate risks on waiting. 1, this leaks and we look indecisive. 2, Israel takes an action first or Gaza ceasefire falls apart and we don't get to start this on our own terms. We can manage both. We're prepared to execute, and if I had a final go or no-go vote, I believe we should. This is not about the Houthis. I see it as 2 things. 1, restoring freedom of navigation, a core national interest, and 2, re-establishing deterrence, which Biden created. But we can easily pause, and if we do, I will do all we can to enforce 100% OPSEC. I welcome other thoughts. Fuck, I love Pete Hegseth. I really do.
Yeah.
Like, the man, like, everybody's like, oh, he's a drunk. Oh, he's just a Fox News guy. Like, he clearly understands what his job involves, what the fucking, like, what the deal is.
It's almost like he was an officer.
It's almost like he's not a fucking idiot. Mike Walt says the trade figures we have are 15% of global, 30% of container. It's difficult to break that down to US specific because much of the containers are either going through the Red Sea or still around the Cape of Good Hope. Our components going to Europe that turn into manufactured goods for transatlantic trade to the United States. So Mike Waltz is pointing out that yes, lots of stuff goes to Europe, gets manufactured and then shipped to the US. That doesn't necessarily mean, because only 3% goes directly to the US. Because realistically, why are you transiting the fucking the Suez Canal if you're going to the US? Like, if you're sending it from India, you would go across the Pacific. If you're sending it from China, you would go across the Pacific. If you're sending it from Africa, I guess you would send it across the country and go across the Atlantic. Like, there's a reason there's only 3%.
Crystal, Hegseth didn't add the person.
Well, yes. To be fair, he didn't know that there was a journalist on the chain.
Yeah, Hegseth didn't add the journalist into the conversation.
Yeah, Waltz added the journalist. Yeah.
Yes.
And the current theory is he was adding someone whose name was JG.
Possibly.
And added Goldberg as well. I was going to say Jonah Goldberg, who is another like editor of a magazine, but his is the Dispatch, I think. I actually thought it was him at the time. I'm like, wow, they added Jonah Goldberg. Holy crap!
And my understanding is that none of this is classified anyway.
Nothing here is classified yet.
Yeah, yet. Like Tulsi, because Tulsi was dragged before a committee and said nothing was classified.
No, Tulsi did not say that. She said, "I do not recall." So did Radcliffe. They pulled the congressional amnesia.
No, Crystal, you're full of shit. Sorry. Hillary's emails were unacceptable because she was using a private server for government use. This is all conducted using government technology.
So I would make the point that this is similar but not the same.
It's similar, but it's not the same.
So they shouldn't. I agree. They shouldn't be using Signal.
Yeah,
they're not supposed to. There are record retention requirements. Signal is secure enough for most things. Classified information shouldn't be shared outside of a skiff.
No, agreed.
Simple as that.
My understanding is that Signal's been allowed. Signal is what they use.
And therein lies the problem.
I understand that's the problem.
The problem is...
Crystal, stop. The government uses fucking Microsoft, which is also not owned by the government. Don't start this bullshit.
Well, no, that's actually interesting because
I'm sure this problem.
Yes, Microsoft uses the government uses like Microsoft 365, but what the US government does is they have their own tenant, app physically separate.
Yes, I'm sure.
So there's actually a totally separate infrastructure.
Yes, I'm sure they do
for the US government.
Yeah, but getting beside the point.
No, but fundamentally, the reason government wants control of the whole stack, so from the hardware up,
yes,
is because not everything is fully encrypted.
I'm going back to Crystal.
Stuff that's encrypted at rest.
Again, you're injecting nuance where it's not relevant. I'm going back to Crystal's comment. I'm going back to Crystal's comment Yes.
Private,
Signal
not
is
owned by the government.
Yes.
Signal, not owned by the
yes,
government.
Of
Therefore,
course,
private.
it's not owned by the government. We cannot expect the government to own every bit of software and technology that it uses.
No, but I think what Crystal's getting at is that when it's important enough,
Yes,
like
the
on this
private
level,
software
it should
meet.
it should be government owned.
Yes, no, it doesn't have to be government owned. It should meet the government specifications. Obviously, Signal doesn't, by the sounds of it. But this idea that you have to have the government. No. If they shouldn't be using, as she said, they shouldn't be using the app in the first place. If Hillary's emails were unacceptable, then so is Signal. No.
But Hillary's emails were unacceptable because they weren't retained.
Hillary essentially took classified information and stored it outside of the government. That's what she did. This is not the same thing. This is
she took all her emails, everything,
Yes,
all the communication
outside.
she used
Yes.
was completely outside.
Yeah,
the thing she got in trouble for was failure to retain.
Yeah, I agree with that, Crystal. That one you just posted. I agree with that, but that's not the same as what Hillary did. Hillary stole classified information and stored it outside the purview of the government. This is
Chris,
the government.
I have no problem
shitty
using Signal to
program.
discuss. Hey, let's have lunch sometime next week. Honestly, I have a problem with them using Signal full stop, even for that,
fair.
because like there are record retention requirements.
Yeah.
Every communication that these guys have, even if it is, hey, let's have lunch sometime next week, is meant to be in their system.
Yeah. So your only issue with them using Signal is that it's not being retained.
Yeah.
And
One of my issues with them using Signal is it's not being retained. It's not.
So if they use an audit bot, you'd be okay with that?
If they use an audit bot and it was approved by, if the military was fine with it, then yeah, I'd be fine with it. Not for the transmission of classified information.
Yeah,
because
that's all
fair. You literally can't divulge that stuff outside of a SCIF.
Yeah.
There's a reason SCIFs exist.
Yeah. Whole point is.
And let me clarify. Let me explain. A SCIF is a secure compartmentalized information facility. It is a room that is basically a Faraday cage. You can't bring your phone inside. You can't bring a camera inside.
Mm-hmm.
There's no connection.
Air gap.
Like it's isolated so that it is impossible to eavesdrop. So if you're getting a top secret briefing, it'll be done in a SCIF. So these are some of them are purpose built. There are mobile SCIFs that you can use, like they're like tents. You just pop up and climb inside. They're electromagnetically shielded. They're sound isolated, so that nobody can eavesdrop. And that's where you're supposed to receive top secret information. But my concern is that these guys are on their personal devices with, because the thing about the weakness of Signal is the endpoints.
Yeah.
So
it should be
as
on
we see
government
here,
phones.
if this is Mike Waltz's personal device, if this is any of their personal devices, they are subject to malware, any kind of attack to breach the device.
Yep.
So the NSA can get into your phone like that. So
they're always listening.
And if you think that that adversary nations don't have that ability too, then I've got news for you.
Of course they do.
you're gay.
It means you're gay. That's right. Anyway, moving along. So Mike Waltz says, whether we pull the plug or not today, European navies do not have the capability to defend it against the type of sophisticated anti-ship cruise missiles and drones the Houthis are using now. So whether it's now or several weeks from now, it will have to be the United States that reopens the shipping lanes. Per the President's request, we are working with DoD and states to determine how to compile the costs associated and levy them on the Europeans. Mike Waltz says, as we stated in the first PC, we have a fundamental decision of allowing the sea lanes to remain closed or reopen them now or later. We're the only ones with the capability, unfortunately. From a messaging standpoint, we absolutely add this to the list of horribles on why the Europeans must invest in their own defence. Then it's JD Vance and
saying that for 40
Trump.
years.
Trump has been demanding it since his first term.
Trump's the first president that's been like, yeah, okay, well, you need to actually step up, or we're gonna like walk away fully. And then they're like, oh shit, we better actually do this.
Yeah, that was weird, Crystal. There's 2 MAR accounts. I hope Marco doesn't share initials with another journalist, because that would mean there's 2 fucking journalists on this call. I don't know if Marco Rubio has a second like Secretary of State phone. Like, there are secure phones that these guys are supposed to be using.
Yeah.
So
made by Huawei.
Made by Huawei. That are like custom made for, like, it's like the phone the president gets. It has a custom firmware.
Yeah,
the hardware's checked out. Like, it is secure. It can actually establish end-to-end secure calls. It doesn't, like, it uses like regular, like it's a sat phone. Like, it uses the American satellite system to communicate. So they have the technology.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it is they just prefer to use Signal. They're just used to using it. This is the problem when you go to it. Like, people come to it, like, I've experienced it with at my job. People start and they're like, "Oh, we used to use this software." It's like, well, we don't do that. We use this software. Oh, but on this software we can. I don't care. We use this software. We use it here. Yes. You used to use it there. You're not there anymore. You're here. Here,
Karen.
we use Slack. I don't give a shit about Teams.
Ew.
You shut your filthy mouth. Slack is fantastic.
I don't like
Teams
either.
68 other people we have working here changing to a software that you know.
Yep.
Which do you think is going to be easier? You learning the new software, or 68 of them learning your software?
It's not hard to learn new software, to be honest. Unless you're
I know, but like,
I know. Slack is okay. I don't like Teams either. I used to use Slack, but then they got rid of it. They didn't want to pay the license.
Okay, so there we go. So then Pete puts this in. Team update, time now. Weather is favourable, just confirmed. So this part here, weather is favourable, classified.
Is it?
Yes.
It doesn't say I don't know
yes.
how to tell. I don't know how to tell.
The threads do suck, yes.
Yeah.
But you know how you fix that? Don't thread. You'll notice I don't thread on fucking on the Discord either.
Yeah, they suck.
So, yes, a weather report is classified. Like a weather report as part of a strike, like a strike package, is classified. Like, it's retarded. A lot of the stuff that is classified is overclassified. There's a lot of stuff that's overclassified. 100%. This is classified
because it doesn't say where.
Because this is timings. But I'm pointing out the absurdity of how much is classified. Like, but the weather report, if you gave someone the weather report from this, like from the packet that Pete Hicks it is classified. Yeah,
you could figure out where it's happening based on the weather, I guess. Yeah.
Well,
or get a likelihood.
I just think that stuff's overclassified. But yes, just confirm with CENTCOM we're go for mission launch. 12:15 Eastern Time. F-18's launch first strike package. 145 trigger based. So whether someone triggers it, so someone's got to make an extra call. F-18's first strike window starts. Target terrorized as it is known at his known location, so should be on time. Now, this fucking guy was saying that the signal chat had human targets to be killed in the attack. It does not. These are the war plans.
Yes, so-called.
Sorry, my wife just messaged me because the groceries aren't here and I just have to log on to Coles.
Just use Uber Eats, man.
I'm not paying fucking that much money for a fucking delivery. It's $4.
How much does Uber Eats cost?
Delivery has been delayed.
I suppose I've got Uber Eats Pass because I use it like every day, so I don't pay delivery fee. That's fair. No, I understand.
Sorry, I'm just screenshotting the thing for the missus. It's been delayed to 1:48 p.m.
Oof.
Don't you get that on your phone?
Yeah, I normally get a text, but I haven't gotten any text from Coles today at all.
Yeah, I got one from Woolworths the other day, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're up next," and I'm like, "Oh shit."
I normally get those.
right? But
Or
an hour and a half later, and they're like, they rock up.
Yeah, you're up next because they had to drive up
And
that
reach it.
12-kilometre driveway to deliver your neighbours and then drive 12 kilometres back.
I reckon he just finished his last one and went, "Yep, that one's done." And they're like, "Oh, this person's up next."
Oh, that
And
doesn't bode well for me, Costy.
Yeah, this is why.
Well, his delivery was like 3 hours late on Friday.
This is why I have Uber Eats Pass, so I can get my food and my groceries all through the same site and not pay delivery fee.
It was like $140 worth of groceries, which honestly doesn't sound like much anymore.
In fairness,
that's like 2 bags now.
To be fair, they do jack up the prices on Uber Eats.
Yeah, they do. It's funny.
That is the trade-off. I pay a bit
So,
more for.
You do pay delivery.
I guess it gets rolled into the price of the goods itself.
You know who? Sorry, we're way off track, but I've got to jump into this. You know who has a good deal right now? Menulog. Menulog charges you $10, and you get unlimited delivery fee removals. So there's no delivery fee for 90 days. And then at the end of that 90 days, you pay $10, and you get no delivery fee for the next 90 days. So it's not a subscription. You buy it when you do when you do an order, and then every order after that is free delivery.
That is
which is great because the Chinese restaurant charge through Menulog, it's $5 for delivery. So I said to the missus, as long as we have Chinese and then twice in the next 3 months, this is paid for itself.
I would take advantage of that DoorDash deal, Crystal. I already have an Amazon membership. So I already get Prime through that, unfortunately.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
And you know what's funny? DoorDash. So Amazon Prime had a deal where you got DoorDash Premium, DoorDash Plus for a year for free. I signed up for that, and it's garbage. DoorDash Plus is garbage. It's not. You don't really save that much. I side by sided. I put the same restaurant, same items. To in DoorDash and Menulog, and it was cheaper in Menulog.
I'm looking at
so. I fucking hate that shit. They try to the prices, the underlying prices get jacked up as well. And I know Menulog does that as well, but I feel like
they all do.
The Uber Eats does more. There's no Costco up my way.
There's 2, but they're half an hour away from me.
I'm in between. I can go up to Newcastle for the Costco up there, or I can go down to Sydney for the Costco's down there.
Is Costco even worth it?
Oh, dude! If you've never been to Costco, go once.
Well, I'm not going to pay the $60 to get in.
No, find a friend who has a membership and go. Fantastic! It's
it's great.
It's amazing. It's what I imagine all of America is like.
So when you're going up,
just endless abundance.
I'll meet you there.
I've used my brother's Costco membership.
But basically, it's all about don't go to Costco if you don't like buying in bulk, because that's the appeal.
Don't go to Costco with an empty wallet, is what Tim's saying.
Well, that too.
Yeah, don't be poor.
Dude, I bought a fucking...
This is true. Costy is correct. It is utopia for fats. So
I bought what I don't... I'm not I think it might just be the Costco's around me. I couldn't buy the frozen pizza, like frozen Costco pizza. I couldn't buy the chicken, what do they call them? The ones you buy at the restaurant, the chicken...
Kievs?
No, what do they fucking call them? Costco...
Wings?
No, the little pastry chicken, Costco chicken thing.
Nuggies?
No, not
chicken
nuggets. You can buy all them.
What tenderloins?
No, it's the thing you buy at the restaurant. It's like a pasty, it's like a pasty almost. I can't remember what they call it.
Chicken pasty.
A pie.
A chicken vol au vent.
No, it's the. Why?
It's tendies. He just doesn't know.
Americans will know the Costco chicken.
Dino
Yes. Tim gets his Dino nuggets.
I'm trying to find the fucking room. God damn it! I can't remember the name of it. Americans, you'll know.
But yes,
The
I
chicken
can.
bake.
I
The chicken
have.
bake.
I have been to Costco once in my life. I do want to return.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
It was. Yeah.
I spent $800.
Damn, son.
Yeah.
I spent $800. It was 3 years ago, and I still have stuff we bought from there.
Yeah, like the
chocolate, like
the went a fair way.
Yeah, the chicken bake, you can't get that.
So that $800 went a fair way.
Yes, there was a lot of stuff.
Ooh. Yeah.
So if you want meats, they've got bulk meats that are reasonably priced.
Yep.
Like you can buy the whole side of beef.
Pork sausages though, you can't. It's hard to get.
The missus got like a tray of bulgogi beef.
Ooh.
Like there was so much stuff I left behind. Like I was like, nah, I can't get that. There's not enough people in the house to finish that off before it'd go bad. So there was so much stuff. Like, and by the time we got to the checkout, I was fucking exhausted. Just from like walking around that fucking place. It was huge. Like,
so you had to have a break and had the hot dogs?
We did afterwards. I'm not a big fan of hot dogs. The missus and my brother had the hot dog.
Yeah.
I was by the time we finished, it was $1.
Yeah.
Like it was nuts.
Same cost.
It was the same price as it is in the US.
Oh, sorry, similar cost. Oh,
it's great. It's hyper subsidized. Like,
but I tell you what.
So it's there to get you in the door.
The pizza is worth it. Just go.
Pizza's worth it.
Costco pizza is definitely worth it.
I saw they had huge. We're so far off track. They had huge, like these huge fucking pizzas, and I just thought, how the fuck do you cook that? I have a great big fucking Smeg like stove that's like 8 burners or something, and this pizza would not fit in there. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to cook this thing?
Well, they cook like New York style 18-inch pizzas. So like they have proper pizza ovens in the kitchen. That they just
I mean, if I bought this huge pizza and took it home,
yeah,
I'd have to fucking cook it like one slice at a time.
No, you just have to create your own oven to fit the pizza in.
Yeah, like I've unironically been doing that because there's a New York pizza place that's opened up near me. So I'll order an 18-inch, but then if I'll put half.
I bet you will.
I'll buy a proper 18-inch pizza, but I'll put half it in the fridge because it's too much for me. Even for me. But I'll heat.
Get a load of this, fatty.
I'll heat it up. I'll heat up the rest in the oven.
Anyway, enough. Moving on. Enough Costco talk. Moving on.
Hang on. So it takes 18 inches, one bit at a time.
Yep.
One bit at a time. 1 inch
at a time. Target should be on location. Also, strike drones launch MQ-9s. 210 more F-18s launched. Second strike package. 215 strikes on drones. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. F-18 second strike starts. Also, first sea-based Tomahawk launches. More to follow per timeline. We're currently clean on OPSEC. Godspeed to our warriors. JD Vance says, I will say a prayer for victory, and there's 2 prayer hand replies. Mike Waltz says, VP, building collapsed, had multiple positive ID. Pete Carilla, the IC, amazing job. JD Vance says, huh? No, he says, what? Michael says, typing too fast. The first target, their top missile guy, we had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and now it's collapsed. This, muy bad. This is bad.
You killed the girlfriend too.
No, I don't give a shit about the girlfriend. She knows who she was fucking. This is bad because positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building. That's human intelligence.
Yeah,
that's someone on the ground in Yemen who eyeballed the girlfriend, eyeballed him walking into his girlfriend's building, and it's collapsed.
That's them confirming that person exists.
So now they know. Now the Houthis know, as of this story being released and these messages being released, that there is an asset on the ground.
They had eyes on
them. And I'll fast forward ahead. Yeah. It's an Israeli asset.
Uh-oh.
So all those people who talk about how, what's Israel ever done for us? They're the people who can move about in the Middle East without being fucking noticed.
Because they look like they belong there.
Yeah, because they're from there.
Because they do belong
there. But surely there's enough of them in the US now that they can just recruit locally?
Not really, no.
Yeah, but why, like, they probably
You
did
missed
that
the subtle
asset.
line.
There was a joke.
Those
I
ones
get
in
it,
the
I get
US
it.
aren't going back. Yeah.
I know, I get it. I'm just.
JD Vance
they've
is
probably-
excellent.
They're probably in the area for something else as well, and they just were
Exactly.
tapped for this one job.
Yeah.
So it's not like
Well,
they
the
can be like,
Israelis have human intelligence in Yemen to keep an eye on the fucking Houthis.
Yeah, they'll just ask the
That's
idea.
what I mean. They're probably like, hey, we're doing this. Can we get some intelligence swaps? They're like, yeah, sure, we've got someone on the ground doing something else, but
Susie
We
Willis
can
says,
tap into
kudos to all, most particularly those in the theatre and CENTCOM. Really
What's
great.
Trump's
God
campaign
bless.
manager doing in the chat?
Because she's his chief of staff.
Oh fuck, sorry, I forgot she got promoted. My bad.
Yeah. That's generally how that works. Campaign manager ends up becoming... Because
Chief of staff.
campaign manager is a chief of staff role, basically.
Yeah.
During the campaign. They hire and fire. They run the whole fucking show. That's what the chief of staff does. Steve Witkoff replies with pray, strong arm,
Muscle.
USA.
Yeah.
Now, he said he was in Russia at the time. What day is that message? Does that completely discount his fucking statement? Because if he's able to reply on Signal, but he's actually in Moscow, maybe he wasn't in Moscow. Like, I know he was only there for 8 hours or so.
oh, well, okay.
He's probably come back by then. Maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. It looks like it's like at the end, and he's probably like came back, saw the messages. It's like, all right, great work, peeps.
Well, yeah, because it's like the strike happened. So Marco Rubio says 5:15.
There's a big gap between
great work.
the screenshots.
Hang on, can you go back up just a little bit? Why? Those are different screenshots pasted together. There's 12 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 minutes, and then an actual date or an actual time. So is that how long they stay up? Or
If it's more than an hour, no, that's the amount of time that's left before it deletes, isn't it?
I don't know, but the time post
Or is that the?
5 minutes ago.
I have
5
one
minutes-
contact in Signal, so
I think what's
Go back
happening.
up a
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, because
So
30 minutes
see, I
ago.
said 12 minutes. Why would the one below it be 5 minutes? So I think that's how long ago it was. So those are screenshots that have been pasted together.
Well, that's this one too, because this says 19 minutes ago and this says 12:31 p.m.
So we can't even guarantee that. Yeah, because the elevator's been chopped off on the side of that message. So. we
Oh
don't even
yes,
know
of
if
course,
it's
yeah.
been right.
Here's a new image. Like
Yeah,
that's a new image there.
And then I will say a prayer for victory. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it's 12 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, and then that stops after.
So, how do we know these are even legitimately put together in the right order?
I don't think they are.
And those, because if I was screenshotting, I'd screenshot the whole thing in one go.
I would record the whole screen.
Yeah, I'd just record the screen and scroll. Yeah.
Right. So then, why is the ones below it?
But he can't because he left the fucking group, the idiot. So
That's what I'm saying, though. If you go back up, you see that there's like why the ones above it only got 5 minutes since they were screenshotted or since they were posted, and the ones below it are like a day ago. Like that doesn't make sense. If to keep it in chronological order, I would just be like screenshot, scroll, just so it was.
Yeah.
The simple answer is
or videotape. Or,
the simple answer is Greenberg is a fucking manipulator.
lol. Eric says was kind of happy we get some Tulsi nudes out of this whole deal.
Sadly not, Eric.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
That's OPSEC.
Apparently, she's got some pretty decent OPSEC. Like her email doesn't pop up in a lot of leaks.
I know her personality's great.
It is.
Honestly, how much? Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't like the way he screenshotted things. It's all
Yeah.
the data all over the
Very
place.
messy.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
He's been a total cuck about it too. Like he fucking left the group and then sent an email to all these people. He should have fucking said something to the group.
I've been added. Should I be here? What is this?
No, like after all of it, before he was going to leave, he should have said,
"Thanks for the show, guys.
Guys, this is what's his name? Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic. Do you guys realize I've been here this whole time?
And do you have a comment?
And do you have a comment? And then record the outcome of everybody just fucking leaving the chat.
Yeah.
Anyway. Then Der Spiegel did some super duper investigative reporting that I wanted to highlight. Private data and passwords of senior US security officials found online. Oh my God. What a breach of security.
Password is password.
Private contact details of the most important security advisors to the US can be found on the internet. Der Spiegel reporters were able to find mobile phone numbers, email addresses, and even some passwords. Those affected by the leaks include National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, National Intelligence Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Dun dun dun. So if you go through the article, what you will discover is that they did this. They put Tulsi's Tulsi's email address, which is like one of her private ones, which is tulsi.gabbard@gmail.com. Who could have possibly discovered that? They put it into Have I Been Pwned and discovered that her email address, password, and usernames are out there in the public. I know I've explained this before, but Have I Been Pwned is a very good resource where you can put in an email address like tulsi.gabbard@gmail.com, and it will tell you have been in all these data breaches. Oh no.
When was the latest data breach? 2020?
Most recent one. Neiman Marcus. So she shops at Neiman Marcus. She was subscribed to the Post Millennial. She used Hortlook.
And that's not saying that these passwords were found. That's just saying that the database was breached.
No, this is that this email address was in these databases. That's
what I'm saying. The database was breached. It doesn't mean that the email, the password has been discovered.
What the guy who owns this website is, I think he's an Australian bloke, is he gets the data from all these breaches and goes through the data and adds the email addresses to this list so that you can see if your email address has been compromised, and you could see which breach it was compromised in, and you could see what data was compromised. So that way you can go, I want to see if my password's been leaked. And then you can see, so the password she used for her Bitly account is valid, is out there, floating out there. So if she uses that password anywhere else, it's bad. This is a better way to look at it. So here's another website called LeakPeek. They do it a little bit differently. So you can look up usernames, passwords, keywords, domains, IP addresses, full names, hashes, password hashes, or phone numbers. And they will let you search. You can't do all of it as without being logged in or as a subscriber, but yeah. So she used the same password, Shrad something, on Hortlook, Bitly, Dubsmash, and Discuss. So I think the article mentions Pete Hegseth's email address. This is one of those storm in a teacup things. Like, it's an article that you can write if you know. Like, if you can write it in a way that it makes it seem like, oh no, that sounds terrible. So people who only read the headline that says that their passwords have been leaked online. Oh my God. People who only read the headline, that's it, and then read the article and don't understand. They're like, reporters found this information freely online. And it's like, yeah, but you have to know where to start. So you have to know. I think I can. Wonder if I can search my full name on here. I have to log in. I'm logged in on my actual account, so I have an account there. LeakPeek.com. Let me just search full name. Pete. Pete Hegseth. Search. At risk. Okay, so he has a Fox News email address, a Fox News account. So I'm going to assume that that's Pete Hegseth at foxnews.com. So let's give it a go.
Let's have a look.
Pete.Hegseth foxnews.com. Okay, yes. So that's his valid email address. So now we can go over to LeakPeek, and I can say email, and I can say, am I sharing? I need to see my screen. I'm sharing. Cool. Have I been pwned is depressing, yes. Okay, so here we go. Pete.Hegseth at Fox News has been found in the Post-Millennial.
Oh, yeah.
He's got another account.
Wait, as in that's his password?
Yeah. So his password for the Post-Millennial was Pete Hegseth. Pete.Hegseth. That shouldn't surprise anybody. Like that's a pretty low effort account. Like nobody really cares. Like you wouldn't care about using a secure password to sign up for a mailing list, because that's all that is.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Sorry, switch it back to my.
But it would be really dumb if that was his actual password.
Okay, so he's got an email at Simon & Schuster as well. I'm going to bet that email is Peter Hegseth, PeteHegseth@gmail.com too. Pete. Oh no. I just want to count. It doesn't show me the whole email address, so I only see the first part. So. MGM Resorts. PeteHegseth@gmail.com. Let's try. Not everyone uses a dot either. Maybe it's P Hegseth. How many characters is that? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 characters is the length. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, P Hegseth. That's his Gmail. Okay, so MLS 7. So it's White Pages, exploit.in, Adobe, LinkedIn, Axiom. Like this stuff's relatively easy to find. I forgot to have it been pwned. Yeah, he's in his Pete Hegseth account is in 23 data breaches. So yeah. So yeah, that's what those guys did. So that guys at the Spiegel did the, massive digging and like deep research into finding that Pete Hegseth uses a weak password and has a Gmail account. So
the bare minimum effort.
Yeah. Same with Mike Waltz. And that's the thing. If you're a public figure, it's not hard to get your details. Tulsi's is pretty clean. There's only like one account there on LeakPeek. So anyway, back to where was I on the Trump thing? That's right. All right, strap in, Costy. You're about to be depressed.
Do we need a trigger warning for him?
For some TDS.
Oh, okay.
So Trevor Milton says, today I was issued a full and unconditional pardon by Donald Trump himself.
Now officially pardoned. What's up, guys? Oh my gosh.
Back to tab.
You won't believe just what happened.
Who the fuck uses picture in picture? Seriously.
Sorry, it's pretty hard for me to talk about, but
people like to scroll.
That's why you open a new tab. Like, don't these people have window space?
In 5 years.
Yeah, but once
screen space.
I just got a call from the President of the United States on my phone, and he signed my full and unconditional pardon of innocence. I am free. The prosecutors can no longer hurt me. They can't destroy my family. They can't rip everything away from me. They can't ruin my life. I get to be with my wife now. I get to be with my family. It is done. It's over. I am now officially pardoned. by the President of the United States, 4547, an amazing man that cared enough to call me personally to tell me how much of an injustice this all was, done by the same offices that harassed and prosecuted him. And I'm now officially 100% pardoned. And I wanted to tell everyone out there, all the people that supported me and fought through all the bullcrap, fought all the lies, fought against all the short sellers and the destruction that they do and everybody else involved. The greatest comeback story in America is about to happen. And I just wanted to tell you guys, thank you.
Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck is Trevor Milton, you may ask?
Mm-hmm.
Trevor Milton was the guy who was the CEO of Nikola. Does anybody remember Nikola, the electric truck the electric/hydrogen truck company that defrauded hundreds of millions of dollars from investors and faked a fucking truck? They faked a working truck by finding an inclined road and rolling the truck down the fucking hill.
No, I don't remember that at all.
So this is from December 2023. A founder of an electric truck startup that was popular in the US has been sentenced to 4 years in prison. Trevor Milton, who led Nikola Corporation, was convicted of fraud last year after a jury found he had lied persistently about the company. His claims helped pump up the firm's share price, which soared to astonishing heights. So GM, General Motors, invested in this company based on his word, and based on the lies that the company told. So the damn thing was worth $20 billion. So it was soon announcing partnerships with the likes of General Motors. But the hype collapsed as questions grew about the truth of Milton's statements. A well-publicized report from short seller Hindenburg Research contributed to growing concern. The investigation by federal prosecutors found that Milton had made false claims regarding nearly all aspects of Nikola's business and specifically targeted non-professional investors. Over the course of many months, you used your considerable social media skills to tout your company in many ways that were false, said Judge Edgardo Ramos. What you said over and over on different media outlets was wrong, the judge added. In one example, a promotional video that appeared to show the truck running on its own power was actually rolling downhill. The sentencing comes 2 years after Nikola paid $125 million to resolve fraud claims brought by financial regulators. The sentence delivers far less prison time than Milton could have received, given the hundreds of millions of losses described by the prosecutors. He was also sentenced to 3 years of supervised release, ordered to forfeit property, and was required to pay a fine of $1 million. He was also ordered to pay something like $700 million in restitution. So yeah, there was that. I'm just trying to find. I should have teed this part up, but because what the fuck? Tools, anytime, custom range. I want to find. No, that's not going to work because that's actually dated to. These dates, man, they're all fucked up. But anyway, he, interestingly enough, he donated a fuck ton of money to Trump. So here it is in the AP. Convicted of bilking investors, Nikola founder and Trump donor gets presidential pardon. Milton, 42, and his wife donated more than $1.8 million to a Trump re-election campaign fund less than a month before the November election, according to the FEC. So, yeah. So, boys, all you need to do, yeah, like, I know we all like Trump here, but this guy is a fucking criminal. He lied to investors again and again and again and bilked them of money. He literally committed fraud, and now his slate is wiped clean. The demand. Yes, we do. But now his slate is wiped clean. And his the order to pay restitution gone. So this guy spent $1.8 million and has saved something like 750 million. So,
question: where's the due diligence in the investors handing the money over to him?
it's a listed company. Like, it's a listed company making public statements. This isn't a private company that sought people out, like sought out investors. Like, and Trump, he did a second one too. Trump commutes the sentence of Aussie media co-founder Carlos Watson in financial conspiracy case. This guy got 10 fucking years for financial conspiracy. So,
Right. Am I supposed to be outraged or something? I think I might not be seeing the
yes,
point.
you should be outraged.
Why?
Because the man, like, because he's literally selling pardons.
So did the
Like,
previous president.
he's literally. No, I don't. Okay, so that makes it okay.
It's a pardon power. Like
I know the power is plenary and he can do whatever the fuck he likes with it, but this is how a constitutional amendment starts.
Okay.
So
Yeah, mass murderers and terrorists and drug dealers have been pardoned too. Like, I get it.
Yes,
like,
you're
asking me to
get-
care
and
when
Biden commuted a
previous
pedophile,
administration.
Well,
and
Yeah.
Biden commuted a pedophile, but that's
Well,
irrelevant.
it's not even just Biden. We can
My
go look
question
back
is-
through all the different pardons, right? It's
How soon before he pardons Elizabeth Holmes?
Exactly.
well,
SBF.
don't give him the power then. Maybe
But
Congress
no-
should step in. Well, this is the thing. This is the
But that's
thing.
what I mean. That's how this power disappears. When it is abused so openly and so obviously.
Yeah. Okay. What's the problem with that?
What do you mean? What's
Should the
problem with
president have the because effectively he has the power of a king?
Well, I would say
in
yes.
showing- in
Yes,
show- in showing-
presidents
in showing-
should have pardon power.
Cool.
But this is how presidents lose pardon power.
I just don't see it. Him losing it at
Eric,
all.
Eric says I see a bigger problem with how Biden was handing out pardons to his
Yeah,
face.
compared to the rest of the world.
Look, Eric, I understand, but mark my words. By the end of the term, thank you, Dom. By the end of the term, there will be further
Only pause in the
pardons handed out to his buddies.
Yeah.
Like, it'll be exactly the same.
Yeah.
And you will not be able. Nobody will be able to criticize Democrats for doing it because we will look. Trump did it even worse.
Yeah.
But they
So
started.
you don't get a moral leg to fucking stand on.
I'm generally not.
And maybe
upset
that doesn't
by-
matter. Maybe who gives a shit? But
Yeah,
The moral leg is
I'd-
gone.
I
That's
personally,
way gone.
personally, I think this is disgusting.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's getting enough play. I
think
really don't.
pardoning-
I think fundamentally it is like this selling fucking pardons is disgusting.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
pardoning
look, Costi,
drug dealers-
you are correct. Moral legs don't matter anymore.
I generally
Yeah.
don't see the point of. I generally don't understand.
Yeah,
why
Eric says
most-
I don't care about morals. Yeah, look, fair enough.
It's not even that. I don't understand why most people deserve a pardon. Why do most of the people who have been pardoned by a president, why do they even deserve it? Why, like, these are fraudsters, these are murderers, these are rapists, these are drug dealers, right? Why would they
Yeah,
deserve
and then you get
why
Ross Ulbricht,
Yeah. Of course,
who want you. There are people who have been railroaded.
Yeah,
There are people serving time for crimes that are no longer crimes.
I didn't say everybody.
There are people in prison who were convicted unjustly,
Yes, that is a thing.
who deserve a pardon.
Yeah, I
These
understand.
guys aren't it.
And where do you draw the line?
What do you mean? Where do I draw the line?
But between who deserves it and who doesn't? Where do you draw that line? Between who deserves it and who doesn't?
Or do we just have to ask you every time someone wants to
Yes,
pardon someone?
you have to ask me.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's plenary because it's like hate speech. Who determines hate speech?
Well, too bad, though, mate.
Again, you have to ask me. I'll determine hate speech.
The government
And
would
my
have to
response will
determine-
be nothing.
Yes, the government would have to determine hate speech the same way the government would have to amend the constitution and determine who deserves a pardon and who doesn't. Like, yeah, it's like I agree. These people don't deserve pardons, but based on what they've done, 100%. But I'm not outraged by it. Like The clemency
I don't know.
power exists.
This seems the.
It's a double-edged sword. I agree.
This is perverse to me. If all it takes is, a couple of $1 million, and you could just buy a pardon, then crime is legal. As long as you can afford to contribute the money to a Trump PAC.
Oh yeah.
Like.
I'm sorry. That's not new.
But no, but that's not a democracy. That's a fucking kleptocracy.
Don't give a fuck about democracy. If you don't want these people getting pardoned, don't give the president
Tim,
the power.
it means anybody with money can come and kill you on federal land. And they can get away with it. Provided that they can make the donation to the Trump campaign.
Yeah. That's pardon power.
Yeah, but I'm too poor for them to see me.
Again,
I'm arguing with a libertarian. That's my first mistake.
No, it's not about libertarianism. It's got nothing to do with libertarianism. It's basically an unlimited power to show mercy.
Eric says we're a republic. Yes, you're a republic, and your representatives can murder you, and as long as Trump likes them, or they support Trump in the right way, they can get away with it.
And they can do that with the next president
without being punished.
And people did that to Biden. It's not about Trump. It's
Isn't
not
this
about
punishment that he doesn't get
libertarianism at
voted
all.
in?
It's should this one person have the power of a king when it comes to showing mercy? Should there be limits on this power?
Yeah, and now I think there should be. I didn't think there needed to be previously, but now I do.
Perhaps there should be. Who knows?
I think Elon will get a pardon. I think everybody's getting a pardon. I think everybody who worked in that administration is getting a pardon.
Probably. But such is the power of a king who has unlimited power to show mercy.
Such is the precedent set by Biden.
Well, yeah. Well, his pardons can't be questioned, right? There's no mechanism to challenge a pardon aside from him.
I'm not saying there should be. I'm saying nobody else feels that this is disgusting.
It's disgusting, but
I
I'm not outraged
was
by it.
disgusted by the Fauci pardon. I was disgusted by the Milley pardon. I was disgusted by the J6 commit. I was disgusted by all of those pardons. But you guys aren't disgusted by this one?
No, I'm just not surprised by it.
Nah.
It's
not
disgusting.
broad.
Yeah, it's disgusting. But I'm just not surprised by it. This is when you give.
I'm not surprised by it. I'm disgusted by it, and the fact that you guys, you know what I'm surprised by? I'm surprised that you guys aren't disgusted by it as well.
You give someone such a great amount of power, and why should we be disgusted or surprised when they use it? That's the thing.
Yeah, Eric, like I said, I'm not surprised by them. I'm disgusted by them.
People have compared.
Anyway, moving on. We'll move on. Let's laugh about Trump knowing what a woman is.
What is a woman, and why is it important that we understand the difference between men and women?
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. And a woman's a person that in many cases has been treated very badly, because I think that what happens with this crazy issue of men being able to play in women's sports is just ridiculous and very unfair to women and very demeaning to women. And that's got to be about a 94%. I read today it was a 94% issue. And the other day, I watched a congressman, a well-known Democrat congressman, fighting for the fact that men should be allowed to compete essentially in women's sports. And I say, I hope they keep that going, because they'll never win another election. That's a big deal. But women are basically incredible people, do so much for our country. And we love our women, and we're going to take care of our women.
Eric says that logical answer was the smarter part.
Yeah.
Oh, this is great.
President, you said you want to return education control to the states. How would you handle it if a state like California were to put in place education policies?
I haven't seen a mask in so long. You're wearing a mask. So nice of you. I haven't seen anybody wearing a mask in a long time. It's good. You feel more comfortable, right? Good. That's good. So go ahead.
You said you want to return education control to the states. How would you handle it if a state like California were to put in place education policies you disagree with?
Well, I think that California is going to be tougher because they're doing badly on everything they do. You know, everything they touch turns bad.
Anyway, you get the gist. That was a nice little burn there. Transgender Americans aim to block Trump's passport policy change. I'm sure they'll be able to find a lawyer, like a judge who'll fucking agree with them.
Yep.
Let's do a quick Musk update while we're on the topic. Musk update has unfortunately become people burning Teslas.
Terrorism.
Now she says she feels targeted. Damaging a personal vehicle does not affect Elon. If anything, it's giving him more money to fix the vehicle that you damaged. It's not damaging who you're thinking it is.
Just before 6 p.m. on Thursday, Abigail Gill and her family were seated for dinner at Olive Garden. Over an hour later, they left, and what they found waiting for them was shocking.
Quite a lot of damage. He keyed this side as well, which, as you can see, this side, it even looks like it affected above the tire. This is a lot more damage.
This comes less than a week after a possible arson at a Tesla dealership in Kansas City. Gill believes her brand new Tesla was targeted because of the current political climate and perception of Tesla CEO Elon Musk.
Yeah, possible. It might have just been, what's it called? It just might have just burst into flames almost.
But it felt really disappointing that this is happening in such a great country, a great state. So for this to be happening in Kansas, of all places, is super shocking.
She says her family has had discussions around if it's even safe to be driving a Tesla anymore, in part because of
This loser in his fucking, like, those are
around if it's even safe
pajama
to be driving a
pants.
Tesla anymore, in part because of incidents like
Get a
hers.
fucking job, you
if
loser.
She could send a message to the man who keyed
Probably
her
on the
car,
weekend.
it's this.
You have put a very big crisis on me because physically I am in a wheelchair. I just hope that he definitely gets the correct punishment. I hope he pays all of the damages. It is well over $1,000, possibly over $10,000 of damage. I hope that the Wichita police continue to find him.
Gill tells me she contacted the Wichita Police Department almost immediately and says they're still waiting for answers.
Lol.
Sorry, that's the person just below. That's the person who did it. Jesus Christ.
Yummy.
They arrived.
Tell chat what you mean by that.
My chips arrived. My Coles delivery had chips.
Oh, finally.
So I'm currently eating Smith's Tasty Cheese chips, which are the best Smith's chips.
I've had Smith's in years.
I just told you, Eric. It's Smith's chips.
Yeah, this Tesla identifies as Prius.
Yeah, that's a leftist thing.
Yeah, no, it's
take
it's
one thing and
hilarious
make
because
up.
It's indicative of the left. It's not the Tesla identifying it; it's the Tesla's owner identifying
Exactly.
it.
The Tesla can't
Yeah.
self-identify. It's what they do to kids.
Yeah.
There's another thermo ate a light bulb.
Crunching glass. Yeah, sure.
It did sound pretty loud like that.
Yeah, it was pretty crunchy.
It's like KFCs and Pizza Huts. You'll always know that it was a KFC or a Pizza Hut.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, by the shape of the building. Yeah. Skeletal structure, if you will.
I wonder if AOC's Tesla has been vandalized yet.
I just think it's hilarious that
It's funny, all the
70% of the Tesla owners are Democrats, and it's Democrat on Democrat crime, creating more Republicans.
Yeah.
Well, that's no different to black on black. So, hey-o.
Except they're not creating Republicans with it, which is hilarious. They're not creating white people with black on black crime. It's just creating more crime. But I heard somewhere that there were in last month, in February, there were 300,000 Democrats became Republicans.
Yeah.
Like, they changed party affiliation because of how crazy the left are going, and they're just getting crazier because they're pushing out the moderates. Anyone who could bring them back to the
that's right,
Senate,
sorry.
Yeah, they're gone.
they're gone.
They're out.
Yeah.
So they're just becoming a party that's going to self-immolate, essentially. They can be a
Oh,
party
Florida.
of
So
crazy.
this is the thing that DeSantis doesn't get enough kudos for. In Florida, Republicans outnumber Democrats almost 2-1 in registrations. Like it's increased by like 700,000 people, over the Democrats now. It's insane. Like they've done such a good job, and now he's running into the problem that all popular Republican governors get in their states. The legislature becomes soft, squishy Republicans. Becomes those
What do you mean
the
by-
Democrats who just go, no, I'm a Republican now.
What do you mean
so that they can get
becomes?
elected?
They always are. It's the press. And that's the real
No,
problem.
but you get more of them. You get more of the soft, squishy fucking
Yeah, that's fair.
Democrat,
Yeah,
Dem,
that's fair.
Dempublicans.
Yeah, the rhinos. No, you're right. They do seem to breed more when a Republican takes charge.
Yeah.
And it's the same as with the president.
Lie about their fucking
It's the same as the
affiliation.
president.
They lie
Yeah,
about
no.
everything else.
Exactly. It's the same as the presidency too. A Republican takes power, and then the Republican Party shifts left. It's like, what the fuck?
Paul Kim, a far-left activist who was arrested for for Tesla firebombing in Vegas, has multiple posts on his Facebook calling for defrauding and defunding of the police. No wonder. He's a criminal. Of course he wants the police defunded. Today, Las Vegas Metro Police arrested him on a total of 15 counts. Fuck around and find out, indeed. LVMPD equals shit.
Isn't it a federal crime?
No, well, this is a state crime.
They make a federal
They could. They, if they wanted to, they could. So
terrorist charge.
There's the charges: destroy or injure real, or personal property of 1, 2, 3, 4. Possess, manufacture, or dispose of explosive fire device. Sorry.
It's like Molly.
Yeah. So yeah. Shoot gun at abandoned structure. 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 Shoot gun at abandoned structure.
What? That's a charge for each shot.
Yeah. Well, each car, I'd say, because it's a separate structure. So.
Yeah. Were these privately owned vehicles, or were they in a Tesla lot or something?
It's a Tesla dealership.
Okay,
yeah.
sorry, I see it.
Yeah,
I see it then. I see it there now. Sorry. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Police, they don't prevent crime; they come after crime. Yeah. Well.
Yes, and then fuck you in the ass because you're terrorists.
He celebrated President Trump's impeachment today. He was thrown in jail.
FAFO,
Believed anyone who didn't wear a mask was a sociopath or psychopath. God, it's like a Venn diagram that's just a circle for these people.
Yeah.
And there are multiple posts on it supporting BLM. Yep, supporting BLM. Check. Pro-Palestinian. Check.
Did he have his own whatever that
own
do-rag
kafir? Former Christian and hail Satan. Check.
Mm-hmm.
Musk's social media firm X has been bought by his AI company and valued at $33 billion. So the transaction is an all-stock deal. It's a $45 billion price tag, includes $12 billion in debt. His X AI company is valued at $80 billion. So that's up on the $5 billion valuation he got back in February. So basically what he did is because he's a majority owner of X, he sold X to his X AI company, which I think he's also a majority owner of, for $45 billion.
Yep.
But it was an all stock deal, so the XAI is not a listed company; it's a private company, same as X. So
that means he could have just taken all ownership of X.
yeah. So essentially everybody who held shares in X now holds shares in XAI. Those shares are worth $33 billion collectively. So, $33 billion of shares in XAI were given to X, and XAI took on $12 billion of its debt. So the debt was zeroed out on X's ledger and added to XAI's ledger. $33 billion of stock was given to X users. And yeah, now XAI is the parent company.
Oh, so essentially the stockholders changed the name of the company they own stocks in. That's it.
Yeah, it's a stock swap.
Okay.
Yeah. With debt being consolidated. There was another one of those things this week too, but we'll talk about that in video game news. So yeah, there was a lot of people who were like, "I don't understand." Like, actually, no, I think Tim said, "I don't understand how this works." So that's how it works.
I just saw. I wasn't.
Because you're like, "How is XAI worth so much money?"
No, I didn't read into it at all. I just said make it
So,
make sense, please.
XAI.
I just left it to you guys. I didn't even read into it. It makes sense to me. I just didn't read into it at all.
So,
XAI. So how is XAI worth?
So XAI is worth that much money privately on the private market because actually I'll find the article. I just closed it before. God damn it, because I thought we wouldn't need to go through it. But yeah, so XAI raised capital back in February to value itself as $10 billion. And when that so what you do in a capital raising round is you're a private company, you're not yet public. If you were a public company, you would just issue stock. You'd issue stock on the open market, people would buy the stock, and you would raise the money from that stock issue. For a private company, what private companies do is they go to venture capital companies like Anderson Horowitz, Sequoia Capital, Valor Equity Partners, and that's what Musk did. That's what Musk did before. So Sequoia, Andreessen Horowitz, and Valor are all equity partners in XAI. So they own a portion of XAI. I don't know how much, but whatever their holding is, it's valued. It values the company. So that's how they do the private valuations. So if I own Thermocorp, and I go to Andreessen Horowitz and say, I want to sell you 10% of Thermocorp, and they say, okay, we will give you $1 billion for 10% of Thermocorp. That would value Thermocorp at $10 billion. That's how those private valuations work. So
okay.
what the investors are willing to pay for whatever the portion is times whatever portion that makes up. So that's how you get a private valuation. So if Elon went to so if it's valued at $75 billion, that means 100% of the stock is worth $75 billion. So to raise $10 billion, they'd have to sell, 7% or something, whatever. I don't know. Math bad. Math hard. Math don't care.
Yeah, it's like an appraisal, but it's not done by one company. It's like done by the masses.
Yeah.
But by the masses, it's the venture capitals.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll close that one. So that's enough. That's enough about Musk and Trump. So Disney released Snow White finally. That's an actual image from the picture. How did it do? It opened with 43 million.
Oof. Hey, that's not bad.
Which is not bad. This appears to be. This appears that it may end up being a commercial success, though it probably the problem is this was more expensive than it had to be because they had to redo a whole bunch because they had the magical people and then they had to turn it into the horrible CGI dwarves.
Thank you, Peter Dinklage. Yeah.
So, yeah. So on Rotten Tomatoes, it's 73% audience score, 41% tomato meter. It has a whopping 1.5 rating on IMDb.
With quarter of a million votes.
Quarter of a million votes.
Yeah,
yes.
review bombed. Unusual activity detected.
Yeah. It's definitely sus, but yes, Colin Rugg says the son of Snow White producer Mark Platt absolutely unleashes on Rachel Ziegler for ruining his father's movie. So here's his reply to someone who said, your dad flew to New York City to reprimand a young actress. Any word on this? Because that's creepy and has hell and uncalled for. People have the right to free speech. No, shame on your father. To which he replied, you really want to do this? Yeah, my dad, the producer of enormous piece of Disney IP with hundreds of millions of dollars on the line, had to leave his family to fly across the country to reprimand his 20-year-old employee for dragging her personal politics in the middle of promoting a movie for which she signed a multi-million-dollar contract to get paid and do publicity for. This is called adult responsibility and accountability, and her actions clearly hurt the film's box office. Free speech does not mean you're allowed to say whatever you want in your private employment without repercussions. Tens of thousands of people worked on that film, and she hijacked the conversation for her own immature desires at risk of all the colleagues and crew and blue-collar workers who depend on that movie to be successful. Narcissism is not something to be coddled or encouraged. I agree.
And I can only hope.
Clap, clap, clap. Agreed.
And to everyone who hates when I win, the winged victory came to the Louvre in pieces, and people still line up to see her.
A what?
And I can only hope that despite my flaws, and despite my cracks and my breaks, and there are many of them, that at every premiere and everything I do, people will wait in line to see. And to everyone who
that was her sitting in the theater.
Yeah, watching the movie.
Theater looked pretty empty.
Watching that empty theater.
It's probably a super early. Oh no, because she's in plain clothes. That's not a premiere. It's like an advanced screening of. No.
It's just a normal screening. There were plenty of screenings that had no people in it.
Yeah, it's an empty place. Yeah.
All right, so some of you may be wondering what the fuck she was talking about. The winged victory is this. God damn it. Stupid Louvre website. That is the winged victory.
Yeah.
It's a statue that was found in pieces. So, Gal Gadot or Godot is getting shit for being Israeli.
Yeah.
For being a dirty Jew. A Jordan!
Yeah, makes sense.
Didn't What's-Her-Face say something about pro-Palestine in an interview?
Yes, she did. And she posted a tweet. She posted a tweet, and then under it, she said "Free Palestine."
Yeah,
because of course that's what they're talking about, dragging personal politics into it. So, you know what I absolutely despise about this narrative around Rachel Ziegler, that she's not attractive. Like the idea that this woman is not attractive is fallacious. Like.
She's unattractive when she opens her mouth and talks bullshit.
Yes, when she talks, she's not attractive. But to say she's not, like... Oh, dude, I just noticed this fucking sub. Jerk off to celebs. Jesus fucking Christ.
Bastard.
I fucking hate Reddit,
Bastard.
Man. No, I searched for Rachel Ziegler hot, and that's a hot photo. So...
And Microsoft Bing tries to... did you mean sexy?
Yeah, did you mean sexy? Yeah, not did you mean including results for sexy? Including results and spelt correctly.
Okay,
here, I spelt it correctly, and here she is sexy. So...
I'm sure someone finds her attractive. Like, she's a good-looking girl. Like,
she's very attractive. Look, I'd bang the shit out of her. Like,
I probably wouldn't.
I would make sure she wouldn't have to talk. So, she's an attractive girl. So, she was hot in the...
she's a bit flat.
Ugly on the inside, yes. Ugly on the inside, but many women are. Thankfully, it's not shallow hell, so I don't have to fucking see that.
That's a way too spaced part.
Yeah. Oh, look, that can be... Look.
Hey, I like hammerhead sharks.
That can all just be solved by turning around. You know, it's fine.
That's right. I only have to look from the neck down.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So this idea that she's not attractive is fundamentally retarded to me. Like, I'm like, come on, that's not what you...
She's attractive, but she's not Snow White.
She's dumb.
Yeah.
She's dumb.
She's not Snow White. She's not cut.
It's like Brie Larson. She's kind of cute, but her attitude makes her ugly. Oh, look, I love Brie Larson. I think she's hot as fuck. So
Her feet are weird.
Right now, I don't.
Why are you
Because
looking
she
at her
has
feet?
fucking shaved her head.
Oh.
And that is the ultimate turn off.
Isn't she flat?
Like, fuck no.
Brie Larson.
Brie Larson?
No way.
Who am I thinking of?
On the back
She's
end,
had a boob, she's had her boobs done.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
years
okay,
ago.
Okay, answered my question then. So she had to have a boob job because she was flat.
Well, she had it
But,
done
like-
when she was younger, so
Oh, yeah.
What, Scott Pilgrim
That's
area?
AI.
or-
That's AI, yeah.
AI slop. So yes, I think she's attractive. She's my cup of tea. But yes,
Wouldn't Brie
again,
Larson
it's
Scott
the
Pilgrim?
attitude that's.
And that she might have been.
I didn't realize she was.
Pilgrim.
I didn't realize she was in Scott Pilgrim. It's been so long since I watched that.
I don't think there's
What,
any.
09 and 2010.
No, yeah, she's had her boobs done then.
Okay.
Oh,
They're the same, yeah. So she had them done when she was like before Hollywood. So, which is good advice.
yeah,
So-
get them done before you go in. Yeah.
So she's got nudes out there. You can go and see them. She has a butterface to me. No, see, I like her face. I think it's fine. So, but yeah,
She's got a butterface
don't
because you know what's going to come out of her mouth.
Hey,
Whilst watching the
dick.
That's what
And
goes
that goes
in.
in.
Recent. Like, that's with her hair tied back. She's actually like shaved her head, and it's really like annoying.
Ew.
Like, I don't like the like.
It's not a pixie cut. She's just shaved it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's for. I think it's for a film.
Yeah, that's fair. If it is for a film.
Like I don't mind short hair.
That one there doesn't look too bad. The fourth one across on the top.
This one.
Yeah, where there's no hair. It's when there's like a.
That's a deviant
cancer
art.
patient.
That's a deviant art post.
Oh, okay.
That's literal artwork.
Cancer patient. Look.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I like long hair on women. Like you
Brie
can
Larson-
you can do a pixie cut. Like
Yeah, it's the third
Is
one
she
from
But
the
it looks weird.
third one down from the left.
Is she doing a military movie? Is that why she's done it?
I don't know. Like
Go
I
back.
don't know what she's doing.
It's a West End role, I think. Go back. Third one from the bottom. Third one down.
Bottom
Sorry.
right hand
Oh,
corner.
demanding West End.
That-
Oh, okay.
That's the one.
West
So
End.
what is it?
As in
As
Broadway.
in Broadway. No, Broadway. The West End is in the UK.
yeah,
Theatre.
UK.
It's
Yeah,
UK
yeah.
theatre.
As I'm saying, stage.
Uh,
Electra in the
transformation
West
for
End
her
play.
role as Electra in the West End play of the same name.
I'm pretty sure that's not
Not
Marvel's
that type of Electra.
No.
It's not the Marvel Electra.
It's a Greek tragedy. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Based on Anne Carlson's translation of Sophocles' tragedy. No! Anne Carlson is that fucking translator who translated like the Iliad and the Odyssey and changed the fucking like the meaning. Like I think we covered it on the show. Like I'm
I've
pretty
read the
sure.
Odyssey.
Odyssey. Like I'm pretty sure that's her. I might be wrong. It might be another one. But it was like the most fucking like retarded take. Like I was just like, what? No, that's not what that fucking means. Like yes, ancient Greek is hard, but many people have done it before you. Better.
Okay, so she's avenging
So much
or
better.
trying to find justice for her father's death, father's murder.
Yeah, it's the character's name is based around the original story. Because Electra's father is killed, like
by the king.
not by a king, but well, actually, it might be a kingpin.
Agamemnon is the father. She's the daughter of Agamemnon. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, by the king.
Yeah.
By Clis something or other. The stepfather.
By Clytemnestra. Fuck, I can't pronounce that either. Clytemnestra. I don't do Greek. Sorry.
Clytemnestra.
Yeah, Clytemnestra.
Clytemnestra.
Yeah, murdered her father Agamemnon. Yeah.
Yeah, so the play tells of a bitter struggle for justice by Electra and her brother Orestes for the murder of their father Agamemnon by Clytemnestra and their stepfather Aegisthus. So Yeah, so someone and their stepfather murdered their father. So.
Yeah.
Was the king of... Oh, their mother.
Anyway.
Their mother and stepfather killed their father. Yeah.
Anyway, it's that time of the week. Billboard Chris is back in Australia, being harassed by the police again.
Naturally.
Yeah. Up your way this time.
Yeah, saw that. I was almost there. I was actually thinking of going into the office that day. Luckily, I didn't. Yeah, that's right in the middle of Queen Street Mall. Right in the middle of Queen Street Mall.
Obstructing or unreasonable.
Oh my god, look at all those people that are trying to get through that he's stopping.
Okay, so I've been told...
All those police should be charged for this exact crime.
Yep.
Because they are unreasonably stopping. Like, they're just fucking milling about, making more of a ruckus than he is.
That my prohibited activity is that I'm
They do this
obstructing
all
or
the fucking time,
unreasonably
just standing there in
disturbing
packs in
any
the middle of
person
fucking
lawfully
Queen Street
using a mall.
Because there's Jimmy's on the mall on
I
the
have
right-hand side.
absolutely done no such thing. I was standing quietly.
You should get a fucking job and, move on with your life,
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Example of
I
things
have
that
not
obstruct
done this.
users of the mall. This is because you're in this area.
So this guy that just came up to harass me, he's using that as an example of me obstructing people.
The next step from here is that we can issue...
Those police just witnessed an assault.
Yeah.
Australian law's
did
fact. It was an
nothing
assault.
about
And did nothing about it.
Yeah, came up, touched him on the
They're
shoulder.
giant cucks who've been told what to do and follow what they've been told to do.
and possibly move on from the area. All right?
I'm not obstructing or unreasonably disturbing anyone.
This guy, this fat fuck, is not a cop. Not a cop. He's probably works for council.
He's a council
He's
worker. There was
He's got a
someone.
Brisbane
This is a
City
council. He's violated a council ordinance.
Yes.
Which
Oh
is not
shit!
the
That was
law.
Aussie Frank Hassel. He wishes.
Oof.
So once I move on with the right of compliance direction, this is what it looks like. All right, I'm going to step through it because it's the first time for me as well.
First time? Really?
I'm very new.
No one's ever had a sign on this public street before, I guess.
They have actually, but...
And how come
most
you didn't
people don't
interrupt
go
them?
this one.
How
Most
come you
people don't
didn't?
go this one.
Oh, really? Yeah. So, did we witness that just now, officer?
Shut up, Chris. Listen to
Eric,
me.
you will be surprised. It's assault anywhere.
You walk up
Assault
and
is
touch
assault
me.
is unwanted touching.
Yeah, you walk up and touch me on
If
the
you
shoulder.
put if you put your hands on me, and I don't want you to, you have committed assault.
It's not violent assault. It's just assault.
Sir, that man came up to me to harass me. He's citing that as an example of me obstructing someone. Did that look like obstruction to you when that man came up to harass me?
She's not going to make a statement.
All right, so
Yeah.
in my opinion, as an authorised person, under the Council Land and Public Land and Council Assets Local Law 2014, Section 59, I am now officially requesting you to stop what you are doing and leave the area for a period of 24 hours. All right, failure to comply with that now may involve the police. All right, and they are authorised.
What do you mean, mate? It already is involving the police.
They have not. Well, he's not being detained at the moment.
He's not. Yeah. At the moment, it's just the council guy harassing him.
And the cops.
And the cops
for the
standing
council
around.
ordinance. Yeah.
The cops literally
man.
would have just been standing there anyway because they always stand in that intersection. They're always there.
All right.
All right.
Well, I have not obstructed anyone.
Honestly, if I was Chris,
So-
I'd make that fat fuck walk around.
This is
Okay, I'm going to move over here.
a fault.
Move on from the area.
And
Yeah.
then continue
Well,
his
I haven't
discussion. Just
obstructed
walk in
or
circles, make the guy
disturbed
walk
anyone. I
with you.
stand quietly by myself having conversation.
It's because he's Canadian. That's why.
He's too polite.
It's too polite.
And
How long
Shame.
until he gets a visa ban?
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me if he already has.
He doesn't already. And look, if he does, that's bullshit. Like that's fucked. He hasn't done anything wrong. And it's funny his treatment in New South Wales, whose police I will constantly fucking slag out because they're scumbags. His treatment in New South Wales was completely different. Like
That's 'cause where he
the
was,
senior
but-
officer they dispatched was just to make sure he was okay and he wasn't getting harassed. And he did it on fucking like Oxford Street, which is basically gay town.
Yeah, well, that's because did Sydney council complain?
No, they don't give a fuck.
Well, see, that's the problem. It's Brisbane Council that's complaining. It's this cunt that's complaining, really. Because if this guy had any balls and had received a call saying, "Oh, there's a guy making," it's like, okay, what's he doing? He's holding up a sign. What's on the sign? Children cannot consent to puberty blockers.
Okay.
Where's the lie? You're hard the fuck up.
Have a great day.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, thanks. We'll look into it. Bye.
Having worked...
You know what he needs to do? Whenever Chris does these things, he should bring someone else with him to wear a different sign that just says something neutral, and
Like
not interact with
about
them,
women.
so that he can point out that guy's doing it. Why are you harassing me and not that guy?
The problem for Chris is if he did this 2 blocks towards JB Hi-Fi in the background, he would have been in King George Square, and no one would have stopped him. But because he's standing right in the middle of the fucking Brisbane Mall, people are kicking a stink for no fucking reason. But it's right where everybody's walking, and so they've called a council worker because someone's upset and is a bitch, and now it's blown out of proportion. And he's the one saying, "Well, I haven't done this. I haven't done this." You're in a foreign country, Chris, and you know what the fuck's going on. Sorry, you've been through this shit before.
Okay, so once this guy told him to leave, he's trespassing, and now the police can remove him for trespass
Because he's refused to
on government on council property.
He's been given an order to move on, and he refused. So the cops
On
are
government
arresting
property.
Public?
Yeah.
Doesn't actually matter.
Yeah.
The mall area where these laws prevail, you just need to leave this area.
You are welcome to continue their activity outside the mall's area.
Yeah, go up to King George
totally
Square.
disagree that I've obstructed or disturbed anyone. I stand here peacefully having conversations. So
Your consent is
You know
your
what? I'm a
consent
man of
isn't
principle,
required
and
though.
I'd be violating my
It's a fuck the law is.
He needs to not stand. He should just walk back and forwards. I'm walking in the mall. How am I obstructing anybody? I'm moving.
Just slow walk it.
As if I were to move right now. I appreciate that you have a difficult job. I'm a great
Look, he wants to be arrested.
Yeah,
that's
he
the whole point.
He does get it.
This is the deal. Yeah.
fan of police, but
Yeah,
I'm also a man of principle.
And he's always he's very respectful. Like when it comes to his interaction with police, I would be far less respectful. Even outside of this circumstance, I'd be far less respectful. But he's always very respectful to everybody, even the fat fuck who's trying to fucking trespass him.
At this point,
so-
who has? But yeah.
Yeah.
principle, and I'm not going to move.
So you're openly
Yeah,
What do we do?
There's an article that says, "Oh, Chris moved on from Chris received a trespass and then moved on. Doesn't get as many people watching or reading."
Yeah, at this point, it's engagement.
I just want to hear what this guy's saying. Can you just shut up for a sec?
No.
Yes, obviously she's going to give you a move on, and if you don't comply with that, then you will be obstructing us, and at that point we're going to have to remove you. We don't want to get to that point as well. We're trying, by all means, is to give...
Yeah, so that's exactly what I said. They're going to give him a move on order, and when he doesn't comply, it will be you're under arrest for failure to comply with a lawful order.
Yep.
Give you a chance of moving around.
So we have the power, which is a official council worker. So that's where our power comes into it now. We'd like to just move you on peacefully, okay? But if you're not complying with him, then we have to, within reason, move you on from the area that he's asked you to leave, okay? If you're not, then you'd be charged with obstruction. It's just, I don't know why you would take that route over just leaving peacefully.
So you're going to criminally charge me?
Yes, but I'm telling you now, if no one wants to under these circumstances, whether we're
And so what happens?
against your cause.
And so what happens after that?
What do you mean? What happens after that?
I get arrested.
Yep. Yeah.
I get criminally charged.
Physically, would have to remove you from here. And no, you have to. Like I know that you've got your cause, and you want to make a scene, and you want to.
No, I don't want to make a scene. Which is why I stood out of the way over by that pole.
Area
which has these.
It's a public street.
This is a mall area that has its own bylaws that everybody has to comply with.
Yes, that's
And
true.
the issue is,
We don't have any.
This guy over here has been standing there for about 10 minutes now.
Issue with you going literally what out of 100, 200 meters in any direction.
That bike has been sitting there for longer.
It's the police bike.
I don't give a shit. It's obstructing the area. Get it out of here.
It's the police bike. They can break the law whenever they want.
And the legislation states
Well, they
that I've
can't,
been.
they just do.
The claim here is that I've been obstructing people.
We've had multiple people come up and complain to us about your sign. Okay?
Well, that's not what the legislation is about.
I understand.
It's not about complaining about a sign.
But that's.
It's about
at least
obstructing
explain
people.
to you why you.
But that's the real reason you're being removed, Chris.
So if I had
I don't want to keep going around in circles.
if I had a sign that said Australia is a magnificent country and that affects.
Dude, he should do that. He should have someone who has a sign that says wherever I am is a fantastic country.
Not only that, but he should have two people. One person with a very neutral sign and one person with the opposite of what he says that agrees with people.
Children can consent to puberty blockers, yeah.
Well, yeah, but like in a way that doesn't look like they're with him.
Yeah.
Like it looks like they're protesting his protest.
Yeah, see, that's not Billboard Chris.
At not Billboard Chris.
At notbillboardchris.com.
Well, yeah, have the URL and the QR code go to billboardchris.com. Anyway, but
Billboard Chris says, as usual, I received support from more than 90% of people on the street today. I even received applause from many who gathered around as police arrived. Officer lied about me obstructing. Yeah.
Same thing, different angle, but then they physically remove him. Yeah, they were warned multiple times. And he
well, he got what he
got
was literally wanting.
That's what interfering with people's business in the area. It's making people who are sitting down drinking their coffee uncomfortable to think about children getting puberty blockers.
I go to jail?
So if you fail to comply with that move on direction, you may be arrested for contravening that direction.
Fail to comply with a lawful order.
Because I have a lawsuit against your government
Okay,
next
so
week. I need to be
I just need you to move outside of the Queen Street Mall area, which is bounded by. So Adelaide Street is the next main street down there. Edward Street is the next.
Yep.
You know what I hate about Australia more than anything else, and there's a few things I hate, but this most of all.
The female
we have an implied right. We have the only fucking right we have is an implied right to political communication. Only fucking real one. Other than you know, you have the right to like worship whoever you like, as long as you do it in the way we want you to do it. The only thing that remotely looks like a free speech right. This is a political issue. He is communicating his political issue in public.
Even that's going to get wiped
in a non-disruptive way.
In a non-disruptive way, he's like, this is all this law does, and this selective application of it, because the police are obstructing it far worse than he has, is to shut down fucking protest, to shut down political discussion.
Yes, that's exactly the point. It's Australia.
Yeah, but this is where an actual fucking high court should come in and say, well, actually, no, these laws that you have here that are stopping people from quote unquote obstructing are obviously designed to prevent the free communication of political beliefs. They are now struck down, and any law like them. But our courts don't do that. It feels like nobody even tries. Like the case doesn't even get there.
Well, it won't.
And it won't because he's taken the police station and the charge was dropped. So there's nothing to fucking go on. So the courts go, I'm sorry, you don't have standing. You've not been charged with a crime. You've not been injured.
The implied right of communication, isn't that only towards people in the government?
No, it's any person in Australia.
No, but your speech must be directed to people in the government, stuff like that. That's the implied right.
It's communicating a political idea.
Yeah, but that all comes under with the caveat of which they all have is unless medical.
Unless we don't like.
Like there's a. Yep. Which like is that under the Human Rights Commission Act, or is that in the? Beyond
all that, I'm saying under our Constitution, the only free speech. No, it's not in the Constitution. It's an implied right that the High Court has interpreted from the Constitution.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the case law is Lang versus the ABC. There's further case law around it, but it's Lang versus ABC is the case. Here it is. Lang versus ABC is the High Court of Australia case that upheld the existence of an implied right for implied freedom of political communication in the Australian Constitution.
Could you click
So
that implied freedom link, please?
Yeah, implied freedom of political communication. Within Australian law, there is no freedom of speech. Instead, the Australian Constitution implies freedom of political communication through an interpretation of sections 7 and 24 of the Constitution.
So it doesn't define it. Oh God.
No, it's a strictly Australian thing.
Yeah, but it doesn't
So,
actually.
and
State.
there's the other supporting legislation: Nationwide News versus Willis, Australian Capital TV versus the Commonwealth, and McCloy versus New South Wales. So all of these are High Court decisions that feed into this law. So it's not a law per se, but
No, it's not.
It's an interpreted right.
Yeah.
So David Lang, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, was the subject of a report at the ABC. He brought a defamation proceeding in respect to that broadcast. Plaintiff was Prime Minister of New Zealand at the relevant time of the report. He contends, among other things, that the report conveyed false and defamatory imputations that as Prime Minister he had permitted big business owners to dictate government policy and had allowed public assets to be sold to some of those donors in repayments for their donations. And B, had abused and was unfit to hold public office, and that he had permitted a debt incurred by his party in the election campaign to be written off by awarding a government contract to the creditor, was corrupt and deceitful in that he accepted gifts and shares and profits on share trading and was from a leading business figure and permitted yada yada. So it was a defamation act. So the court found in a unanimous judgment sought to clarify the interaction between the implied freedom of political communication and defamation laws.
So that was essentially broadcast.
Yes, it was an episode of Four Corners.
Yeah, so it was broadcast. So that's even would reach more people than just.
So they tried to use the political communication as a get out of jail free card, a get out of defamation free card. But it while you can communicate, while you have the freedom to communicate politically, like you have that freedom, they interpreted that freedom into existence. Actually, I think this might have clarified it. I think this might be the clarifying.
It's more a
law.
restriction on the laws that.
But it basically said that you can still defame someone in political speech, and that is actionable.
Yeah, as long as it's false.
Wait, the High Court extended the defence of qualified privilege to be
compatible with freedom of political communication. Yeah.
So does that mean ABC lost or won?
What was the decision? So, we'll read the judgment. In a unanimous decision, the court sought to clarify the interaction between the implied freedom of political communication and defamation laws and the applicability of the implied freedom to state as well as Commonwealth matters. The implied freedom was held to be an ongoing freedom and not limited to election periods. The freedom's purpose is grounded on the functioning of democratic and responsible government, requiring freedom of communication between the voters and their representatives. The continuous nature of the freedom is justified by the concept of representative government, requiring freedom to operate continuously and not merely during election periods. The implied freedom was held to be a negative right, not a granting of a freestanding positive right, and operated chiefly as a restraint on the executive and legislative powers to the extent that such powers would burden the implied freedom.
Yeah,
Thus, courts overturned its earlier decision in Theophanopoulos versus Herald and Weekly Times and Stevens versus West Australian newspapers.
Yeah.
The court modified the requirement of the common law defence of qualified privilege because the existing defence did not adequately accommodate the requirements of the implied freedom of political communication. The court suggested that qualified privilege ordinarily deals with situations where there is reciprocity between the duty of the publisher to inform and the interest of the reader in receiving that information. In the context of a publication about government or political affairs, the court held that all voters have an interest in receiving information about such matters. There is hence a duty on publishers to publish that information. In such situations, the court held that the reasonableness of the publisher in all the circumstances becomes a pertinent issue. Where it was reasonable for the publisher to publish potentially defamatory information, that is a defence to defamation proceedings.
So that tells me that ABC won.
So yes, they won.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
It
basically.
So, but the court developed a two-part test. So they said, does the law effectively burden freedom of communication about government or political matters? The scope of political communication was narrowed from Theophanopoulos to mean matters that could affect their choice at elections or affairs of federal ministers and the executive. If the law does burden that freedom, Is the law reasonably appropriate and adapted to serve a legitimate end, which is compatible with the maintenance of representative and responsible government? The objective of the government in making the law are considered in this case. The court accepted that protecting the reputation of individuals was appropriate and adapted.
Just to bring this back.
Taking those two tests, does the law effectively burden the freedom of communication about governmental political actions? When it comes to Chris, in this instance, yes.
Yes.
If the law...
Yes.
Well, yes, he's communicating.
Because if you cannot communicate, like if he was wearing a sign that says "Do not elect Liberals" or "Do not elect Labor," and they asked him to do the same thing,
well, the scope
he
of the
would most certainly, because
narrow from whatever to mean the matters that could affect their choice at an election.
We are overcomplicating things as always. The cop said basically said you can say we're not. You've got your cause.
You've got to say it over there.
Yes, yeah. So yes, there is a bit of a burden, and that's that. Yeah, there's a slight burden. They're not saying you can't say that. Yeah, his speech is not illegal. He has the freedom to communicate those political issues. But they're placing a reasonable burden on where he can say it. That's the council bylaws.
Yes, but why? Yeah. The question is
because
why
Australia's a country.
No, what reason do they have for that? Because some cuck decided to complain about it.
Basically,
yes.
That's what the bylaws. Because it is Queen Street Mall. It is both a street. Like that is the start of Queen Street, but that is also a shopping mall area. So that's whether those bylaws around that specific set of area, those blocks, come into play. Where
it's still owned by the government.
Yes, but the government then Brisbane City Council has brought in those bylaws saying, hey, you don't. It's public land, but this is also a shopping mall. So if you're going to do these things, you need to go do them up in King George Square or outside the mall zone, as the cop tried to say.
So within this area of Queen Street Mall, Sharia law is the way of the land.
I don't know.
Yes.
I'm sure we'll get there at one point.
Yeah.
Like, that's what that means. It should be across the board or not at all. Like, it should be that everywhere.
That's not how
in
Australia
Queensland.
works.
Yeah, I know.
It should be.
Anyway, moving on. Oh, also Conservative government in Queensland. Just want to remind everybody.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
No, don't.
Liberal government in Queensland.
Don't call the coalition conservative.
They paint themselves as conservatives. So
it's like if they paint themselves a bit, you can call them that when they act like it.
Labor defends fiscal policies as responsible economic management, claims nearly $1 trillion shortfall is the country's debt. The Albanese government has shifted blame for its near $1 trillion debt onto the Australian public after years of blaming previous Liberal governments.
What the fuck did we do?
Well, it is the country's debt. It's like we ran up the fucking debt on the credit card. Here it fucking is.
Oh, 2002, 8, 9, 12. Yeah.
Let's see. Liberal government, Labor government. Oh, wait, 2008. Labor government. This little bump here. That's the GFC. Then we go back down. Then Liberal government. Liberal government. Liberal government. Oh, Labor government.
Conservative government.
Conservative. Labor.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Labor, Labor is not the Democrats, and the Liberals are not the Republicans. That doesn't fucking translate to Australia.
Exactly.
This is the Liberal Party is liberal economic policy, which means spend.
Yes, neoliberal.
And Labor is the Labor is the union party, but they're also the party of let's pay down the fucking debt. So.
Well, it's funny because let's pay down the debt, but let's also give more social services to people.
Well, that too, yeah. They are the centre left party. So, don't you fucking dare! Don't you dare, Costy! Vote for Trump to Patriots.
Fuck that.
If you're gonna vote for, if you're gonna throw your vote away, vote for Trump to Patriots.
Go Family First or something like that. Don't give it to fucking Palmer.
I also wanted to. It's national. Sky News is in election mode. You can tell immediately because it's nakedly partisan now. State national. It's always
a Murdoch rag. It's always partisan.
My question is, who do I vote second last? Is it either Labor or Liberal? Because I know who's last, and it's always Greens.
Labor second last. Greens always
Trumpet
last.
of Patriots second last
Liberal,
because
Labour,
they need it. They need.
Greens.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair argument too. Yeah.
So, National Disability Insurance scheme to cost taxpayers more than defence or education, as program estimated to reach more than $60 billion. Look, it's an expensive program. It needs a lot of fucking auditing and control. But I figured I would show everybody what the budget is. Here's the budget. Can I zoom in? If I zoom in like that, that's probably better than trying to scroll in with the other thing. So here's the budget. 12% goes to the states. So that's the money collected from the GST, redistributed to states. So this is irrelevant because this isn't really a tax base. Support for seniors, 8% or $62 billion. National Disability Insurance Scheme, 6.4% or $48.5 billion. Aged care for seniors, 4.9% or $37.2 billion. Then medical benefits, so Medicare, for another $32 billion. Then state healthcare services for another $30 billion. Then then almost $30 billion in public debt interest.
Well, 25. Almost
Yeah,
25.
20, almost 25 billion, yeah. Non-government schools, 20 billion almost.
Sure, that should go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, government school.
Reallocate that into NDIS.
So what people don't, what a lot of people don't understand, or external people don't understand, is the federal government has very little to do with school funding when it comes to public schools. So the way the funding split is, the federal government pays for 80% of non-government schools. So they take up 80% of the funding of non-government schools and 20% of government schools. The states take care of the rest. So states contribute 20% for non-government schools, 80% for government schools.
Why are non-government schools being paid by taxpayers anyway?
Well, that's a question for your state and federal member. So just is. Because rich fucks go to private school.
True. I didn't go, by the way.
And look, NDIS is a great idea, managed fucking terribly.
That's
Wait,
every
you're saying
program that we've ran.
Disabled people going to see hookers is a bad idea?
Yes, I am saying this seeing
In the
disabled
government,
people.
UK. Oh, I know that was us as well. Shit.
I am saying that's bad. Look, there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in NDIS, and it's because the old disability scheme was useless. People couldn't get what they want. So now, but that's exactly basic. That's basically it. The NDIS was implemented because the NDIS was implemented. So the law was passed under the Labor government. The Labor government lost the next election, so the implementation was done by the Liberal government.
Yeah.
So
and they fucked it
and
up.
They fucked it up.
So
what do they
just
do
like
to
all the other programs that.
What do they do to fix it?
And then
So
go into NDIS itself.
there needs to be way more oversight. There needs to be better control of who can register as an NDIS provider. There needs to be some level of compliance for NDIS providers, and there needs to be some fucking follow up.
Yeah.
Like there are so many people who have ADD that are on the NDIS, like they have an NDIS number and get the weirdest shit fucking paid for. Like it's just absurd. And there's organizations that are popping up every fucking week. It's a great jobs program, fantastic for employment.
So they just use people
something
from,
like so
job seeker to NDIS.
Senate estimates the other last month. One of the guys who works at the higher levels of the NDIS, actually auditing the program, he wasn't for NDIS. He was just overall stats for the government, I think Department of Labor or whatever. DEET, Employment, Education and Training. He was asked, out of all the jobs created in the last year, how many were public sector jobs, and they went back and forwards on what they define as public sector jobs as like non-private. They call them non-private jobs. Non-private jobs were 50% of the jobs created in the last year were in the public sector, and the majority were in NDIS. So when you see $48.5 billion for the NDIS, don't think it's a program to help disabled people. It's a jobs program right now.
Yeah. Like I said, they move people from job seeker income support to NDIS.
Yeah, they moved them from here to here.
Most of the
so they moved them from purple to green.
Most new jobs
Green.
Propping up the most unemployment rate.
Most new jobs in the country are NDIS jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
And that's a concern.
More than,
it's a
more than
majority of the new
50% were
jobs.
fucking NDIS jobs, yeah.
Yeah.
That is concerning.
Yes, that is very concerning.
And none of this is going to be trimmed back. None of this is going to be given proper oversight or have a proper thorough audit.
Yeah. So
And
the
nobody-
dole.
nobody's
So
gonna-
job seeker income support is the dole. So that costs 2.2% of the budget, or $16.5 billion.
It's next to nothing.
Yeah. Same with and support for families. That's family payment, tax, family tax benefit Part B, and Part A.
Cut the NDIS in half and then give that to the family support. I can work with that. Although, as much as I don't like welfare,
How about
I'd
how
rather
about
go
we
with
reduce this one? How about we reduce this one to 0
that'd be nice.
and spend
then-
that money on important shit instead?
Well, if we don't
Well,
have
yeah,
that
you
money
could
because
cut
that's by
the-
definition.
Cut the fucking debt.
You could cut the NDIS in half and put it into the debt.
Yeah, that's it.
That's just the interest for this year, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, they could wipe out the interest, so anything we are paying on it will actually come down.
At least get the interest down.
That disability, what is that one?
Disability
Top
finance,
right
the
one.
pink
One
one. Pink.
That's financial support. So that's the disability pension.
Okay.
Gotcha.
How much is that?
$23.5 billion.
That's more than
Already-
job seekers.
Yes.
I already have that through my super. So why do we have that?
The
We have-
argument, no, that's the pension, the disability pension. This is the aged pension. This is the disabled pension.
I didn't realize it was-
This is the dole. This is the single
Yeah. Gotcha.
This is the pension
families.
for single mums and financial support for families that earn low income.
What's the careers? One next to it to the right. That's
Careers financial support. I have no idea what that is.
That's
Carers.
not
Carers. God,
My bad.
carers.
Okay, so that's for people who are looking after.
That's for people who are looking after people who are on the NDIS or over
in
here.
that support.
And
then
aged
there's-
care is the actual aged care facilities.
In the charge care sub.
Yeah, aged care services are services provided, like the cost of services for public aged care facilities. Yeah.
Yeah.
So old people, disabled people, families. These two are families, obviously, and job seeker income. So dole bludgers.
And I
And
still
then
have to
there's
pay.
defense.
Yeah. And defense is over
Ignoring-
here.
Ignoring the first one, the states and territories revenue assets. The first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First 5 are Centrelink related.
Yeah.
Yeah. Services Australia related. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a lot of countries. A lot
Yeah.
of countries' budgets go towards these social programs.
I think 8% on healthcare is pretty fucking decent, actually.
And I still have to
Like
pay
all things
$40 for
considered,
GP.
and I still think it's not enough. Like it should really be more. Like because
What is
there's
that
a
one
lot
on the
of
top right? Pharmaceutical.
PBS. That's the pharmaceutical benefits scheme.
Yes. Okay.
That's $20 billion a year.
And you got the fuel tax credits.
Public sector super is $10 billion a year.
Ooh.
The fuel tax credit is $10 billion a year.
Okay, what is the fuel tax credit?
Fuel tax credit is the levy exemption that primary producers get. So if you're a mining company, you drive a lot of trucks all day long. They're driven on because they're driven on company land. You get the fuel excise back.
Oh, so however much the government put on the fuel. you
Yeah,
get
so
that.
44 cents a litre of the diesel that they use is given back to them.
Okay, so they pay it up front, but they get it back at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But like Costa
there you
said,
go.
it's
Well,
not
Costa said all
limited to
companies
mining.
can claim it. Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to kind of use the vehicle within the company property, which is only a couple.
Oh,
And that's the justification. The justification for it is these are companies that aren't using public roads, therefore the fuel tax, like these vehicles when they're on public roads, they're not taxing the roads that are paid. They're meant to be paid for by the fuel tax credit.
That's why we don't have red diesel in Australia.
What's red diesel?
Over in the States, there are two colours of diesel. There's standard diesel and there's red diesel. Red diesel is not actually taxed, but if the Department of Transport in whatever state you're in pulls you over, they'll take some red. They'll take. Some
They'll take a sample of your tank, right?
Red, they will fine you up the wazoo for it.
I had no idea that was a thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
but yeah, businesses you don't need.
It has no taxes on it, and they'll like you call them up, you get
Yeah, costly. I'm not saying it only applies to non-public roads. I'm saying that's the justification for it. That businesses use the vast majority of the fuel they use is on like mining companies and that use it on private roads, so they don't need to contribute to public roads.
Because I was just thinking some of the half decent sized farms would be paying a shit ton of money because they can't get red diesel because red diesel doesn't exist. Well, we've gone around that, and it's at the end of the year. Like you pay up front for diesel, and at the end you get it back. So okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Speaking of fuel excise, the potential potato in chief, the PPC, has announced that he'll provide financial relief by halving the fuel excise for 12 months, saving families around $1,500.
It won't save me that much, but it will still save me money.
So
it'll save me $0 because I don't have a car.
Well, what do we say? That's like 22 cents a litre.
Okay. So Costi says it's 20 cents a litre on public roads.
Mm.
I think it's like 49 cents for the mining companies. Yeah. So the mining companies, if they're like the vehicle drives on private property, and never is on public roads, it's the full excise levy back, which is about 44 cents per litre. But obviously, the 20 cents is if you're on a public road. So but yes, they're going to halve the fuel excise, which people who don't drive cars, he's like, it'll save you $1,500 a year. So it will save you 22 cents a litre.
Which across a 40-litre tank is...
On all fuel?
On all fuel, yes.
Yeah, but
so diesel, petrol...
Diesel,
gas.
petrol...
22 cents a litre adds
I don't know.
up, though.
I don't think the excise is as big on LNG.
Not sure.
Okay.
But I feel if I fill up like 40, 45 litres, that's almost $10 a tank.
Yeah, 22 cents at 40 litres is $8.8.
Yeah, 40 depends how much.
But I bet you the petrol stations will not bring the prices down.
Oh, it's 50.8 cents a litre is the excise. That's gone up since the last time I checked.
On LPG?
Yeah, that's also the other...
No, on petrol.
The prices will still go up to probably accommodate for the lack of it.
Well, if you fill up 40 litres every 2 weeks, that's $230 a year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the 1,500.
It's not 1,500, but if you fill up every
You're
week,
also not getting the tax cut.
No.
That the other side is offering. The other side actually tried to pass it this week, which is hilarious. They were willing to lock it in before the election.
Yeah.
And the Liberal government, the Liberal coalition said no. So not happening.
We want to campaign on that.
We want to campaign on not doing that. Good job. Yeah. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for them.
Scrap the fuel excise entirely and find somewhere in the budget to cut to make up for it. That's my take. Always has been. Like, it's ridiculous that we pay. It's ridiculous. I don't get why we pay 45 cents a litre for a fucking fuel excise. That's a fucking raw.
It's to penalise people on the road.
The idea is to pay. It's a usage fee. You will use more petrol travelling further on public roads.
Yeah,
and the federal government pays for all the federal roads and some of the state roads through funding.
Isn't that what vehicle registration is for?
Yeah, all these other taxes.
That's to pay for state roads.
all these other taxes that we are levied as well.
And your
Something's
council
gotta give.
rates are to pay for local roads.
I don't pay rates. So
No, but the owner of your property does. So.
yeah, I know.
Okay, so 10%. Like, I think the number that GST got to with 10% makes it easy, and it's like, okay, 10%, that's fine, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If it's good enough for God, it should be good enough for the government.
10% what?
Tax.
On.
Well, on fuel.
There already is a 10% tax on fuel. It's called a GST.
Yes. So then why is there an extra tax, the levy, and all that crap?
Why we're paying GST?
Because it's not a tax; it's a levy. Remember, those are different.
It's another.
Just like a tariff isn't. Just like a tariff isn't a tax.
Yeah, it's all a tax.
I heard. I read someone described a tariff today as a tax wrapped in the flag. I thought that's fucking fantastic.
A tariff is a duty.
A tariff is a tax wrapped in the flag. It's a nationalist thing. So
No. Okay, so this is the first line of Wikipedia. A tariff is a duty in brackets tax imposed by the government. Yeah, so a tariff is a tax.
A tariff is a tax, but I'm saying it's a tax wrapped in the flag.
Yes, that is also true. So why do we pay GST and a fuel excise when they're both taxes? Like it's
because when we brought in the GST, nobody fucking did the right thing and abolished all the fucking taxes.
Oh, it's almost like government.
Which tax was supposed to be removed when the GST was in?
So
was it
all the
income
sales
or something
taxes, all the sales taxes and duties were supposed to be removed, like the state level sales taxes and duties were meant to be abolished. So state-based luxury car taxes, all those kind of bullshit taxes that slow down the economy. That's the argument for a flat nationwide sales tax. So,
and the fact that it's a nice round number is good too.
It makes it easy for people to go
7.5%. Like, wait,
but did they do that?
12.5%. What?
Yeah, that's.
I was 10 years old when the GST was rolled in. I had no
value
idea
added.
what happened.
Value added is the worst because GST is just a flat tax at the end. Value added is even worse. So anytime there is value added to a product, the tax is applied. So if you're a company that makes plastic containers, when you sell those plastic containers to another company, VAT is added. When that company puts apples in those plastic containers, the value has been added, tax added. So there's tax all through the fucking system. That's why, like, VAT is fucked. So, because with a sales tax, it's only taxed at the point of sale. So it's taxed a single time when the consumption happens. It's a consumption tax. A VAT taxes at every stage. And some industries can reclaim that VAT that they've paid. Some industries can't. It's a bullshit tax that is actually more confusing than a fucking sales tax. And I hate that people go, oh, sales tax, that's like VAT, right? No, it's not. It's nothing like that. Anyway, I was wrong. I have to announce this. I was wrong. I said the election would be on May 17th. Anthony Albanese decided he would prove me wrong. He's like, Thermo, he called it for the 17th. Fuck that guy in particular. I'm doing it on the 3rd. So yes, May 3rd will be the 2025 Australian federal election. I will, as always, nothing. It's before May the 4th. It's Cinque de Mayo.
Hang on. May the 3rd, 2025 is a Saturday, not a Friday.
Yeah.
ABC says it's Friday.
No. ABC says it's May 3rd, federal election to be called by Anthony Albanese Friday morning.
The federal election
last Friday.
Called. Oh, okay.
Will be called on Friday for May the 3rd.
My bad.
It's all about inflection. Yes, so the election will be on the 3rd, Saturday, the 3rd of May. As always, I'll be doing a stream starting at around 6:30 Australian Standard Time, because we will be out of daylight savings time by then. So we will all be in the same fucking time zone again.
Non-artificial time.
Non-artificial time. Yes. So we'll do a stream. We'll watch the coverage. We'll watch the socials, and hopefully we'll see Dutton lose his job. I would laugh. You know what? Most hilarious outcome would be Liberals win, Dutton loses his seat.
That'd be hilarious.
That I would be okay with.
Who is number 2?
Who's number 2? Susan Lay. She would not win. She would not win a party room ballot.
Okay.
It would
she's
be
not in there, so she doesn't stab him in the back.
She's in there because she's a whammon, and Peter Dutton has a problem with the whammon.
The whole party has a problem with the whammon.
Has a problem with the whammon, yeah. Or probably has a
But the
problem
problem with the other side is they got a problem with people pretending to be whammon.
Yes, there's where was it? I had the where did it go? I thought I had it. I thought I had the polling, like the latest polling. Maybe I have it in my other browser.
Let me guess. Labour slightly ahead.
Latest polling.
Because I have seen a shift in tones where it's less attacking the Labour, it's now more attacking Liberal ideas.
How secure is Albanese's seat?
He'll be fine. It's like Balmain. No, I saw it. Where the fuck did I see it? God, these are all
in
old
your dreams.
Polls. Nah, it was all old polls. Actually, Oz poll. Why am I? Fuck, this is full of garbage. Just absolute fucking garbage. Channel 6. Maybe I bookmarked it. Fucking hell. More bookmarks. Did I not bookmark it? No, you fucking idiot. It was bad news for the Liberals, so... Oh, hang on. Polling...
Let's see, tomorrow be... Oh, whatever. Ironically, the anti-Trump propaganda of Australian media...
No, but the most hilarious thing was the Greens lost 3 seats. Which is like, they have... In the polling, Greens were losing 3 of their 4 seats in the lower house.
So keep Melbourne's seat.
It was the 2. It was 2 seats in Brisbane. It was the 2 seats in Brisbane, and I think one of the seats in not the seat in Melbourne. There's another seat somewhere.
They're never going to lose that one.
They're not losing Adam. Adam Bant's not going anywhere.
Never lose the Melbourne one. So all but the Melbourne one would go.
Yeah, which is hilarious. Which means they had not moved into Willis yet again. They haven't moved into
the seat of Brisbane, the seat of Ryan, and the seat of Griffith.
Batman.
Ryan.
The seat of Brisbane, the seat of Ryan, and the seat of Griffith.
That's in Brisbane, isn't it?
So all 3 are in Brisbane then.
Yeah,
because the seat of Brisbane is obviously Brisbane.
No, that's Brisbane in Perth.
Is it?
Oh fuck.
Sorry, you said that with such a reliable tone. I believed you. See, if you say it with conviction, I'll think you're not lying. What was it? I would love to find this original. No, maybe it's on my phone, and that's why.
You're not thinking of the one we brought up a couple of weeks ago?
No, this was recent polling.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, this is great. This is great TV. Trump would like this very much. Just fucking dead air of Thermo scrolling through his fucking Twitter timeline. or frantically searching for green polling. Maybe search bar. No, that is the latest.
Sorry, I've been listening, but what's the
You've been
Greens had a
listening, but
wipeout?
you haven't been hearing, Tim.
No, well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's
that sounds about right.
I had to divide up the big 18-inch pizza because it physically doesn't fit in my fridge. So
Do you literally buy a pizza because we were talking about pizza?
No, I've been ordering from this book. That was part of it. It was on my brain, but I've been ordering from this place for a while.
Read it.
I only recently opened it.
New poll.
So Greens polling.
Oh, geez, Costa, you're a fucking genius. That's great because they index all those fucking polls.
Yeah.
YouGov MRP poll. That's probably it.
Okay.
God, I hit the. There we go back. Where's YouGov MRP? Oh, fuck you and your bloody. Oh, you want to accept these bullshit cookies? Fuck off. Labor best position to form government, falling one seat short of a majority in a reversal of fortunes from YouGov's last MRP estimate in February.
Oh.
So here we go. Oh my god, what the fuck is with this Zoom? See the full seat-by-seat projection. This is perfect, Costa. You're a legend. Thank you. This is exactly what I was looking for. This is what I was looking at this morning. Projected vote share, projected seats. Womp 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 womp.
So Melbourne and one of the Brisbane seats.
Yeah. No, well, so one seat short of so they'll only end up with 2 seats.
Yeah, Melbourne and one of the Brisbane seats.
Yeah, one of the 3 Brisbane seats, yeah. So I think that's fucking hilarious. So yeah, that's
they're not gonna expand out of Melbourne. They're not gonna hit any of the other election areas.
I'm pretty
they
sure.
Might, yeah, they'll probably get one of the Teals or the
Yeah.
Greens. It'll be Adam. Actually, it's good that there's so many independents because they can just form government and then pick a fucking independent to fill the votes they need.
Yeah.
Then in 3 years' time, no more Lydia Thorpe.
Oh yes,
she's been quiet recently. We haven't had to mention her.
So the division of Ryan is like East Brisbane, out towards Fernvale, and down to Moggle and Belbarry.
That's West Side. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so this says likely winner is the Greens. Brisbane.
Yeah, whereas the division of Brisbane is Brisbane City up towards the airport link, New
Yeah,
Farm.
okay, likely winner Labor. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought Brisbane.
Yes,
City.
it's all about preference flows.
Mm.
Because the coalition beats Labor in this seat on primary vote, but the Greens, like if all the coalition preferences go to the Greens,
Well, that's the thing.
the Greens will win.
That's the thing. Is the seat of because the seat of Brisbane is currently a Green seat.
Yeah, that's right. So they'll lose that one.
What's probably the Griffith one that they're going to lose?
So yeah, it's the Griffith one they'll lose.
Yeah.
Or they're projected to lose.
Seat of Griffith. Hang on. Division of Griffith. I'm trying to find the map. Sorry, I know you guys have got polls.
So it's about they're projecting a 2% swing, almost.
Yeah,
1.9%.
West End and all south of the Brisbane River is
boundaries. Balmoral. Yeah. Balmoral, Carina, Dutton. Yeah, inner southeast, inner southwest.
Yeah.
South of the it's the inner part south of the river. Where that makes sense. Yeah.
Well, we get 5 weeks of politicians embarrassing themselves. So that'll be entertaining.
And not much of it making a difference.
Yeah, nothing, and the needle barely being moved. Mm-hmm. And my hope is that after all of this, Dutton is no longer the leader of the Liberal Party.
But who's going to take over from him?
I don't care.
As long as it's not an
No,
extra
just anyone
from Queensland.
Even
No,
Barnaby?
as long as it's someone not from Queensland.
What about
No, as long
Barnaby?
as it's not an extra from Queensland. I don't care. if they're from
Barnaby's in the lower house. Barnaby's still in the Nationals member, so he won't be the leader of the Liberal Party. So, anyway,
Because got to remember, they're still a coalition. They're not two parties. They're not one party. It's a coalition.
Yeah, so
In
who will
most
lead the
places.
parties?
Who will lead?
in
so-
Queensland they're one party, but in all the other states they're separate parties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which means there are 3 parties at federal level.
Yeah. It's just that
coalition.
LNP doesn't run any state. So Liberals in Queensland run as the LNP.
Mm-hmm.
Nationals and the Liberal Party separately don't run in Queensland. But they run nationwide, except for Queensland. Former Cabinet Minister and current independent MP for Kalare, Andrew G, has drawn attention for a social media blunder overnight in a Facebook post which called out his former party, the Nationals. One of the top comments praising the politician, but the comment appeared to be from G's own account. And here it is. Thank you, Andrew G MP. I'm new to the area. I have received multiple texts from the Nationals and seen nasty ads in the paper from the Teal mob. It has helped me to see who is the good guy. From Andrew G MP, verified. That's all. I love when boomers do that. Like, don't log out if like, don't switch accounts properly. I'll give you a tip, boomers. Use Firefox and use multi-account containers, and then just call each of the containers the name of the account you're using, and then log in each container and just say, open this container in this open this tab in this container. It's very fucking easy.
Or just
and you can't fuck it up. Sorry.
Yeah, fuck it up.
Booming trade in illegal cigarettes has cost the federal budget $6.9 billion in lost revenue.
Oh, imagine that.
Who could have predicted this? Who could have predicted that when you make people pay $80 a packet for cigarettes, you drive them to the black market where they will only charge $40 a packet for cigarettes?
No, you can buy like a kilo of Chop Chop for like $50.
Yeah, but nobody's going to fucking... Only losers roll their own.
Hey.
No, my son and his daughter our daughter-in-law do the same thing. They roll Chop Chop, or they roll.
They roll their own tobacco.
Winnie Blue loose
Oh my
loose
god!
leaf.
No, look, if you're gonna roll your own and you're not buying Chop Chop, go White Ox.
Oh,
just don't cope.
The smell of White Ox is horrendous.
It is. It's disgusting. But
like, how do you make cigarettes which smell fucking horrible smell worse? It's like someone takes a dump in it.
the thing is, though, if you're outside smoking and you're rolling your own, and someone comes up trying to bum a cigarette off you, and you show them you got Ox, no one will take it.
So what you're saying is you buy White Ox once, throw it in the bin,
Yeah.
and then keep the packet.
Mhm.
And then take your Chop Chop or whatever and just put it in the White Ox back, and nobody will ask you for a smoke.
Yep, just like having a pink lighter. No one's going to steal your pink lighter. They might use it for half a second, but they won't steal it.
The excise, which has been steadily climbing. So every purchase of legal cigarettes comes with a hefty excise of $35 on a pack of 25.
Jesus.
So out of every pack of 25 cigarettes, each cigarette is what? $1.25? Less than that of fucking tax. That's insane. And now because of it, we're getting less tobacco tax. So and the police are spending more, another $40 million or so. Police and custom efforts will be bolstered by $157 million to be spent over the next 2 years. $50 million will go to the Australian Federal Police to target organised crime groups dealing in illegal tobacco and vapes. So if this is the thing, the quote unquote, Tim's going to get triggered because I'm going to say conservative government, but the conservative government decided that vapes are bad, okay, I'm convinced they decided it because one of their the donors are, Philip Morris, who at the time didn't have a vape section, didn't have a vape department. So vapes were never going to be legalized, never going to be properly legalized or taxed. So they just banned them outright. So now we're fucked. We're left with an illegal vape industry that would have been fine. That apparently is bad for us because reasons. And a tobacco industry that is just gone underground. So two industries that could have made money and were making money because there was a whole bunch of vape shops that sold legitimate vapes that were imported properly because it wasn't illegal at the time, that paid their taxes, that didn't have to take fucking cash under the table to fucking do it. So therefore employed people who paid tax, had takings for the GST, were completely above board, that are now gone. Those businesses are closed. There's the shit sold under the table with no taxation anywhere by people who claim the dole or claim a disability pension as well. So this is fucking retarded.
And the key thing that is my biggest issue is that all that legal stuff, it was all regulated.
Yeah.
It's Australian as fucking Vegemite nowadays. The government thinks it knows best for everybody. We don't need this industry because you don't need to be having these vapes. We don't need a manufacturing industry because we can just import the cars. Government thinks it knows best for everybody.
We still tax the fucking cars that are coming in too.
Yes, that's right. We need to.
That are supposed to be taxed because of the local industry.
Yeah, 90% of our problems can just be solved by the government staying in its fucking lane. But the government likes to redefine the boundaries of that lane. So.
Anyway, we're fucked. We're fucked.
Yeah, we're completely fucked. I have no.
We're fucked. Welcome to Dungutty country. Price event cancelled after Aboriginal people denied entry. This is kind of like the one the other day, where the Asian people were denied entry. Except this didn't have tickets. This was just the Pollies at the Pub event, featuring the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians, Jacinta Nampijinha Price.
Hang on. That's racist, calling her a shadow minister.
Talk about a shadow government.
Well, yeah. The Democrats want a shadow government now. Yeah, the event was advertised on social media by the National Party as a great opportunity to come and have a chat. But when a group of Aboriginal people arrived, including a Dungutty woman, Litona Dungay, they say they were told it was a private function and turned away from the West Kempsey Hotel.
No coons allowed.
Sorry, we don't allow your kind here. So yes. Anyway,
I see segregation is back on the menu.
Back on the menu, indeed.
Yes.
There was an acrobatic crash at Avalon Australia Air Show this weekend. See, Australian stuff, you hear people say shit. Oh, fuck! So here's another angle.
A lot of Steve Wolf componentry in that orange S11X. Have a look at that. Absolutely snap roll through. Keep looking front and forward, ladies and gentlemen. We've got planes absolutely everywhere. A lot of...
Fucking hell. Yeah, he just missed that by fucking feet.
That's a belly flop.
Another 2 or 3 degrees.
We've got planes absolutely...
You saw he fucking knew it. He knew it just about here.
Yeah.
Where he's like, fuck! Fuck! Like, because you see the angle is perfectly lined up, and he's just like, fuck!
What? No, go back a tiny bit. You see it? No, too far. It's above the mute, the volume. You see his angle go sharply right.
Yeah, he pulls up into the right. Yeah,
right about there is where he starts to level out. Yeah,
he's like, fuck!
Oh, shit, it kind of,
right.
Yeah. And he's like, he didn't have enough lift.
Yeah, the tail kicks right
to
down.
pull out, yeah. He's hurt, but he's
He's alive.
He's fighting for his life. I just got to actually critical condition. Actually, I'll get an update. News. How about recent news instead of fucking 21 hours ago? So he's critically injured.
What? He would have slammed the deck at... How fast was he going?
No, pretty fast.
So it's Paul, Mr. Collins. Glenn Collins is his name. Oh, this was on Friday. There should be news about him now. Glenn Collins. So he's critically injured still. See if there's anything on Twitter. This is the thing. Like, you search for like news in Australia, and it's just fucking garbage. I swear, on Fridays they go home. They're like, oh well. So he's still he's confirmed to be in a critical but stable condition.
Okay.
Yeah. Fuck. So yeah, he's hoping he pulls through.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's a fucking hell. That's a hell of a fucking crash. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's what happens when you misjudge the level. Yeah.
Stick the landing.
Yeah, stick landing.
So, anyway,
Don't
US.
worry, don't worry, boys. His body broke his fall.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh God.
Heading over to Europe, vehicle used by US soldiers is missing in Lithuania has been found submerged. So the vehicle's been found submerged in a body of water. It was used by 4 US soldiers. They are currently missing. They're trying to get the overturned vehicle out of the muddy water. So they are still trying to find them. So
Wait, were there people in it?
they don't know. There were people in it, but then now it's in them. Now it's upside down in a muddy lake, I guess. A muddy body of water. So
They're going to recover the unit so that they can...
they're not sure if it's a recovery mission for people or if it's a rescue mission or
they're recovering
if they're going to find an empty fucking car.
Well, if it's empty, then that's more questions. Like, where the fuck did the people go?
That's exactly right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sticking.
I hope
so
it's empty, but...
I hope it's empty too. I hope it's empty and then they crawled away and they're lost. So, Keir Starmer says, confirmed! Ninja swords will be banned this summer. When we promise action, we take it.
That second word spelt wrong. Not enough.
Nigger swords. Yes. I think I quote tweeted and just said, ninja please.
Yes.
Like, that was hard, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Next
Wait,
item on
ninjas
fascist
actually have
UK.
swords?
Yeah. They're not samurai swords, so they don't have a curve. They're like a samurai sword, but they're straight. They don't have the curve.
I thought ninjas have nunchucks.
And they're a bit shorter. They have the full kit of equipment.
I'm not going to nerd out about it. There's such a thing nowadays, yeah, as a ninja sword, like Thermo described. Historically, not just.
But yeah,
they're
this made me laugh. It's called Ronan's Law, and I heard someone
just like
say
the
it's
Ronins.
Ronan's Law, and I'm like, oh my god, this law is literally called Ronan's Law. But it's Ronan, as in Ronan Keating, Ronan.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was this guy, Ronan Kanada. Ronan Kanda. He was walking to a friend's house to get buy a PlayStation controller, and he was killed because a couple of exactly who you thinks were here. They are. Here are the murderers. So a couple of exactly who you thinks decided to stab him. Yeah, and one of them used a ninja sword that he'd bought online after lying about his age.
What?
So this is exactly the same. He used his mother's name,
But he looks
when he bought the thing. So now, if you want to buy a knife online, you can't in the UK, and you have to prove your ID when you go into a store. So the UK continues its march to become. The UK exists to make Australia look rational.
Yeah, and Australia is on the way to saying, hold my keg.
It's like it's like how astrology exists to make economists look good. So it's ironic that this happened this week because for the first time ever, the sun has literally set on the British Empire. Because of the spring equinox, Pitcairn Island is currently experiencing daytime. Not experiencing is experiencing summer, winter. So the sun is not visible there. So they're in the Arctic winter, Antarctic winter, and because the UK gave up the islands over here, the sun had set. Actually, Pitcairn Island's here, so it wouldn't matter where they are. So the sun has set on the British Empire.
Yeah.
So, actually, I think Pitcairn might be over here. Not in the. There's another island in the South Atlantic, but there's one in like the far South Pacific. So yes, that's it for the UK. They're officially the British Empire is over. So, pedophile migrant who attacked a teenage girl is allowed to stay in the UK because he's an alcoholic.
Oh.
A paedophile who assaulted a teenage girl has been permitted to remain in Britain after a court ruled his deportation would violate his human rights.
Jesus Christ. Hang this fucking judge.
The Pakistani man was behind bars after being convicted of multiple sex crimes, and then being released from prison, he attacked the teenager. The Home Office issued a deportation order, but he appealed the decision, citing the European Convention on Human Rights.
Why the fuck is the European Convention?
Because when they withdrew from the EU, they didn't withdraw from the European Convention on Human Rights,
which is fucking retarded.
Which this was the poison pill that was left behind by the people who didn't like Brexit. So and to be fair, they could have done it, like Bojo could have done it. So
yeah, so
but he didn't do it. Conservatives didn't do it.
So what? Oh, sorry. Particularly his right to not face inhuman or degrading treatment.
Yeah, but because he's an alcoholic, he would face inhuman or degrading treatment.
Yeah, but that's because he chose to be an alcoholic.
He claimed that as alcohol consumption is illegal for Muslims in Pakistan, he would not be able to access proper treatment. Yeah, because if they sent him back to Pakistan, he wouldn't get treatment for his condition, which is cruel and degrading and inhuman.
Oh no! Bye.
Yeah. So it should be.
Yes. Fuck that.
Yeah, they would stone him instead of, treating him.
It's not a problem if you just execute pedophiles.
Yeah, it's true.
So there would be nothing to deport. Yeah, all the more reason to deport, I would have thought.
You would think.
These judges are fucking pathetic.
They're just interpreting the fucking law the way it is. Like, that's the fucking thing.
It's still pathetic.
Oh, absolutely.
Fair trial.
But I mean, at the end of the day, because they're still subject to the European court, they can take it to the European court, and they'd make the same fucking decision. So,
yeah.
Terrifying moment: children run screaming after event hosted in primary school is crashed by quote unquote group of youths armed with knives.
Is this in Melbourne?
No, this is in the UK. Havering, Essex.
Oh.
Elm Park Primary School. Elm Park Primary School Hall at around 9 p.m. on Saturday. The fight allegedly lasted until 11 p.m. before 3 teenagers were arrested.
2 hours.
So 50 youths armed with knives and machetes run into a school hall on 9 p.m. at Saturday, and police don't rock up till 11 p.m.
No, it says it lasted till 11.
The fighting allegedly lasted until 11 p.m. before 3 teenagers were arrested on suspicion of assaulting emergency workers.
Yeah, what were the cops going to do? Walk in there and ask them politely to stop? They don't
Yeah,
have guns.
the British cops who have no guns unless they get the specialized unit in.
Fucking ridiculous.
I mean, fucking gangs in New York out here.
Ninja knife.
Yeah, ninja knife.
Those look like some white legs.
Yeah.
I think this was an equal opportunity crime.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking ridiculous fucking country. Seriously.
I'll never go to the UK. Fuck that shit.
You're on this show. You won't be allowed. You'll be rejected for a visa.
No, you'll get
Oh, yeah.
arrested for getting there.
Well, I'm disappointed in
That's
this
probably it too.
response, and the Lord Chancellor is obviously continuing to engage on this, and we're considering our response. And all options are on the table, but I am disappointed at this outcome, and now we'll have to consider what we do as a result.
Well, let's cross live to our political editor, Christopher Hope. Now, it seems to me, Chopper, that the politicians want the Sentencing Council to change their direction here, but they're not willing to legislate to do so. They're in a bit of a war of words here.
Yes, they are. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Nana. Welcome to Huddersfield, where it's pretty cold up here. I've been talking to the Prime Minister moments ago. I asked him twice, will you just scrap the Sentencing Council? It's a quango. You have the power to scrap it. What you don't do is have the power to overrule it. And frankly, the judges now are looking back at the elected politicians here. Both
A quango is a quasi-government organisation, so it's not a government organisation, but it does government stuff. Yeah, quango. Yeah.
Keir Starmer and Shabana Mahmood, who is a Justice Secretary, and saying, I'm afraid to say, these are what's going to happen. And from Tuesday, this is what will happen. Judges will prepare pre-sentencing reports where necessary. And if someone is of ethnic, cultural or faith minority, or a young person under 25, or a woman or a pregnant woman, they will get a special sentencing report. Normally, those pre-sentencing reports do mean that the sentence is mitigated, that time is taken off for a jail term, for example. What it means, though, is that white men are going to be treated a lot tougher by judges from Tuesday compared to other groups in society. And that is unacceptable to the Prime Minister. He said in terms there, I said twice, would you scrap the Sentencing Council? He said all options are open. Shabana Mahmood, she's the Justice Secretary, she's put out a note just moments ago. She said that in her view, these guidelines represent clear differential treatment under which someone's outcomes may be influenced by their race, culture or religion. This is unacceptable, says the Justice Secretary, and I formally set out my objections, she says, in a letter to the Sentencing Council last week. She is extremely disappointed, she says, by what's happened here. All options on the table, that same language used there by Keir Starmer, and they will legislate if necessary. The question now, though, is can they legislate by Tuesday? The answer surely is not. It will take months and months, and in that period, there'll be a lot of uncertainty, I think, for white men in front of the judges.
So yeah, fuck the UK.
Mm-hmm. And they say white men are not under attack.
Yeah, it's fine. Just identify as a woman. It's fine.
Stop being white, Thermo.
I think this hotel has been taken over by like illegals. Like I think this is one of those migrant hotels. Given their response.
Sorry?
You're not allowed. Why you enter the?
Huh?
Why you enter the premises without telling anyone? Why you don't ask anyone about it?
I'll come to book a room. What are you talking about?
Charlie, red.
31, trespassing the building to outside.
Brother.
I'm booking a room. What's the problem? It's a 4-star hotel, isn't it?
Brother, you are not allowed.
It's a 4.
Outsiders are.
Charlie, red.
Outsiders? What do you mean by that?
Without appointment, you can't come here.
Right. Well, I looked on Google Maps.
Because it's a migrant hotel, but I cannot tell you, sir.
It's a 4-star hotel, so I need to book a room.
It's closed. It's closed for outsiders. It's completely closed.
What do you mean by outsiders? I don't get it.
It's completely closed. It's closed, brother.
But I've seen people coming in today.
But I'm not supposed to tell you.
If you're not going to tell me, I mean, I'll have to go in and have a look. I don't have a choice, my friend.
Stay there, mate. You can't enter. Stay there.
I must book a room.
I'm the security officer, you see.
Right.
I have the right to stop.
I'm not coming in.
Stay here. Hello, sir.
Hello.
I don't want to be. Please.
I see on Google Maps it's a 4-star hotel, so I need to book a room.
Sir.
Yep.
You are trespassing on private property.
On what, sorry? What's that word?
You're trespassing on
I don't understand what that word means.
on the private proproperty, all right?
I understand private property.
Okay, so you need
But
to
you-
leave right now. If don't, then I'll call
You're
the
shaking.
police.
Why are you shaking?
I'll call the police.
Are you angry?
Right?
Don't
No,
get
I'm
angry.
not
Don't get
angry.
angry.
Okay. This is you did the trespassing. We have to call the police if you didn't.
I've just blowed my bike.
Okay. You need to stop at the gate. It's written there. You need to stop there. Why you didn't?
I didn't see no sign, mate. I just rode straight past on the walkway area.
No, you need to leave.
It's a 4-star hotel, right?
No, that's what I tell you. That is closed for outside. No. Yeah.
What do you mean by outside? I don't get it. Outsiders. I'm not from. I'm not local. I'm not local. It says here. Let me show you. 4-star hotel. Open. Right? Yeah. So
there's someone who's standing in the window.
What's going on?
Brother, it's confidential. I'm not supposed to tell you.
Confidential.
Yeah.
It's a very nice hotel. I was hoping.
I feel bad for these security guards because they're told. I guarantee you, this is a migrant hotel. They're there because the government pays them, and they're told they can't say why they're there. They can't say what this building is. So it's like this poor bastard's just trying to do his job. Like,
Actually, could have just said it's fully booked out.
Sorry, we're fully booked out by people who came from far, far away.
Private function. We're full for a while. Sorry.
A government thing. You just say government thing.
Yeah.
Like that guy 100% get fired. Like if he confirmed what it is, I guarantee you, it is a fucking.
Oh, totally.
Well,
it is a
might
migrant
get fired
hotel.
for saying, "I can't tell you. It's confidential." Like that may even be enough to get him fired.
Like absolutely fucking ridiculous. And the government's probably paying better than market rate for that 4-star hotel. Yeah, no room in the inn for countrymen. Yeah.
Yeah.
But me and my wife is having a baby. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do some video game news.
Yep.
Pirate Nation says to all the video game journalists trying to say that Inzoi is boring and The Sims is better. Inzoi is now the most wishlisted game on Steam. A base developer who listens to gamers. De Novo removed from popular petition. Official mod support confirmed. They want mod games they want. Body types removed for just normal male, female.
What's de novo?
It's The Sims. Oh, De Novo is the copy protection bullshit.
Oh, okay.
It's very invasive.
It's very
That's
invasive,
why,
yeah.
That's why
people hate it. It's only $40. Early access on DLC is free. Incredible character creator, stellar graphics and lighting, clean UI. Did I mention it's only $40? Yes.
Wow.
It released the other day. Here it is on the Steam charts.
On mute, damn it. Damn. And still beat Assassin's Creed Shadows. Hey!
Well, the interesting thing about Assassin's Creed Shadows is
Actually, what is the peak for Shadows right now? Sorry. Yeah, Costy. Yeah, I've been seeing that.
Where is it?
It's the Sims where you control one Sim. It's like a mix of Sims and Second Life. It would be probably the best way to sum that up.
No, I think
the character creator is detailed.
It's what's it fucking called? Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah.
That's why.
Oh yeah.
So it's going to be garbage to fucking play.
Yeah.
Like I ran it. I downloaded the demo because I wanted to see what the character creators like. It's very good, like very detailed.
Sounds like it's gonna be system intensive. Yeah.
Yeah, very.
Very.
And the
get those 40, 50,
thing
90
is, well, so my wife plays The Sims. She also plays like House Flipper, and stuff like that.
That's fun. That's a fun one.
Yeah. So she has her own computer. She has my old 3050, and I don't think that's going to be enough.
I run a 3070, and I'm not confident. I've never played it.
I've got a 3070.
Yes.
And I tried it, and you're going to have to turn shit down.
Oh well.
So.
I'm not going to play it anyway.
Right now there are 20. The 24-hour peak is 44,000.
And the all-time peak has already been exceeded.
All-time peak is 64,000. Yeah.
And
but I do want to point out, Assassin's Creed is a mostly console game.
That is true. That is also
true. So the numbers for PC players of Assassin's Creed are about 23%.
No, that's fair.
So players right now.
If you were to say peak 60, so 60. I'm just going to ask Grok so I can be lazy.
What was the percentage?
23%.
So that's about 260,000-70,000 total, allegedly.
281,847.
Close enough.
You were faster than Grok. It's 70,261.
But do the consoles have?
But I just did 64K, not the whole amount.
Did the consoles have a list? Have a player chart?
Consoles don't do player charts.
Alright, so the playing now is through Steam.
Yeah, playing now is through Steam. Yeah.
Okay.
So there is at least 278,000 peak players if you go by the 23% stuff. So.
But you never know because they're never going to release that information.
But you're jumping ahead. So if you notice the world of Inzoi is eerily heterosexual, don't fret. The distinct lack of gay Zois is a known issue. And here it is on their known issues page, number 5. So of course it's very very high on the priority list. Same-sex relationships are not possible with other Zois in the city.
Oh well.
So yeah. Of course there's going to be gay people in it. They've already added pronouns. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Fucking. But this is the most important thing. Wicked Zoi, an adult mod for Inzoi.
Of course.
So it's an adult mod that introduces advanced, quote-unquote, advanced relationship dynamics.
Dating sim boys.
Intimate interactions and mature themes. There's very similar. There's Wicked Sims. So there's that for that. So I knew there'd be one for Inzoi.
Odds on how many hours have been spent on the character creation and specifically on breast and penis size?
I don't think you can do that.
You can do breast size. That's the first thing I checked. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. So you can adjust the boob.
Oh yeah, like breast size, but like penis size. Like
but not penis size. Let me.
This is not.
I don't think the base game doesn't have nudity though, does it?
No, there's no nudity in the base game.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like it's not a full.
No, but that's what I mean with that mod.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Did it include a penis slider?
There'd be different models and stuff. So this is the.
It's The Sims. You play as a god working for this cat and controlling a city. It's a next-gen life sim game that was just revealed in South Korea. Here's everything you need to know. The game has a character creator, a build mode. You can even play god in the city, adjusting the weather, the time of year, and more. Think The Sims, but hyper-realistic. It's built in Unreal Engine 5, so the graphics look pretty amazing. The story of the game is this. This is Pussycat. That's the boss of the company that you work at, where you control people. It's your job as a god to make all of their choices for them.
Holy shit, I didn't even realize there was a storyline.
In the game, you'll create the characters. The characters are known as Zois, and you'll live their lives for them, making their choices much the same as you would in The Sims. You can become a firefighter, a cashier.
People were getting butthurt because the developers are like, oh yeah, you can absolutely use, we're going to leverage AI to make textures for items. Oh, and people are immediately like, oh, AI slop. It's like, no, bro. They've got to make all this shit at scale. How do you think that shit's going to happen now? It's going to be fucking AI.
Slop.
God damn it.
I'm surprised you don't use a shorts redirector.
Become a firefighter, a cashier, or even an idol. Make the Zois fall in love, have a baby, live their dream life together, or even fall out. Fans of the life sim genre are going to be eating well for the coming years with Paralives, The Sims 5, and Life by You, and now this called In.
Oh, that was the other one I saw, Life by You. I think that's from Paradox. So you'll be able to. There'll be incest in that one. All the Crusader Kings viewers are like, oh yes, that's right.
Yeah, let's get into it.
In Zoi. There's no release date yet, but follow.
There is a release date. In fact, it's out. Yep. So, anyway, speaking of Assassin's Creed and Ubisoft, Tencent have handed Ubisoft a big wad of cash to spin out Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six as a separate business. So what Ubisoft has done is they have transferred a bunch of their debt, along with all their major franchises and all the teams working, like development teams working on them, into a separate company that they own wholly and solely. Ubisoft is taking 25% of that of a stake in that company, that sub company of Ubisoft, and the deal is actually I've got the deal here. So yes, so Tencent's chucking in 1.16 billion euros. All the biggest selling franchises are going into a subsidiary of Ubisoft. Ubisoft will maintain full control. It'll be exactly the same development teams, working on exactly the same games they're working on now, but for this separate company that is much more valuable than this is the astounding thing. The 25%, so 25% stake, Tencent is paying 1.16 billion euros for. So this is Ubisoft Entertainment. This is the European stock market. This is their share price, and their market cap. Their market cap is $1.7 billion. So that is the value of all the shares on the market right now at the price that they are at. So the market is valuing Ubisoft at 1/4 of this spin-off company. So Tencent, so Ubisoft is horribly undervalued. This is not investment advice. But yeah, Ubisoft was carrying some debt. I'm pretty sure they've offloaded it onto, or they paid it off with this $1 billion, so they're in a much better financial place. But Ubisoft is not going anywhere. People will this guy was like, it's officially sold its video game franchises and to Tencent, and Tencent will get 25% ownership and royalties. It's not. It's not that at all. As this guy points out, this guy is a dumbass. Tencent is paying royalties to Ubisoft. So Ubisoft will have the right to use any characters, any of the IP that is part of this company in their own products, and they will pay this Ubisoft company a royalty in order to do that. This was ready ages ago. This has been in the works for ages. People are like, oh, this was because AC Shadows was crap, so Ubisoft had to do something urgently. It's like, dude, this is not something that was done urgently.
These deals are not made on
these
the
deals
spot.
are not made because overnight because Grums dunked on you. No. The deal gave Tencent usage rights to Ubisoft's IP. Think AC shit in other Tencent games.
And that's the key deal there.
Or
is
using
all of the Tencent's games utilizing the IPs.
Can use get woke, get woke, make a ton of money apparently. So and everybody's like, oh, Tencent's gonna save Ubisoft. Oh, it's gonna make everything better. They're not gonna make woke games anymore. All these developers who made the woke games, they're all gonna get fired. No, they've all the company's got a huge injection of capital. All the developers and their entire teams are going to this new fucking subsidiary, and they're going to continue working on the games they were already working on. And Ubisoft is going to maintain control.
Yeah, all it costs is giving Tencent IP access.
Yes, Tencent derangement syndrome, yes. So, apparently Ubisoft is preparing for an employee lawsuit, according to this Ubisoft dev on Facebook. I don't believe these fucking anonymous accounts anymore. Especially, because this, Endymion's been nailed before, fucking Grums has been nailed before, just trolls will say shit, and these guys will all just run with it without confirming anything and be like, because it confirms their bias.
Well, not just that. You've also got the AI part of Facebook. How do they not know that posting as an anonymous? They go to the internet, go, oh, what's the details, and then throw it into an anonymous post.
And the engagement system goes, oh, engagement.
Yep. You can't trust anonymous.
More of that, please.
At all, because of that.
Yeah. But this anonymous participant says Ubisoft fucks their employees big time. Since 2015, most of them took their bonuses and invested their own money in Ubisoft shares. That's hundreds of millions in shares. Now with the creation of the new entity, moving the most profitable IPs under and opening the pathway for the old entity bankruptcy, their money are worth nothing. Most of them are bought at $30 per share. Sorry for Anon Post, I'm under NDA. Bullshit.
I fucking doubt that.
doesn't understand diddly fucking squat. So the original company holds 75% of the shares, the shares and full control of the subsidiary. It's still part of Ubisoft. Nothing has actually gone anywhere.
Yeah,
now,
like saying,
at a future date, at least 2 years from now, according to the proposal, they could sell some or part of Ubisoft's holding in this spin-off company. But they're stuck for at least 2 years.
That's like saying, Google is where the money's at, so anyone who owns shares in Alphabet is screwed.
Yeah, we'll add some clarification. Instead of bonuses, game devs have annual bonuses, launch bonuses, and a percentage from sales each quarter. This amount usually adds up to half-yearly salary. Devs were offered stock shares at better prices. And that's, by the way, a felony, considering it's an openly traded company that's inside. No, it's not. This is absolutely 100% false. This person is a liar who doesn't know shit. And you know why?
Nothing.
Because I work for a company where a portion of your bonus is in options. So where you are given an entitlement of shares that vest at some point in the future. So say you get $10,000 of cash and $10,000 of shares. So you are issued the number of shares in trust based on the value at that time. So if the shares are worth $10 a share, you get 100 shares. Sorry, you get 1,000 shares. See, it's not a math day. So if shares are $10 a share, you get 1,000 shares. So you get an entitlement to 1,000 shares. So they'll vest in, say, 4 years. And the idea is you stay at the company. They do that to retain employees.
Oh yeah, there's more rights, not options.
Now,
options
in 4 years,
where you actually
they're
go
rights.
in and say, go.
They're rights. So in 4 years, when your rights vest, the company will buy the shares on the open market for whatever the value is now. If they've gone up, bad for them. If they've gone down, woohoo, good for them, bad for you. And then you pay tax on the value that they are given to you at. So you get the shares issued in your name at the value that they were purchased at.
Just a hint: they probably already held the shares. They just held it under the.
Some companies buy or pre-buy them under and hold them under a trust. Others will just buy them at the market price at the time because
that's a silly way to do it.
Yeah, I know that's a silly way to do it. Yeah, but if you think your price is going to go down, it's a great way to do it. So yeah, this total fugazi, total and utter fugazi,
has no understanding.
Dude, and look where it's from.
Employees share markets.
Screenshot is from Sweet Baby Inc. Group. So absolute garbage. Like, I'm sorry, but this is bullshit. So, but it's okay because Grums is taking full responsibility for his plan working. Here he is saying 2 years ago, Ubisoft is one of the biggest DEI proponents, so they need to go away. So he's taking a fucking victory lap for no victory.
Yeah, they're still here.
There's no victory. Ubisoft is not going anywhere now.
Still going to make DEI games.
If Ubisoft went under, then yeah, everybody's getting fired and the IP's getting transferred somewhere else. That's not happening. Ubisoft is going to cash $1 billion check from Tencent. Ubisoft is going to get royalties from Tencent when they use their fucking products in their shitty Chinese games. Like you're going to get fucking
and you guys are going to buy it.
You're going to get Sam Fisher in the latest Chai Slop AI gacha game.
Doesn't Tencent own?
He's not there already.
TikTok as well.
Yes, no. Is it Tencent? No, it's ByteDance.
That's ByteDance. Okay.
Yeah, ByteDance.
Yeah, ByteDance is another one of the other ones. So yeah, you didn't do anything. You haven't fucking even won, and he's taking a fucking victory lap. Like this guy's a fucking moron, man. And the fact that anybody listens to him is absolutely fucking astounding. Fucking Costy, I trust Grums. Don't sweat the details. It's about the message. So that's the thing. The Chinese love the message because it weakens the US. Like fuck, it destroys the West. It makes us fight amongst ourselves. It drives the culture wars even harder. It's not so fucking stupid. So yeah.
Yep.
I want to thank everyone who supported me and fought alongside with me to change the industry. It's working, and you all actually did it. No, it's not working. It's really not.
You haven't changed anything at all.
Like,
you could ask him, what exactly did you change? It's all still the same, just different company.
Yeah, it's.
Unless you like the censorship that comes from Tencent instead of the American AAA games.
You see whenever I see this the green star, the pink star, I know you're a fucking moron who has nothing to contribute to the conversation because you pay someone on Twitter to fucking subscribe to them. Like this, I'm pretty sure earlier in the week he was talking about how I don't monetize Twitter. I don't monetize Twitter. I don't get money for making I don't make shit takes just to get paid. Fucking makes money from Twitter. He's a fucking subscribe.
One subscriber.
You could literally fucking subscribe to him for $8 a month.
That faggot in the comments was his one subscriber.
Was it?
Yeah, that guy's his one subscriber.
That guy's his one subscriber. Yeah, speaking of subscribing. See, RC is much better at this than I am. Oh no, Data Republican subscribes to him as well. Oh no, wait. One subscription. Oh, that's who he subscribes to.
Okay.
I didn't think you could do that. I'm looking it up Elon now.
Who Elon subscribes to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, here you go. Subs. Ah, that's interesting. You can't. Oh, maybe because I've got to follow him. Let me refresh the page. You can't see who Elon Musk subscribes to. That's fucking interesting.
You can't.
Huh.
Let's go to Reddit Lies. Subs. That's subscriber only post. That's fucking weird, man. Why can I see who Grums follow? Like who Grums pays?
Because he hasn't hidden it. That's probably why.
I can't see Elon.
Because
Let's see Lucas Gage. I bet Lucas Gage. I bet this fucking. No posts, replies, media. He doesn't subscribe to anybody. I wonder how much the engagement there is in the subscription system, because it has never occurred to me to give a shit about subscription only content from fucking people tweeting.
That's what Patreon's for.
Maybe Razer. No, it's not there. Why? Why does Grums? Why can't I search for Grums? It's retarded. Maybe he's watching right now and he's blocked me. Verified followers, followers you know, followers, following, subscribers, subscriptions. Like what the fuck?
So if you click subs there,
hide your so you can hide because you can. Hide
you didn't go to the proper screen. That's why.
Subscribe to him.
Is that why? What fucking screen did I go to?
Are you looking at
where did you go to?
No, hold on. I think so. He has one subscription. Click the one subscription.
That's where you got it.
All right, that's what. Thank you. Fuck, I'm retarded. People in the chat going, "Oh, Elon doesn't have that at all."
Wait, hang on.
Oh, he's hitting it.
Go back to Grums's subscription.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
URL, and then just put Elon's in there.
But you can. There is a setting in. There is a setting to hide the list of. To hide your subscriptions. There is so Grums has not hidden his subscriptions. Razer and Elon have.
So Elon has.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yep. Anyway, fuck Grums. He didn't do anything. He hasn't done anything. He didn't win anything.
What was it? What was he even claiming to have done? I don't get it.
That he beat woke. He destroyed Ubisoft.
Okay, no.
He's the hero we all waiting for. He's the leader of all fucking. Of course, he's gonna go on Flashcast and do a victory lap.
Yeah.
Grum's derangement syndrome. God damn it, Costy. Not everything's derangement syndrome.
It is with you.
Like, nobody elected this guy to be the leader of the spokesman of gamers. He's and let's not forget, he's a fucking scammer. His bullshit game is never going to get released. He's been milking people for fucking years. Like, fucking Christ. Anyway, speaking of fucking scammers, Andrew Tate was in the US long enough to beat up his girlfriend.
Nice.
One of his girlfriends. One of Andrew Tate's girlfriends says he nearly choked her unconscious during a violent sexual encounter 2 weeks ago, prompting her to report the alleged incident to police. TMZ has learned. I don't see the fucking... This is what I don't see this shit. Like, she's posting these images. I'm like, the red mark? I guess the red mark is like, could be like a thumb.
Those are Amber Heard pictures.
But I guess if that's the next morning... like, you gotta hold it pretty hard to have the mark still there. But still, here's her thing. She had post-concussion syndrome. She was diagnosed with. I mean, that's just like, I hit my head. Okay, well, you must have post-concussion syndrome. Here are some tweets selectively extracted. Look, you know me. I'm not a fucking fan of Andrew Tate, but something feels fucking fishy about this. Across the sea, this is him. No, this isn't him. This has got to be her. Oh shit! No, this is him. Listen to this faggot. Across the seas, across the skies, two Pookies live with loving ties. One in LA where palm trees sway, the other in Bucharest, far away. Though miles apart, they laugh and play, with calls and texts to fill each day. They share the sunsets, share the stars, no distance can keep them afar. One's dawn is the other's night, yet both hearts dance in shared delight. For loves like theirs can always find a way to bridge the space and time. You fucking faggot. A Pookie poem and Pookie flowers.
Yeah, how can I stick it in?
I'm sad today and Miss Pumpkin, Pookie Pumpkin Princess. You fucking faggot. This is your masculine god.
That is simple.
Now he says you backtalk too much. Like now that he's in the vicinity of her, he fucking hates her. You backtalk too much, whore, so I beat you. I'll hit you today, but I love you. Why the name calling? Do you understand? I'm scared. Don't care. Do you understand? Yes. Why the hitting? Do you belong to me or not? I do. Because I want to beat the fuck out of you. You will give me a child this year, bitch. This sounds much more like his normal persona. Why do you want to beat me? It's 12:30 a.m. I'm in the room. I sleep soon. What's the point of having you? If I don't beat you and impregnate you, you should be thankful.
Oh, there's that Islam coming
If you ever betray me, you will regret it. Okay, crazy. No, I'm serious.
No, in real life.
No, in real life.
Oh god.
Poetry game is weak. Need to up my game. You know what you need to do, Costa? You need to sign up for the War Room, where they've got poetry readings, I guess.
War Room with Steve Bannon.
If you're mine, why wouldn't I be able to hit you? Okay, you scared me with what you said. I really love hitting you. It's good for me, and it's relaxing, don't you think? Pookie, no, I cry.
What the fuck? Is English not her first language?
Probably not.
She's a millennial. I don't think she's able to fucking... Actually, she's a Zoomer, so I don't think she's able to fucking construct full sentences. You need to be hit. Why? I don't like it. What did I do? You deserved it. Matt Damon! So yeah, Andrew took a photo with the Kanye the same night Kim Kardashian yanked North with her. Who gives a shit? So anyway. Oh yeah, this guy points out Andrew Tate was in the US for less than a month and he's already accused of having committed sexual assault against his girlfriend during that time. Yeah, so she alleges that he strangled her unconscious.
Well, did she like literally ask for it? Like,
who the fuck knows?
I don't know.
Bree Stern, her name is. She says accused sex trafficker nearly choked her unconscious during violent sexual encounter.
Consensual sexual encounter?
I assume the sexual encounter was consensual. Started choking Stern during sex, but when she told him to stop as it got rougher, he ignored her pleas. Well, that's rape.
Well, no, choking. She asked him to stop.
Yeah, okay. She asked her to stop. Yeah.
That's the assault. No, stop choking.
No,
but keep pounding.
Yeah, keep fucking me. Just stop with the choking.
I want to enjoy this too.
Tate became more violent and Stern lost consciousness. The alleged attack only stopped after the sex was over. After Tate, 38, fell asleep.
Sorry, lost 30 seconds.
There you go. He's one of us, boys. Nut roll over.
That's the way it works.
Stern went to the bathroom, took photos of her injuries, according to him. Said, so the photos were taken directly after. So that was during the day. Oh, he must have been jet lagged. Sleeping during the day. That's fucking lazy.
Or his vitality's gone down.
Yeah. He needs to take more of his pills. There she is. That's her at her Instagram account, which I'm sure is full of Tate people.
Mm-hmm.
That face is full of plastic.
It's a derp face. Oh, here she is. On the cover of FHM. I fuck attractive bitches all the time. Here's me on Tate's plane.
So plastic.
Plastic as plastic can be.
Yeah.
They're not even like natural shape either.
Yeah. Like you can see it there. There's no point in slow-mo. They don't move, love. So...
What the fuck is with her skeleton? Like, her hips. Oh god. Like, what's her hips? Yeah. That. Yeah. I know.
Yeah. It's because Tim. It's because the arse is fake as well.
Yes, of course.
Oh, and it's pulling the skin back.
Oh, she's a cutting board underneath it all.
She's got arse injections or arse implants, and it's
I think she's probably got the implant in her ass.
Yeah, and that's why it looks like the skin's tight, because it is.
Yeah.
That is not attractive at all.
That's not.
No. Yeah. Anyway. There was an earthquake this week, a 7.7.
Yeah.
In Myanmar.
And
it took down a fucking building in Bangkok that was under construction.
That's like 1,000 kilometers away. Insane. People inside, hundreds of them.
There were at least 40.
Yeah, I think
so here's from the fucking site.
Yeah.
This is at the construction site. He's running in thongs too. Did you see that?
Oh, no.
Poor bastard's wearing thongs.
Well, yeah, everyone wears thongs over there, even the construction workers. Read that shit firsthand.
Seriously? Right in front of my OSHA handbook?
Yeah, really. Right in front of my brand
I just hope he's got double pluggers.
Cheap shitty ones get
Just the sound. Like...
Listen to all the debris hitting.
Like you hear that slight rumbling before, and it just goes. Man, you know who I feel bad for, other than the people inside who died? Look, anybody who was in New York on September 11. Because they're gonna be watching these videos and having fucking PTSD.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Fucking run, the dust is coming.
I wonder if that crack in the road's new. No, it doesn't look like it.
That looks like it.
Oh, good luck getting in the taxi, lady.
Fucking using a taxi! Drive, bitch, drive! Get in the fucking car and go!
Yeah.
Dude, how many people fucking died post 9/11 because of fucking the shit they inhaled?
Yeah.
So I'd be fucking moving quick too. Well, no, I wouldn't be moving quick. I'd be trying to move quick. I'm a big guy, but I can move pretty fast, but not that fast.
Not that fast.
Not
Yeah,
car fast.
Too.
I can't
Only
move
if
that
it's downhill though.
Downhill and over short distances. And if it's downhill, there's no stopping me.
Yeah. How is Myanmar doing? Because that's where the epicenter was.
That first one was Myanmar.
No, they were all fucking.
It hit in
these were all
Myanmar.
Thailand.
Yeah, it hit. It hit. The epicenter was in Myanmar, but it was felt all the way out to Thailand. In Bangkok. Bangkok's like 1,000 kilometers. Oh shit!
Crane got tired.
Oh,
Dude.
That crane was moving before.
I think that crane was moving because of the earthquake.
Yeah. And then just the weight of it collapsed under its own weight. And then,
No, I think the violent shaking made it.
Yeah, the anchors that were holding
started
it
the shake,
building
and then when the
were
crane
shaking.
arm came down, yes, that's what ripped it up. Yes.
Look at this way.
Oh, not the highway.
What's the problem?
Oh, since the 90s, like elevated highways are pretty well built now around earthquakes.
In the west.
In the west and in most places.
Yeah, like Thailand actually has decent roads. It's not. I've said it before. It's not a third world country. It's solidly developed. Sorry, developing country. Newly developed.
How often do earthquakes happen?
I don't think very often over there.
Are you kidding? Indonesia's in the ring of fire.
Yeah, I'm talking Thailand specifically.
Yeah, but if they're near Indonesia, like that whole area is near the ring of fire.
Yeah, of course. But I'm talking Thailand specifically. I don't know. I'll have to look that up. I know monsoons, hurricanes, all the other stuff.
But a 7.7 is
7.7's fucking huge.
Yep, that's biggie.
That's a big one. That's a huge bitch.
Their last earthquake was 6 years ago. So, and before, so the last one was in 2019. There were two in 2018. Before that was 2014, 2011, 2007. So, yeah, and then 2006, then 1989. Like, it's not a heavily earthquake-prone place.
Well, that's one way to wash a building.
True.
Those things are supposed to sway. They're supposed to sway in the wind and during earthquakes. So.
But most of the time, yeah.
But yeah, if there's not a cloud in the sky, and suddenly it starts raining as you walk past the building, get the fuck away.
Yeah, for the most part, they catch the shocks from earthquakes in Myanmar and China.
Because 2 tons of water coming down on you is still 2 tons.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, not the trains. They have better trains. They have better trains than Brisbane.
No, it's fake.
Like the other collapse.
Jet fuel doesn't melt.
Earthquakes don't melt steel beams.
That one.
ตึกถล่มมาแล้ว
I
Because that's the thing. This came down after the earthquake, so everybody's filming.
Yeah, I was looking at where this was. No, I've actually been to that area.
That looks like a totally different angle or a different building.
Yeah, 'cause that's
Different angle, I would say.
I was in that area when I was there last time. So yeah, in the Chatuchak area. Oh, they're dead. Oh god. Fuck.
Free washing. God damn. So yeah, fucking hell. It's all right. It just means it's relieved some pressure. The earthquake, I mean.
Yes.
Clive Revel. Don't know. Oh, God damn it. Known for his voice acting role as Alfred Pennyworth in the Batman the Animated Series and as Emperor Palpatine in the original cut of Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, has passed away at the age of 94 years old.
He's up there with Kevin Conroy now.
Wait, he was the
Bruce and
original
Alfred
Emperor.
He was the original voice of the Emperor.
in Episode 5. Yeah.
In Episode 5, yeah.
He's
Because you
up
don't
there with-
see the Emperor in person.
No, but he's up there with
that's true.
Bruce, Alfred and Bruce together up there now.
I don't think you do. Like, you don't see him directly.
It's 6 that you see him.
Just Stop Oil says, we're hanging up the high vis. 3 years ago, we appeared in a blaze of orange. The end of April, we'll be hanging up the high vis. Our original demand of no new oil and gas is now government policy. We've kept over 4.4 billion barrels of oil in the ground. A new resistance will be coming. Join us for the final Just Stop Oil action in Parliament Square, April 26th.
Oh, they're taking the Grom's lap of victory.
Well, the government has decided that there'll be no new oil drilling. No new oil and gas exploration. So they technically won.
Yeah,
Because that's what they wanted. They wanted the government to stop to do it, and they got a Labor government.
Which
Now
one?
it's doing it. So it just means Norway will drill for more oil in the North Sea.
Oh, okay, so that's Britain.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Here is Tim Welch saying we need a shadow government, which is hilarious because shadow government, I know what he's talking about. He's talking about like we have. We have an opposition party and then representatives who fill in as the person who knows a lot, basically the person who's briefed on the thing the same way as the government is on the other side.
Basically, so they can come out and be like, yeah, they're retarded, that's a bad plan, let's not do it that way.
So instead of having you'd have the transport secretary say something, and then the shadow transport secretary say, no, that's stupid. If I were transport secretary, I'd do this. But that doesn't work over there because the president picks his executive. They're not picked from the fucking front bench of the majority party.
Yeah, he wants the Canadian. Well, Canada's like ours.
He wants the Westminster system. Yeah.
Yes, that's what. That's the word. Thank you.
So, because we had it before Canada did.
Yeah.
Tim Moss, so yes.
We see one of the first things they do is try and restrict the vote. This is one of the things, though, that this is going to take power to the streets. I don't know what the answer is on this, but I've been saying this. I think we need a shadow government so when all these things come up every single day, we've got an alternate press conference telling the truth about what things are happening.
Yeah, he means
You do,
Canadian
it's called
Westminster.
MSNBC, CNN.
That's right.
American-
In the entire media, yes.
Americans won't understand that though. That's the thing. They're going to run with shadow government, shadow wizard money gang. Like they don't understand what that means.
Employees of Jackson Hewitt, a tax service company, were handing out flyers to illegal immigrants lined up outside the Roosevelt Hotel in New York, which is famous for housing migrants on the taxpayer's dime. Flyer indicates that illegal immigrants can get up to $14,000 in tax returns based on how many children they have. When the employer found out Sav says is a journalist, he took the flyers back and said legal would have to get involved if he's on camera.
We do this stuff like this, like at all the shelters and stuff.
But like our company, this is why we try to help people by, providing them with refunds.
Uno Hio, $7,650. Two Hio, $12,635. Three Hio, $14,255. They want to claim the what is it? It's like the It's like a child tax benefit or something.
For undocumented children.
Yeah, it's not the earned income tax credit. It's something else. It's like a special tax credit for the Americans do it the weirdest way. Like you get a credit, like you get a tax credit, and basically they use the tax system to give you money. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
You know,
This is Savannah Hernandez in front of the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City. Now, we wanted to come check in on the migrant crisis and ask.
I swear to God, this woman has a tin of fucking helium, and before she speaks, she just takes a big huff.
Sad.
As we were walking around, we saw a Jackson Hewitt table out here with an employee who was handing out this flyer. Now, what this flyer says is working or not, file your taxes and we can get the maximum refund for your family. And the paper says that if you have one child, you can get over $7,000 in a refund. And if you have up to 3 children, you can get over $14,000. So the Jackson Hewitt employee who initially handed me this paper, after finding out I was a journalist, took the paper away. That's why this one's so dirty, because a migrant ended up giving me another copy, and he stated that if he's put on camera and this goes out, that legal will have to get involved.
We do this stuff like this, like at all the shelters and stuff.
But like our company, this is why we try to help people by, you know, providing them with refunds, you know.
So you guys are trying to help the migrants with their taxes then, to help them get refunds, help them get some money back from the government?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, we're just going to go try to talk to them.
Can't put my footage.
Can we take one of your papers, though, just so we can kind of... Thank you.
Actually, you should just take this one, because this one has my office information, and
Okay.
so therefore legal would have to get involved. So that's
Okay, so just wanted to give you guys an idea of, again, what migrants have been told in New York City. Now that tax season is coming up, they are being given official flyers from Jackson Hewitt themselves on how to file their taxes. You know, we have the Trump administration that is currently in office, and they have been promising mass deportations, but in sanctuary cities like New York, where you've had over 200,000 illegal immigrants make their way to this area, the crisis is very much alive and well. Now, this shelter behind me is actually set to close in June, but you have another shelter that was just opened up in the Bronx with 2,200 beds specifically for single migrant men. So the crisis very much alive here in New York City that has already spent $7 billion on migrants over the last couple of years. Wanted to give you guys an update as of March 2025 where we're currently at with it.
They're all in one. They're all in one place.
Yeah.
Just go and get them.
Come on, Ice. Ice, baby.
See, what needs to happen is Logan Paul needs to just hire them for his events in New York City.
Square, what's good? Times Square, what's up? Let's go, New York! New York City, the greatest city in the world. How y'all
Look at
feeling
how fucking
tonight?
empty it is.
I see y'all up front. Let's go.
Oh, lol. JD Vance was in Iceland. No, Greenland.
The other one.
Because they want to take Greenland. It's funny, all the anti-war MAGA people who are perfectly fine with Trump talking about using military force on Greenland. So
Yeah, let's not do that. If they want to join the US, let them join.
It's not a war. It's a
I know they
military
don't. I'm
exercise.
just saying, yeah, don't. Well,
something
yeah,
like
hold on, yeah.
something like 89%.
Yeah, of course.
I actually thought the other day, like, because someone said just buy them, and I thought that's not a bad idea.
That's what Trump wants to do.
Well, no, that's not what Trump wants to do. He has not floated any of that.
Trump wants them to vote out of being
last
Denmark.
term, he said about buying them.
Sorry, that's where I'm
like
getting
maybe
it
I
from.
should buy Greenland.
That's where I'm getting it from. Sorry.
So he could. So there's 56,000 people who live there. He could buy. He could give each of them $1 million.
Yeah.
And it would cost like $56 billion. So that's not bad.
Yeah.
I asked Grok what impact that would have on the economy, and it would be a fucking disaster. The Greenlandic economy, because everybody would suddenly be a millionaire. So money would the value of everything would just explode.
Yeah.
Just leave.
Well, what they should do is, so the offer should be extended that if Greenland wants to vote to join
the Union,
the Union, as a territory with no congressman, then they can, and every citizen will receive $1 million in a sovereign wealth fund for that territory,
like 401k or something like that.
If you want the money, you can have it, but you don't get American citizenship, and you have to leave Greenland. So you get cash, but you have to leave Greenland. So that way, it doesn't affect the local economy. Local economy is fine. The territory economy has, $56 billion minus however many people actually take the cash and run to spend on infrastructure for the people who live there. So education, infrastructure, healthcare, all that stuff. And then the US gets the whole fucking thing. Not a shot fired. And if that's not enough money, all right, $2 million per person. They would have to be fucking crazy not to take that. If they don't want to live there, that's fine. They can take their $1 million cash, tax-free, and leave. They can move to Denmark. They can move to Denmark with their $2 million. And if they don't want to be American citizen, that's fine too. Like they can.
The family of all, $2 million.
Yeah, that's right. That includes kids. So
yeah, it's the size of a big town, population wise. Like it's
but that's what I'm saying. Like
no, you're right. Because you want to acquire the land, don't use force.
And China, if you're listening, you could do the same thing. Start a bidding war, baby.
Yeah, the only people who win, or the people who win, are
the Greenlanders.
Yeah.
So, capitalism, baby.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
The tariffs. There's been some retaliation, some signals at least in the media that Canada is going to respond. Some of these others are going to respond to the president's tariffs. What's your message for Americans that are going to see cost increase on auto manufacturing, new cars, that kind of thing? Is it Buy America, or what's the message going forward there?
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all,
Have you noticed he's not wearing the eyeliner?
Yeah.
For the Canadians and
Yeah, sure.
dear friends in Canada, and of course we love the Canadian people, but the Canadian leadership threatening retaliatory tariffs against the United States, as President Trump often says, they just don't have the cards. There is no way that Canada can win a trade war with the United States. What President Trump has said is that he wants to level the playing field. For decades, Canadian leadership has forced American farmers and American manufacturers to play by an unfair set of rules. All President Trump has said is that we're done playing by an unfair set of rules. If you're going to do something to our industries, then we're going to do something back to your industries. That's how you protect American manufacturing.
Australia doesn't have any tariffs on American goods. Yet there are tariffs on Australian steel and aluminium.
And that's how you protect American jobs. Now, what I'd say to the American people is look, the president ran on this, and he said very clearly that we're done being the piggy bank of the entire world. For 40 years, in the same way that our European friends, I think, have neglected international security, for 40 years, a lot of our friends all over the world have used America as a piggy bank. They have used us to absorb all of their excess economic production. What does that mean for Americans?
This is the most economically illiterate thing I've ever heard a vice president say. The idea that the world has just been using America to absorb all our crap production that Americans don't want. Bitch, that's not how that works. Capitalism doesn't work that way. If you don't want the product, don't buy it. If there's no demand in the US, I'm not selling it to the fucking US. If there's demand for it, I'll make it and sell it to the US. This idea that, oh, we're just making all this garbage so that the US will buy it. Well, the US wants to buy it. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about, you economically illiterate fucking moron?
They're buying the Chinese slop. That's an American problem.
That's
Has nothing
that's
to do
exactly
with
right.
China.
It's not China's fault you buy cheap Chinese garbage. Like fucking Christ. And you know what? By all accounts, he's a smart man. And a skilled investor, which means he has a concept of economics. I can't tell if he's just saying whatever he needs to appeal to his base or the Trump people, or if he actually is a fucking moron who doesn't understand how global economies work.
For Americans, that's meant manufacturing jobs declining. That's meant middle-class wages going down. That's meant whole towns that have been hollowed out by empty factories. And that means in America that is less safe because our manufacturing isn't as powerful now as it was 30 years ago. I've got all these brave Americans in front of me and a few behind me too. We want to send, if God forbid we have to send Americans to war, we want them to have weapons, the best weapons in the world that are manufactured in America and not in China.
They fucking are, you dumbass.
The way you do that is to rebuild the American manufacturing sector. The days of America being the piggy bank of the world, the days of closed factories, the days of people not being able to get a middle-class job in this country, they're over. And yes, that means we're going to have to fight back even against some of our friends and their unfair economic practices. But the long-term consequence of this is going to be higher wages, more manufacturing, and more economic security for the American people.
The Americans are going to enjoy paying $300 for a T-shirt. Like,
Yeah, but hopefully that T-shirt won't get holes in it after a fucking week. So
no, it'll be made by exactly the same standards because America will import the same cotton.
Yeah, true.
They'll import the same raw materials, manufactured assembled elsewhere, and the shirt will be made in America because the shirt tariffs are too high. So, and this is the thing, if there's a tariff that adds $20 to the cost of an importer to bring in a product, that just means the locally made product can be more expensive.
Yeah,
it can be like
I know for a fact it is. I have American-made clothing. I have American-made uniforms. They are more expensive, but they're better. They're better quality.
So you're saying manufacturing doesn't need to come back to the US because there's already American-made clothing that is more expensive.
I don't know how much shit is manufactured in the fucking US. All I know is that the stuff I bought from the US that's made in the US
is good quality.
Yeah, and it does cost more, but it's better quality, so it's lasting longer.
Yeah, that's capitalism.
Yes. What's your argument?
My point is, this guy doesn't know shit about economics in any way, or he's pretending not to.
Okay.
I'd say he's targeting his speech is targeting a very few industries that he wants to bring back, maybe like car manufacturing, steel.
But that is completely that is inconsistent with the president's policy then. Because the president's policy is across the board tariffs.
Not for steel, not for aluminium.
No, he's targeting tariffs. Those were straight away.
Who knows?
So all steel, all aluminum, tariff immediately. All product from Canada, tariff. All product from China, tariff. All product from Mexico, tariff. Those aren't targeted tariffs. Those are completely broad tariffs. And the fact that he thinks that Canada thinks it can win a trade war is retarded. Nobody wins a trade war. Nobody wins a trade war. The markets get fucking hammered. Like everybody loses in a trade war. There are no winners.
I got to know.
Speaking of winners.
Oh,
not this guy.
Dr. Morris or Governor Morrissey the first time I saw him. I said, "You look like you ate Governor Morrissey." And there was a lot of talk about getting healthy again, and I'm very happy and he's invited me to be his personal trainer.
I don't take health advice from a guy on steroids. It's all
I
right.
am going to put him.
That's all natural Kennedy physique.
No, it's not.
Because he says Trump will win the trade war. I don't know.
Well, the Canadian one, yes, because they'll just collapse.
I don't even know what
Trump
Trump's
will
doing.
win the trade war.
All I know is America. His goal
I'm gonna
was
put
to bring jobs and manufacturing back to the America. I don't know if the method is right. I don't understand the method.
It kind of will.
I don't know.
But only for key industries. It's not going to be for everything.
And it'll be until the tariffs stop, until the tariffs disappear.
Yeah.
Like, no business is going to go through the CapEx to fucking build a new factory in the US when in 4 years the tariffs will be gone. So they may do it because they want something else from the president so that they can, it'll be another bribe.
It'll be like
it'll be something that we do so that we can get an exemption for these tariffs, or an exclusion here or exclusion there. It's all patronage.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, it doesn't help Americans. So, and at the end of the day, it hurts everybody, Americans and the world as a whole. All right, I'm going to make a prediction. By the end of Trump's term, global GDP has dropped. So the entire world's gross domestic product will have gone down.
Yes.
Maybe.
And it may have come back up by the end of his
design.
term, but I think the global economy will contract. We will have another global recession. So
yes,
maybe
yes, because prices are inflated at the moment.
Yeah, I think the bubble will burst at some point, and maybe we're just making too much shit that we don't really need.
Contraction is necessary.
I don't know.
We're on a really rigorous regimen, and we're going to put him on a carnival.
Anyway, he called someone fat to their face.
Oh no!
Apparently, some guy.
Fatty.
He can never get to the point. He rambles more than me.
Exactly. Proposed California ballot initiative, Luigi Mangione Act, would make it harder for insurers to deny medical care. Honestly,
so it did work.
If I were the insurance, like if I were the health insurance industry, and I had there was a body in insurance. If you were and it was just all the healthcare CEOs, you'd be looking at shit like this and going, let's just pull out of fucking California entirely. Like, as of next year, we're just not going to insure anybody from California. Full stop. And that's it.
Well, yeah, they did the similar thing in Florida with hurricanes and stuff.
They did a similar thing in California with wildfires.
Yeah, with the fires. So it's not like there's no precedent for it.
At what point do you just go, fuck this?
out.
This is literally the government saying the guy who murdered a fucking healthcare CEO.
Yeah.
We're gonna name this act after him. And if this shit passes, it'd just be, fuck you guys. Fuck you absolutely. So I think I told you guys in the Discord, I watched an episode of Law and Order last week, and it was the Luigi Mangione thing. And they cucked out. They ended on a, we find the defendant, and then cut to, Dick Wolf. So no, they didn't find him a Dick Wolf. They didn't tell you, and it was clearly going to be not guilty. It was, it was so fucking retarded. Like, the jury had been out for hours. They were asking questions about whether he was still guilty. And the fucking hilarious thing is, I guarantee you they might even run this defense. They ran a defense of others. So if the guy hadn't murdered this healthcare CEO, and it was fucking so on the nose, dead on exact, the guy laid in wait, walked up to him, shot him 6 times, and then got away. To the point where the entire city was dressing like him and covering for him to try treating him like Robin Hood. And it's dude, what the fuck? But the lawyer literally ran not guilty, like by like an affirmative defense of others. Like if the CEO had gone upstairs, thousands of people would have died. And the judge allows it. And I'm just like, you know what? This is probably exactly how it's going to happen. Like it's going to be, if I hadn't have murdered this guy, this insurance company denied these claims that killed all these people. And I'm like, I'm yelling at the TV because, you know, I'm a boomer. Like what the fuck? That's not how this works. Like, and the judge is like overruling objections that are clearly valid. And it's like, what the fuck is going on?
At least the TV has a mic so it actually can listen.
That's right.
It's
Google
fiction.
the guys at Google are like, what?
It's fiction.
I know it's fiction, but I'm telling you that fiction is written by humans.
Listen, humans are idiots.
Humans sit on juries.
Yes, humans are idiots. I repeat myself.
These people who write this show are in New York.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I'd be out of this fucking country.
Nah, be out of that state.
Yeah, out of that state. That's what I meant. Sorry. Carl Benjamin had some insightful comments to make today. Carl says, "I'll tell you what's happening, but you won't like to hear it. Trump's belligerence towards Canada, along with the cold face his administration has shown America's allies and more broadly, has hurt the right-wing cause in every other country. It has allowed the left to claim the nationalistic position and made their right-wingers seem like either patsies of a hostile foreign power or liars that they don't want the same thing as him.
They don't.
It seems, despite the Liberals being responsible for literally all of Canada's problems, they're going to win again purely because Trump decided that scaring Canadians with annexation was a good idea, rather than attacking their Liberal Party as the source of Canada's woes and propping up Poilievre as an alternative. I might not feel that it matters, but it would be better and wiser to have many allies who have leaders who agree and cooperate with Trump, rather than Trump alone constantly fighting against a divesting left-wing empire. In summary, Trump's administration and the MAGA movement need to learn to moderate and govern and not just conquer. The battle has been won. The war is over. Now they have to win the peace.
And therein lies Carl's fucking idiocy.
Fiction derangement. FDS.
Yes, FDS. Not FDR, FDS. That's what therein lies Carl's fucking idiocy.
And I saw this and I thought, no, this is definitely going in the show because Grifty is a fucking moron. So he says, 1, we're not scaring anyone. Do not be shocked when we do annex Canada and Greenland. Yep. And Greenland comes willingly with independent elections protected by that from the Danes. Poilievre is not a friend of the answer. What? No. They don't have a right wing anymore, just Bolsheviks and Mensheviks.
Pretty much.
This is a fucking moron who learned what Mensheviks were and now uses it when it's not even fucking accurate. Their only hope for freedom is liberation by their friends to the south. Right. Tim's quickly looking up Mensheviks. The Mensheviks were the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks were two sides of the communists. And when the communists came to power, they wiped out the Mensheviks.
He's just saying there's a uni party. I get it.
Yeah, but he's trying to be a smartass about it.
I know he is.
By using a term he thinks he's using properly, but he's not.
Yes, I get it. Yes,
he might as well have called us a toady. Most people I've talked to from Canada dream of the U.S. freedom fighters coming down the street to restore their God-given rights. Which of you can tell me the problem with this statement?
There's no such thing as a God-given right, first of all, and second,
no
freedom fighters.
Most people I've talked to.
Yep, that's the problem.
If he spoke to us, he would feel the same way about about Australia. How fucking close do you think that is to reality?
Not
the majority.
Exactly. The fact that the majority of this group here that believes that does not make it reality in Australia. And it's the same with the people he talks to fucking lunatics. An alliance with Russia.
We're not lunatics.
I'm not saying. Sorry, that was an implication that we are, but we are not.
We're just fringe. That's all.
That's right. An alliance with Russia, the largest Christian country left on earth, false. makes the chirping of all the petty dictators of Europe worthless. Once again, the States and the Ruskies are going to team up to stop authoritarian Germans from conquering the continent.
Both you people are idiots.
No.
Grifty and Carl are both idiots. Trump was not elected to make the world right wing. He was not elected to get the rest of the world on board with his policies.
No, arguably not.
No,
but
that's right.
working with like-minded leaders from other countries is easier than working with leaders who are fundamentally against you at every fucking turn.
Well, therein lies the other problem: is the other world leaders are not as much on board with Trump as Carl might seem to think. They're not.
Of course not, because then.
And this is why Carl's a fucking idiot, because he seems to think that they are way more on board with a conservative agenda.
No,
than they actually are.
His point is conservative governments will work better with Trump than liberal governments.
And I'm saying,
do you disagree with this statement or not?
I disagree with it. Yes.
You disagree that Trump will have an easier time working with conservative governments than with left-wing governments.
Yes, because they both fucking hate him. They both hate him.
Can you show me an example of a right-wing government that hates Trump?
Let me see.
Are there any?
Are there any fucking?
Well, according to Tim, all of them.
Actual right-wing. Are there any actual right-wing governments?
Maloney, Orban, Poland. Should I keep fucking going?
Yes, please.
Hungary.
Fuck. Hungary. And I did Hungary. I didn't. Hungary,
did.
Poland, Turkey. Hungary, Poland, Turkey. Fucking Egypt. Saudi Arabia. China. They love Trump.
Israel's pretty right wing, isn't it?
Yes, Israel, but can't talk about them because nobody likes them.
That's true.
I don't know.
Daisy, it's hard to think of Drifty without remembering the good old Farron Balance days. He will fight you toe to toe on that one. God, he's a fucking retard.
What about the Abuela guy?
Oh yes, Abuela, Argentina, El Salvador. So tell me again how left wing, how it's the same, Tim?
It's the same.
You want it to be the same, but it's not.
Maybe I do.
Like-minded leaders. So even if they agree with him on 50%, it's better than dealing with a government that doesn't agree with him on anything. Would you agree with that?
Maybe.
Fucking libertarians.
No, shut the fuck up. It's got nothing to do with libertarianism. TDS has not gone away, man.
Tim's libertarian.
No. What? Literally just being Ron Paul position on 99% of things. Which is, again, we're not talking about my position on things. TDS has not gone away, man.
Tim,
do not underestimate.
Is 50% better?
No.
Zero?
Stop.
That was the question. That was literally the question. You're like, maybe not.
Because I wasn't. You didn't let me finish either.
Zero.
Yes, it might be easier to work with someone who agrees with you on 50 as opposed to 0%. Do not underestimate TDS though. That has not died off. All it will take is for Trump to say one wrong thing, and a right-wing leader will turn on him at the flick of a dime. They'll do it politely. That's the big difference. They'll do it politely, like the way Poliv pushed back against the tariffs.
Yeah,
Canada,
right? If you invade, let's be real. The thing that took for him to fight back was, we're going to fucking take over your goddamn country.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Which
anyway,
is a very right-wing thing to do.
We're moving on.
Which was a pretty
we're moving on.
But I understand what Carl's saying. He's saying that the more Trump says dumb things, the worse it gets for people on the quote-unquote right in the rest of the world.
On quote-unquote his side.
His side. Which is UK and the Commonwealth, which is us, and Western Europe.
Yeah.
That's it.
Which brings you
Eastern
back
European doesn't have an issue with Trump.
No.
Depends on who you talk to in the Middle East. They doesn't have an issue with Trump.
That brings you back to the original point: is Trump wasn't elected to give a shit about the rest of the world's right-wing governments or factions.
And none of us said he did, and neither does Carl. Carl's point is Trump's job is easier when leaders who agree with him are in power, and by doing things in certain ways, he's making that harder to happen.
No, I think Europe needs a nut up.
Yeah,
Because
that's kind of the point. Is that
because unfortunately, it's not about the words; it's about how they're said.
Yeah, that's true too.
Unfortunately, with leaders, it's how the words are said. It doesn't matter.
Contrast what
words
Trump
you
says
use,
with how
it's
Vance says it, for example. Yeah, that's absolutely true.
You
But
tell
again,
someone to fuck off, and they're going to be offended. You tell someone to go away,
there's a difference,
and they may not be. Right? It's all about how it's all about feels, which is very, very feminine.
Yeah. And that brought me back to the whole, that brought me back to the TDS thing, right? Numbers don't matter. Feelings are the only thing that actually fucking matters when it comes to working with other people. Numbers don't matter. Doesn't matter how much you agree or disagree. It's about how you're perceived. It's about how much people actually agree with you on the whole, including your personality, right?
But Europe's so cut that I don't see a real point of degrading yourself down to that level.
Yes, Carl is upset that Trump is not playing nice because it's hurting the Tories, basically. Well, that means the
He
Tories
has no right-wing party in his home place.
And then maybe I'm focusing. No. Perhaps I'm focusing. Perhaps
So it doesn't matter. So there's Trump. So he's not a fool. There's no UK election for 5 years.
Yeah.
Trump will be out of office by the next UK election.
Mhm.
It's Starmer. That's it.
Yeah.
But his point is Canada has an election in a few months.
Yeah.
That could have gone a totally different way and is now not.
No, it wouldn't. And for one reason.
No, it was. Everything was. Why do you?
No, stop, please.
Why do you
stop.
think? Why do you think Justin left?
What happened when Justin announced his resignation? You tell me what happened.
Nothing.
What happened? The polls immediately started to flip.
Yeah, but not enough.
It started the trend. It started to flip, and that was 2 weeks before Trump even took office. That's when he announced his resignation. That started the uptick. That's I had arguments on Twitter in that whole thread too. I was in there too. I will concede that Trump has driven the wedge further between Kanye and Poilievre. I can absolutely acknowledge that. But the flip started when Trudeau stepped down, or announced he was resigning, sorry, because he was still in power for 2 months. Canada wants the Liberal Party. They just don't want Trudeau. They were never going to lean towards Poilievre. Poilievre versus Trudeau was clearly in Poilievre's favor. But as soon as Trudeau announced his resignation and Carney was looking to be the successor, as he is now, the polls started to turn. January 6, 2025, that's when things pause and things start to turn around. It's when it starts to swing around. I'll bring up the post, I've got it. There's a whole website for it. Because I was talking with Lunar Archivist in that whole big thread there too.
So here we go.
I'll just do it here.
So here's the polling.
There's a better site for that.
So here's the polling. What's
the campaign?
Where was that?
Yeah, that's a big spike in Liberals.
Yep. Trying to find it. It was a site.
I feel Canada's just pulling the same trick that we were doing in Australia.
Yeah, very much.
Just swap out the leadership at the last minute.
That's my point. That's my point. Yes.
January 6th, Justin Trudeau announces resignation as leader of the Liberal Party.
Mm-hmm.
Still 42, 42, 42, 40, 40, 40, blue. Oh, February 38. What happened between everything was fine here and what happened around here? I wonder what happened. I wonder what happened in February. Wonder what happened in February to change the. I wonder what kept happening and kept getting worse.
Yeah, the issue is the swap.
It's not just
very much a delay with the swap. I mean, it's not really the swap.
It's not even the swap. Trudeau leaves here.
Yeah, it was
at this point. Anybody supporting
He didn't leave at that point.
No, he's still prime minister. But they know the next election it's going to be someone else.
Yes.
This is a party. This is a party poll. So this is party preference, like party support poll.
Show chat.
So are you telling me that anybody Mark Carney is just so impossible? Because look, Mark Carney's elected on the 9th and suddenly it's dead even. You're saying there's a lag there.
Show chat.
There's no lag here, but there's a lag here.
Go to show chat.
Oh, you posted in Discord. Why don't you just put it in the... Oh, it's an image.
It's an image, sorry. That's the opinion polling, not party polling.
No, but all of this is opinion polling. It's the same fucking thing. It's a different term.
Poll tracker from News Inter.
As in, my point is, this is polling of this only goes up to January 6th, and then there's a trend.
Goes up to yesterday.
But this has way more steps in between.
Share screen, so people can actually see the thing.
Sorry, here's what you're talking about.
Yeah. So that's where you can see the convergence, or almost a convergence point on Jan 6th. And again, I've acknowledged that Trump has helped accelerate this split. Like, he has played a part in that, but Poliv wasn't going to win this. Because it started to turn around things started to turn as soon as Justin announced his resignation.
Can you scroll up?
It was almost that's the poll. It was nearly a
last date of polling.
Yeah.
So the last date of polling for this poll, Nano Research, January 10th, 47.
Put the link because this is from the CBC. I've got the link directly from the CBC.
Like, there's a clear trend of blue in the lead, and once you get to February, then you start skewing Liberals in the lead.
Yeah. So just scroll up a bit more.
It turned.
I want to see that polling.
That's right. It
That's
turned
on top of
around.
that.
That's right.
So that's the pre-campaign period.
Yeah.
And that matches up to
and this is the campaign period.
It finally caught parity just after Carney took office. Yes. And now the Liberals are back in.
But the actual pollings, it's different.
That trend.
As he's talking about the graph.
Yeah, that trend started when Trudeau announced his resignation. That rise in popularity of the Liberals again, and yes, they only overtook the Conservatives last week or whatever. That started when Trudeau announced his resignation.
Not really. It doesn't look like it.
It doesn't. I'm telling you, it hasn't fucking had much an effect.
I don't know.
Because you would expect to be seeing it. Like, look at the lead.
I'm looking at it directly from the
16
CBC.
point, and I'm looking at the group of polling. Looking at one poll is great, but unless you have groups of polls, like at this point in time,
Individual polls, they do. It's on CBC.
Like, this is the closest one where they're a dead heat.
Liaison.
January 29th, they were a dead heat. Ecos poll, telephone and online. So the last Ecos poll, text and online.
I got the poll tracker.
That's IVR.
Again, I've go to CBC. CBC
if
has.
You look at individual polling, there is a trend where it's going Liberal.
Yeah, like go to.
Yeah, but it's slow. Like, it's
but
slow.
But
it's
in terms of the sum of everything, it's very slowly shifting.
Because every Canadian knows after this point that Justin Trudeau will not. A vote for the Liberal Party is not a vote for Justin Trudeau anymore.
Yeah, like Nando's research didn't change between the two announcements, and it's
so unless Mark Carney is incredibly popular,
he just has to be not Trudeau. He just has to be not Trudeau.
But everything after he resigned, everything was not Trudeau.
Trudeau was still in office.
Oh my fucking God! The question they are asked is, if an election were held today, which party would you vote for? Or, sorry, no, they don't ask that. They say, who will you be voting for at the election? Because the election is a fixed point in time.
Feelings matter more than numbers, Thermo, for fuck's sake.
No, but my point is they know that whoever's leading the Liberal Party, it's not Justin Trudeau. So it's not just about the fact that after Justin Trudeau announced his resignation, the numbers stayed the same meant that people didn't like the party itself. Not just. Yes, they didn't like Justin Trudeau. And you could see the numbers soften a little after he's gone, after he announces he's leaving.
Yeah, it's a slight trend.
But my point is, once Trump started fucking attacking, then the numbers really fucking flip. Then it really starts to go the other way. This is called the rally around the flag effect. It is a real thing. Look it up.
Nah, I don't believe you. Nah, I'm just fucking with you.
We're moving on. I had that story. I had that Columbia story, but I don't.
Who gives ultimately, it's fucking Canada. Who gives a shit? They're a bigger version of Australia. They're fucking like. Actually, no, fuck it. I'm done with it. I hope all the fucking world governments break down in response to Trump's brutal Americanism, as it's being called now. I hope they all have fucking mental breakdowns.
Tim, what Sargon is saying is that it'll go far left governments.
Yes, it probably will. People are going to have to fucking. People are going. No.
Remember what you got after Trump won?
Not much.
You got Biden, and one of the most far left agendas the American people have ever seen.
We live in Australia, man. What the nothing really changed for me over the last 4 years. Like, my point is that the time of words and being nice is over, and people are going to have to fucking suffer until something changes. They're going to have to live with the consequences of their shitty voting and their shitty politicians. Nothing is going to significantly change in this world without some sort of negative consequences happening. And if that means the world shifting far left and then facing the fucking consequences, so be it. Trump has no obligation to make sure that the right wing across the rest of the world are doing well.
Nobody is arguing he has an obligation.
No, I'm not.
Our entire point is, does he want to make life easier for himself or not?
I don't think.
And apparently the answer is not.
I don't think he cares at this point. He's got 5 years maybe left in his life. He's nearly, roughly average, average.
Anyway,
life expectancy. He's got 4 years left in his term.
I look forward to him being the next Catholic saint. But for the meantime, the newest Catholic saint is this guy. Crowds flocked to newest Catholic saint in Assisi, a millennial teen. He's the first millennial saint. Carlos Acutis is now Saint Carlos Acutis.
Ooh.
He is the patron saint of, I shit you not, computer programmers, influencers, and what was the other thing? 3 things. It was like influencers, computer programmers, and millennials. Millennials. Oh. Well, yes, by extension, e-whores, because they're influencers, because they influence penises. Yeah. And they're millennials, because they're all millennials.
Isn't this hypocritical, though? I thought saints had to be dead for 100 years.
No, there's no requirement for saints to be dead for 100 years.
Okay.
It's basically there's a few steps. So the church has to agree that the church has to say there's no problems. We have no problems with this person being considered for sainthood. That's like the first step. Then the possible saint has to intercede. Has to be like connected to 2 miracles. Okay. So they prove the miracle by so the way it works in Catholicism is you don't like we worship God, but we pray to the saints to put in a good word for us. So because God is far too busy running the universe, so we essentially pray for. Usually it's for Mary. Like, because Mary's, Mary's like, I explained it to someone at work the other day. I said, Mary's the chief of staff. So, God's a very busy man, Mary is his chief of staff. So she gets all, like, everybody who needs God's help, they go through Mary. So if you're a computer programmer and you're going to pray for help on a programming problem, and you're a Catholic, you would pray to Saint Acutus, who is your patron saint. So he'll probably hear your request, and you will be asking Saint Acutus to hey, can you go and talk to God, and put in a good word for me, and see if we can sort this thing out. And then the idea is the saints are in heaven, which means they're close to the host, and they can get FaceTime with the G-man. So yeah. And in a pinch, you can just pray to Mary.
Hey, Acutus fam, I need some help with this code for real.
Yeah, for real. Yeah. and Carlos comes down and says, "Use the chat GPT."
So what did he do? What are the?
So his two. So his first. Actually, I'll pull it up because I can't. I remember it vaguely, but one of his. It was two miraculous recoveries, which is usually what they are. Where are we? Carlos Acutus. That's him. He was a web designer, and so what he did as part of his web design is he ran a website that documented Eucharistic miracles. So miracles involving like Christ's appearance, or people who ask Christ to intercede directly. And then a miracle happens, and Marian appearances. So they're appearances of the Blessed Mary.
Okay.
So if a statue of Mary starts crying, he would that would be on his website. So he died of leukemia. But his where is it? Let's see. Beatification. That's the first one. So the calls for his beatification started not long after his death. On the 6th anniversary of his death, the Archdiocese of Milan opened the course for canonization. So that's the first step to becoming a saint. Then the Congregation for the Cause of Saints. This is the section of the Catholic Church that deals entirely with making beatification and canonization of new saints. So they issue a nearly obstat, which is Latin for no objection, basically saying it moves forward. So they look into you, make sure you've lived a life in the Catholic way, and the virtues you extolled in life are fit with the Catholic doctrine. And then they decided, yep, no problem. We got no problem with that. If this guy wants to. If you want to prove that this guy is up in heaven, and close to God in the panoply of saints. So yeah, once that's good and all clear, you're referred to as a servant of God. Then there's the beatification. So in order to be beatified, somebody has to pray to you to intercede on their behalf with God, and that has to result in a miracle. So where was it? So on November, the 2019, the Vatican Medical Council for the Congregation of the Cause of Saints expressed a positive opinion about a miracle in Brazil attributed to Acutus's intercession. Luciana Viviana had taken her son, Mateus, who was born with a pancreatic defect that made eating difficult, to a prayer service. Before, she had prayed a novena, asking for the teenager Acutus's intercession. During the service, Mateus had asked that he should not throw up as much. Immediately following the service, he told his mother that he felt healed and asked for solid food when he came home. Until then, he'd been on an all-liquid diet. After detailed investigation, Pope Francis confirmed the miracle's authenticity in a decree on the 21st of February 2020, leading to his beatification. So at that point, he's beatified. Then they look for a second miracle. Daisy says, I assumed he has a Cheeto brand shape picture of St. Mary. Tom Revie says, it's much like a pull request to heaven, perhaps a code merge. Yes, it's more like an RFC. Or a... Yeah, I guess it is like a pull request, yeah. On May 23rd, 2024, Pope Francis recognised a second miracle attributed to the intercession of Acutus. The miracle attributed to his intercession occurred in 2022 when a Costa Rican woman named Valeria had fallen off her bike and suffered a brain hemorrhage, with doctors giving her a low chance of survival. Valeria's mother, Liliana, prayed for the intercession of Acutus and visited his tomb. The same day, Valeria began to breathe independently again and was able to walk the next day, with all evidence of the hemorrhage having disappeared. So, and that's it. And then, yeah, once he was named, they approved him as saints. So, and his day is the 27th of April. So it was announced that Acutus would be canonized during the Jubilee of Teenagers from 25th to the 27th of April 2025, with the Diocese of Assisi confirming it would be on Sunday, April 27th. So yeah, that's how he became one of the latest saints.
Patron saint of millennials.
Patron saint of millennials, computer programmers, and influencers. Here it is up here.
And this stream as well.
Youth, patron saint of youth, not millennials. Youth, computer programmers, and influencers. So
That's
yeah.
one way to get kids back.
So if you're ever in Assisi in Italy, you can go and visit the Santa Maria Maggiore, in the sanctuary of the Spoilation, and that's where his major shrine is. And I think so there he is in the tomb. So always looks weird. Don't do that. He was brought to the Spoilation and venerated at its final resting place. While his body may appear incorrupt behind the view of glass, it's actually encased in a wax layer that was moulded to look like his body prior to burial. This practice is common for the presentation of saints' bodies so that pilgrims can see the saints as they were when they died. The rector of Santa Maria Maggiore in Assisi, where Carlos's tomb is housed, said Acutus's body was discovered fully integral, though not intact.
Yeah, they had to patch the bodies up after the autopsies and shit.
Yeah.
So
well, no, he had leukemia. They wouldn't have performed an autopsy.
No? Okay.
No, but there's
no reason to.
So one of the miracles that can happen is when a saint is exhumed, their body is exhumed, it can be intact, like fully intact.
Mm.
So because they're so close to Christ that even in death, their body is protected from, age shall not weary them, that kind of deal. So they can't. It's one of the miracles. The Cause of Saints investigates fucking tons of these things. It's probably one of the most interesting congregations in the Catholic Church, except for I forgot the name of the one that does exorcisms. That one is also very fucking interesting.
So why is
those guys? Anytime there's so in the Catholic Church, anytime there is a parishioner who comes to the church and says, "Hey, I think my son, daughter, husband, wife, cousin, dog is suffering from a demonic possession," they investigate it. And if it seems plausible, then then the Vatican will actually send out someone from this congregation to perform an exorcism. So, because it used to be that the parishes could perform exorcisms, that anybody, as long as you've had the training, you perform an exorcism. But the Vatican, there's a lot of bad publicity around exorcisms. People died. Like and there's all the horror films and stuff. So the Vatican sort of nixes local exorcisms unless it's it's a super bad case.
So up the top underneath his picture, it says something. Oh, okay. It's the day. Go down a tad. It's feast. I was on 12th of October. That's the day that.
Yeah, that's the day of his feast. Yeah, Feast of Saints. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a whole calendar.
Yeah, but that was the day that they first did the first miracle happened, I think.
It's 2 days after he was first beatified.
Oh, okay.
So his beatification. I don't know if there's a timing.
To...
I don't know if there's a timing thing. It might have conflicted with another feast, like another, like more important feast. There's a whole fucking calendar. Like, I wonder if I can find it. Okay, Liturgy Brisbane. Okay, what's the date today? The date is the 30th of March. Okay, so it's the fourth week of Lent. So there's no
there's
none
on
the 2nd of April is Saint Francis of Paola. So what was that? The 12th of October. 12th of October is the 28th ordinary week.
Okay, so there is no feast on a Sunday, which kind of makes sense. It's a rest day.
Yeah.
Okay, but 2026 he'll be there.
He should be there now. I think this just needs to be updated. I'd say because it's not all official till the 27th. So till the 27th of April.
Yeah.
Anyway, from a new saint to a mass stabbing. Mass stabbing in Amsterdam. Goddamn.
Yep.
I was supposed to that up. Ukrainian man, 30, is identified as suspect in Amsterdam mass stabbing.
Was the Azov battalion?
Yes, Tim. He was Azov battalion. That's why he was in. Why he was in the Netherlands and not in fucking.
There's a lot of tourists in the Netherlands.
Well, a lot of tourists. Everybody except one of the 5 was a tourist. 2 Americans, a Polishman, a Belgian, and a local woman.
Walk into a pub. No way.
And got stabbed. Yeah. So yeah, he'll be brought before an examining magistrate who will rule whether he can continue it detailed ahead of trial. So yeah. There was some protests in Turkey, which I think is hilarious. I choose you, Pikachu. Former Republican State Senator Roy Holmberg sentenced to 10 years in prison for travelling to Europe over a dozen times to rape young boys.
Not long enough.
North Dakota man previously pleaded guilty to travelling with the intent of engaging in illicit sexual activity. Prosecutors say the once powerful lawmaker travelled 14 times from 2011 to 2021 to Prague and the Czech Republic to pay for sex with young boys.
That's not even a year.
That's not even a year per year he travelled, yes. Or a year per travel, like per trip. Holmberg allegedly met up with the boys who posed as masseuses at brothels. The pervert, who also allegedly would abuse his position in politics in exchange for sexual favours. Holmberg brought a University of North Dakota student to the school's president's suite for a hockey game with the intention of engaging in sex. He also accused of posing as a teenage boy in an online circumcision chat room to get pictures of children, including a 16-year-old Canadian boy. The boy later took his own life. Holmberg served for 45 years in the North Dakota Senate and didn't resign until 2022.
What a piece of shit.
Yes.
He should have been shot, but, you know.
Immediately.
How old is he?
I don't know.
He was in office for 45 years. I mean,
yeah, Ray Holmberg. Yeah, let's see.
He's gotta be old.
This piece of shit is. Ray Holmberg.
Just give the parents the gun, for fuck's sake. That way the state's not killing people.
He's 80 years old, so he'll die in prison.
Yeah, okay.
So too bad he lived so long. A high school teacher is accused of raping her students as young as 13 while they wore screen masks is rumored to have been having a relationship with her adopted son. Indiana mum and teacher Brittany Fortenberry, 31, now faces 30 counts of child sex crimes. Fortenberry is accused of having groups of young boys over, drugging them and having gangbangs with them. One boy now claims that Fortenberry's children were exposed to crimes, as reported by the Daily Mail. The boy says Fortenberry had her son stay in the room at the end of the bed while she had sex with a student. The boy said that Brittany asked him to have sex with her, that he didn't have sex with her, and that her son was in the room at the end of the bed the entire time, or that he did have sex with her, and that her son was at the room at the end of the bed the entire time. A separate young boy says that there were rumours that Fortenberry was in a relationship with her adopted son. The boy said there was a rumour Brittany had adopted, and she was having a relationship with him. According to Wagner Reese LLP, at least 10 boys between the ages of 13 and 16 were abused by the teacher. Fortenberry blames her weight loss for the alleged assault.
What?
That's absolute retardation.
Dozens of new charges are filed against a former Morgan County teacher. This is just south of Indianapolis. Brittany Fortenberry is accused of sexually abusing multiple boys, some as young as 13. Court paperwork states Fortenberry gave
on the fucking wall.
Gave teens drugs and that had group sex with them. In one incident, a victim said Fortenberry allegedly spent $600 for various purchases and then had sex with the students while making them wear the mask from the movie Scream. Fortenberry allegedly told the teens she would kill herself if they reported anything.
31-year-old Brittany Fortenberry has been held here at the Morgan County Jail since her arrest last month on charges of...
This guy looks old enough, barely old enough to be like to work. He might be one of the victims, for fuck's sake.
I was going to say he probably knows all about it because
She's probably in the window. She's probably in the window licking her chops.
Sexual misconduct with a minor. Since then, 5 new victims have come forward with additional allegations.
Prosecutors have asked to file up to 24 additional criminal charges against her, including 10 counts of child molesting, sexual misconduct with a minor, and 13 other charges for disseminating material harmful to minors and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Court documents say all of the teens reported Fortenberry would send them nude and explicit photos and videos on Snapchat and force them to have group sex at her Martinsville home. A child victim advocate says it's important for parents to feel comfortable having difficult conversations with their children.
I have an idea. These whores that like do this stuff and send videos and stuff to underage kids, once they go to jail, it should be published online and like on like a special Onlyfans page, and all the money goes to the kids, goes to the victims. The government should whore them out.
Yeah.
So they were willing to share it with underage children. Then clearly you want it to be shared. So we're going to sell it to people.
They're just going to complain. It's like, oh, that's slavery. Like, yes, it is.
It's the same as if they're making license plates in prison.
Exactly.
And what we just encourage is that parents kind of ask that open-ended question. And they give their children a chance to speak, and then they praise their courage at that time rather than asking them questions about what they did or why they didn't tell. The last thing that we want is a child to feel blame or shame as a result of making a disclosure.
Yes.
We reached out to the Morgan County Prosecutor's Office to see when these formal charges will be filed. We have not yet heard back. In Morgan County, Ashton Hackman, 13 News.
They said, sorry, you need to be talking with victim advocacy instead of us.
Staying on the subject of disgusting shit. Model missing for 10 days after Dubai sex party. Found broken, bloodied on side of road.
Oh, was Andrew Tate there?
A Ukrainian model who went missing for 10 days after allegedly attending a hotel sex party in Dubai has been discovered close to death on the side of the road. Maria Kovalchuk told friends she was attending a hotel party while in Dubai, but her family grew worried when she missed her flight to Thailand 2 days later. Nobody heard from the 20-year-old for over a week. 10 days later, she was discovered on the side of the road, bloodied with several horrific injuries, including a broken spine and limbs.
Oh.
It was also reported that when found, she was unable to speak. After being rushed to hospital, Novichok underwent 4 different surgeries to save her life. There are now fears mounting that she was a victim of a sinister sex slave plot in Dubai. Local Russian media outlets have reported that her relatives believe she could have been made a sex slave and raped for several days before being thrown onto the road. It's suspected by some that she attended a cult-like party with unknown sheikhs where models and OnlyFans stars, especially those from Eastern Europe, are known to be popular. The event is believed to have been a porta potty party.
I was going to make a toilet joke. But
A phrase used to describe gatherings with female influencers who are paid exorbitant amounts of money to carry out horrific and degrading sexual acts, sometimes involving feces.
I thought it was just a meme.
No. Dude, you thought it's a meme?
No, I know we've talked about it before, but I thought it
No,
was
it's
mostly,
fucking...
I know it's real, but I thought it was like mostly a meme. But
No, this is a very fucking real, man.
Yeah.
Very fucking real.
Yeah.
The women know about it too. Like there used to be a website that exposed, like that posed as a sheikh and offered these girls money to, like, when they were in Dubai next, to attend one of his parties. And he would get them on camera to basically, like a video that a consent video about what they'd be willing to do and what they wouldn't be willing to do. And they'd agree to fuck kids, fuck horses, dogs, camels, all that kind of shit on video. And you think they're doing this because they're not. This isn't the first time they do this shit. Like it is fucking. It's an unspoken fucking standard. That's how these fucking like these whores on Instagram have such, glamorous lives.
Yeah.
Like they're not independently wealthy.
They have to literally eat shit to get
They had to literally eat shit to fucking get it. The women
It's
who
how they can
paid
buy property when they're 22.
Exactly, yeah. You can be paid around $100,000 a attend. Are said to be subject to extreme abuse to fulfill the dark desires of wealthy men. Kovalchuk reportedly met with two men from the modelling business while in Dubai, and the next day she told her family she was going to stay with them for the night. A few days later, she was meant to fly to Thailand, but didn't make the flight and was not heard from again until she was found on the side of the road. Her mother, Anna, flew from Norway to be with her daughter while she recovered from her horrific injuries. Family says she'll make a full recovery. She's getting medical treatment and everything will be all right. Her mother posted on social media. The horse fell on her. Guaranteed. That's what happened. Maria was eventually found in hospital with a serious condition. She has no documents. There is an assumption she went to a party, but the promoter who organised these parties did not see her. Maria was eventually found in hospital in serious condition. She has no documents, no phone, nothing. She underwent 3, now 4 operations, and she cannot speak. Dubai police confirmed to the media that, quote, Ukrainian citizen previously reported missing is currently hospitalised, receiving care with her family present. They claimed the woman's injuries occurred due to falling from a construction site. Quote, a comprehensive investigation has revealed that she sustained serious injuries after entering a restricted construction site alone and falling from a height. However, Russian news outlet Shot reported that Kovalchuk's family does not believe this to be the case. Yeah, because it's fucking a lie. Like, the UAE covers this shit up. Like, yeah, the scandal with porta potty parties has been raging for over a year. It's more than that, bro. This has been a decade in the making, man. Yeah, I believe a comprehensive investigation was revealed. As my English grandmother would say, I believe them, thousands wouldn't. Yeah, and then she got up, walked up the road, and took a nap.
With a broken back.
Yeah, with a broken spine. How did she get on the side of the road if she fell over in a construction site, hey? Fucking Christ. Don't let Arab sheikhs piss on you or shit on you or have you fuck camels and shit. It's not worth it. Unless you're the quartering, in which case it might cover your debts. The quartering is $300,000 in debt after trying to kickstart Coffee Brand Coffee as a side business, including $80,000 on an unsecured personal credit for a K-Cup production machine. He blames the lack of sales on corporate sabotage from the woke left. So yes, Jeremy is in hock to big cup.
I thought he was a successful businessman previously.
No,
and you know what I find funny? He's left YouTube for like 100% Rumble streaming. He's not going to make nearly as much money as he will on YouTube. Like, it's so fucking retarded.
Yeah,
How
crowd
look
is
at
actually
Hillary
right.
Crowder's
He needs
response.
that Rumble money. He needs that Rumble money desperate.
Apparently, he doesn't even bag his own shit. It's a white.
None of these fucking grifters do.
Even though
Yeah, it's white
Jeremy
label, yeah.
always talks about.
It's not drop shipped. No, it's not, because the bag arrives in a third location and gets labeled, and then gets sent out. See, not drop shipping. Drop shipping.
Oh, V, that's terrible. Don't drink Blend 43. At least
Surely
buy
coffee
something.
is
At least
best
buy
in
something
Neighborhood
else.
43. Makona, but from Douwe Egberts,
Makona's
is a nice instant coffee.
I like Robert Timms or Vittoria.
Yeah, Rob
Vittoria's all right. It's a bit on the blech side.
What's that green one with the? I think it's Hill something.
Fuck, can't remember.
No idea.
It's been a while.
Hillary Crowder says sometimes people don't want you're selling, and that's okay. You don't have to pretend to be a victim of wokeness. That car will work less and less on an audience that now Republicans are in power. Just take the L and try something else. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Apparently, he put $80,000 on a personal credit card.
He bought a Keurig machine, like a K-cup machine, like one of those machines that makes the
capsules.
Makes the capsules for Keurig machines.
Yeah.
And he's been wanting to do this since he started. He wanted to be entirely. So I don't think any of this is true. This is just him lying. I think I want to see him in the factory.
This was 10 days before. This decision will cost me $100,000 plus a year. Free speech matters to me. Sure.
What's that got to do with anything? I don't get it.
I got paid $0 for my Rumble. Bullshit. You're out there crying that you owe $300,000 plus including $80,000 of unsecured debt, like credit card debt, and you're crying about it, but you just happy to leave $100,000 on the table per year.
So what?
Just to stream exclusively on Rumble? I don't believe you.
What does the woke left have to do with this, though? Nothing, I assume.
Well, the woke left is the reason he had to buy a K-cup machine.
He claims
because he claims the woke left attacked the company that made his that he used to do his Keurig cups, so he had to spend $80,000 on a machine himself instead of finding another company to do it.
Something to do with they would no longer sell them to him because of his company, because of his opinions.
You could just get out of the coffee business because
Let me just flick through everything I've got left
saturated market.
and cull some more stuff.
Get out of the bloody market.
It's a very stupid thing to be in the coffee market, especially nowadays.
It's saturated as fuck.
Saturated.
And it's all coming from the same factory.
Crazy to do it. All right,
Yeah,
I've got a
that
few
too.
more. I have a few more stories, and then we'll watch a couple of videos.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Jeremy had his own factory that he set up, that he was the one supplying Timcast and all these other streamers. Like, there's someone at the head of that, and it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, but then he'd be making more money.
It still wouldn't stop him from trying to grift the money.
He'd actually be.
I had to buy a K cup because just watch it. If there is
Now, see,
no,
Waldo, if he was smart, he would have done that.
If there are streamers out there, and if Timcast in the next month or two starts offering K cups, you know that's what Jeremy is doing. He's the one at the head of it, and he's just trying to offset shit by lying about it.
So let's watch this video.
Everyone, Jeremy here from the Quartering. I wasn't sure I was going to go public about this, but
yes, you were, you little bitch.
It appears I have to now. Many of you know that I've got a lot of irons in the fire. You've heard me say, "Hey, I've got my Mega Mixology cookbook to help fund the new studio." Obviously it's a meme, but you all know I have my coffee company. Well, the coffee company has also been expanding to take on Amazon to try and compete with bigger names, and to hopefully by the end of the year be on the grocery shelves.
Really?
And for the past 3 years, I've
coffee?
provided coffee brand coffee on remaining completely apolitical, and that's literally why I called it that. Some people think the name is goofy. I get that.
Sorry, I just like.
What the fuck is a mugger cookbook?
This is like So freeze-dried strawberries. He's going into like fruit. Like what the fuck, Jeremy? Are you fucking retarded? MAGA mixology.
Yeah, it's just a recipe book.
It's just a recipe book to grift off Trump.
Yeah, but using Trump's likeliness.
He said it was a
presented by the quartering.
Yeah, there are recipes in there. Like what's that one that Tim Walsh was talking about?
No.
The one he did on the trail that everyone was having a go at him for.
No idea.
One of those is the
$35 US.
American Britain.
And it's not even out yet.
What the? Men don't drink cocktails. What the fuck
Collection
are you talking
channels
about?
MAGA swagger and flips the script on the Project 2025 hoax with a smirk. Dude, it ended up not being a hoax. Half of the fucking Project 2025 people are already in the government implementing their agenda anyway. So
well, the hoax was the hoax was that Trump endorsed Project 2025.
yeah. And like pre-order Founders Vault Pack early April. So tangerine coffee, smoother, brilliant citrus twist, cherry cordial coffee, rich chocolate with sweet cherry notes, freeze-dried strawberries, hand-signed and numbered thank you card by Jeremy, a Founder's coin, a collector's keepsake, and a surprise gift. It's a turd. It's a turd in a box. $150.
No, just no.
But it would have been easier.
I would like to remind everybody that Jeremy Hambley has a master's in marketing.
Me to sell liberal tiers coffee or something like that, but I want my coffee to be on coffee shelves one day. There's a big difference between what I do and what most everyone else does. I don't drop ship my coffee. We roast our own special blends. We hand flavor our beans. We pack our orders. We ship our orders. We handle our customer service. We are not a drop ship outlet. We're a real coffee company. And I made that investment with the plan of having something that could grow. Well, we've never been at our most vulnerable, but right now we're stocking up for Mother's Day, which is an important time of year for us because we do so well for Mother's Day gift boxes. And we're trying to compete on Amazon. And I'm trying to build a new office. All of these things have stretched basically me to the absolute max. It was fine. You probably saw I was selling my Neo Geo collection. I'm selling my Nintendo collection. I'm selling all this stuff to help fund
Neo
this
Geo
stuff.
is pretty rare.
And it's because I believe in the things that I'm doing. But
That's
now
old school
we
80s,
hit a
90s arcade
roadblock
stuff.
that I need to try and reach out and give you an understanding of why I could use some help.
You know why he needs to retire his $80,000 debt? Because it's unsecured, and I guarantee he's trying to get a fucking business loan to expand.
Yeah. Well, he did it in the
can't
dumbest way possible.
And 80 grand on a credit card when you're going for a business loan, not going to look good.
For sure. But right now with Coffee Brand Coffee, we are basically completely vertically integrated. We roast our stuff, we pack our stuff, we print our own bags, things like that. The only thing that we were reliant on anyone else for was some of the boxes for our K-Cups and some of the procedures around that. It's our coffee, but we had someone else helping, put these boxes together so we could do all that. Well, apparently that person, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect it, saw my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics. And while we have a 20,000 K-Cup order, basically decided to tell us, to pound sand, or I don't know what's going on. We haven't heard anything back. This is absolutely crippling. I'm already so overextended with Coffee Brand Coffee. I feel like they knew this was the time that they could really cause maximum damage. What is the solution? Well, it's to buy about $80,000 in equipment. And I didn't know what else to do. I can't miss Mother's Day. It's our biggest sale of the year. And so I said, okay, fine. Put it on my credit card. We're going to just figure it out. And that's a lot of dimp to put on your credit card. And but we're going to save Mother's Day, and we're going to bring this last piece of the puzzle in.
That means he had an $80,000 limit on a credit card.
That's kind of wild.
house. We're even getting a machine to make our own coffee scrub for the ladies and guys out there that want to, do it for skincare. But anyway,
fuck's sakes, he's borrowing. He doesn't have $80,000 in the company to be able to buy this equipment for the company, but he's expanding into other areas. This is the dumbest fucking idea. Like, this is not how you run a business. This is not at all how you run a business.
Which is why I think he's lying.
It's like he's trying to blitz scale. Like blitz scaling a coffee company. Well, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, Coffee Brand Coffee, he's been running this for years now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where does it, like, he's got a nice picture of him and the missus back in better days, I assume. Like, when...
Who, him or the missus?
No, when he didn't owe $80,000 on a credit card. But, like, this is at least 4 years old that I can remember. So this business has been operating for 4 years and has to have been running at a loss.
I fucking hate that.
He's treating like a tech company.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's just going to get purchased. Like, he clearly cares about the business, but he has no business fucking sense. Like, yeah, okay, it's great. You sell all these, like, you have this coffee. Okay, I can understand being a coffee company and then moving into, okay, well, we've got to do K-Cups. Well, if you know you're going to be doing K-Cups and you do everything yourself, why would you outsource that in the first place? You would get ready to... You would be moving away from doing the K-Cups externally and doing them internally because you do everything yourself. And obviously, if you vertically integrated everywhere else, you might as well do that extra step. Only going to cost you $80,000.
Like I said, I remember him talking about doing K-Cups himself a year and a half ago. So
That's
this
all
was
very
always
sus.
on the books.
Yeah. So he knew it was coming. So either this company isn't profitable, in which case his expansion shit is insane.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look at this shit. Coffee, K-Cups, cocoa, tea. These two are the same. So coffee, cocoa, like hot chocolate. Okay. Fucking tea. What? Okay. I mean, your supply chain for your tea is a completely different supply chain for your coffee. But okay, I get it. Some people like tea, some people like coffee. Cold brew. Okay, that's a bit of a niche. I guess that falls on the same. Fucking snacks. Chocolate-covered coffee beans. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Peppermint bark. Okay. I guess all this stuff goes in the gift boxes. Gear. Okay, well, I mean, anybody can sort of, like, do this shit. Like, pop it, like, head on over to whatever website.
See those pop-ups? They keep coming up.
Probably fake.
That most likely are. Because
Yeah, they are. They're generated.
I was on a leather crafting website, leather pattern website, and I got sick and tired of them always popping up. And I looked into the code, and it's in the HTML.
Yeah,
what it selects from.
Yeah, it's designed to. It's a ploy.
Disingenuous thing ever to have. Like, if they're real, and you're pulling them from 6 months ago, even just because you've got the just so you can pull enough of them.
Yeah, it's a plot.
But fake ones really irk me. It just, yeah.
Yeah, Costi says the branding looks good. Yeah, look, it's a nice looking brand. You know what the problem is? You can't SEO optimize this for shit. Like, how the fuck do I Google coffee brand coffee? Before, like, what's it called? Josh was making this point that if you search for coffee brand coffee, you're going to type coffee. Okay, that's going to autocomplete. And it's going to suggest what? It's not going to suggest your brand. It's going to suggest coffee in general.
Coffee
so then you've got to type brand.
Yeah.
And then it's going to suggest coffee brands.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to get every fucking brand in the world. And then you type so you have to type the full fucking word to get it. Like,
I have it now. It's like I can't do this. Fuck. If I type coffee brand, it gives me like the eighth from the book. The eighth recommendation is
now do it in a private tab.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Without any account tracking.
How do I?
To help pay for it, we've done this one other time before, and what I did was I put together this very cool Founders Vault Pack. There's only 1,000 of them.
Taurus
and
connecting.
200 of them are already gone from my live stream earlier today. It includes...
First on the second page.
Yeah, so there you go. You had to go to the second page.
Brave hasn't even loaded Google for me, so I can't.
Same. Fucking Christ. So he sold 200 of these already. 200 of the 1,000. Sure he has.
He's got his whales.
He wants to sell. Oh, yeah, maybe.
Our freeze-dried strawberries
I can't
is
get
not
to
available
Google.
anywhere else and will never be available as far as I'm planning anywhere else. You will also be the very first person to get our exclusive spring flavors,
Yeah, it doesn't show well for
tangerine,
me.
which trust me is delicious, and cherry cordial, which is also really good. You also get a Founder's coin and a signed, numbered thank you card from me specifically. I'm be signing them every night for the next 2 weeks. Plus, you get a free gift.
Why
If
would
I
buy
sell
this?
out of these, we can afford the machine, and this could never happen again. Many people have probably noticed, hey, we've been out of stock on stuff, and things are running behind. It's because of this one hiccup. But if I can convince you to give our coffee a try, which I tell you all the time, I think is the best out there.
So, if selling 1,000 of these fills his $80,000 hole, his cost is $20 a unit.
That's quite the markup.
That is fucking quite the markup indeed.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Like, I only see that markup in, like, bread. Because making
Like-
bread's fucking cheap as shit.
Holy shit. Like 4x markup, man. Holy shit. If that's what he's doing with his other product, how the fuck? Because he used to watch a bit of quartering until he started flogging his coffee and it was annoying. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like the fact that this man thinks he's going to be on store shelves. Do you have any idea how fucking hard that'll be?
So delusional.
Like, dude.
Nobody wants your coins. Nobody wants your candy. Nobody wants a fucking hand-signed card from you, Jeremy. You
No, that's
fucked
the
up.
thing, though. His whales are the ones who are buying.
His
this
whales
stuff.
will, yeah.
Yeah,
His
but
whales
you're a small,
absolutely
loyal
will.
audience. I can appreciate that.
Yes.
Sell your house, pay off your debt, and start again.
Black Rifle Coffee comes up before Coffee Brand
Yeah.
Coffee on Google using
Look,
Brave.
if he can be saved with $80,000, like the business isn't dead. It's fine. If he can do this, but he definitely needs a business manager. Like if he's just managing his business himself, he needs to fucking hire someone stat.
That's assuming everything you're saying is
someone
true.
with someone with at least some experience in that particular industry, and someone who can actually say, Jeremy, we already have we're underwater as it is. We can't expand right now. I know you want it to happen all at once, but it can't. You need to fucking pace yourself, brother. So,
If you try our
please help Jeremy with his poor Keurig machine.
spring
Help, my
flavors,
business
you're
is
going to get
under
it before
attack.
anyone else.
Yes,
you're gonna
that's exactly
absolutely
it.
love it. And you're going to help stick it to this stupid company that has screwed me over.
Name them.
And
It's called Coffee
keep
Brand
me out
Coffee.
of, hopefully out of debtor's jail or whatever.
Yes, it's called Coffee Brand Coffee. That's the company who screwed him.
Yes, he
Coffee
played
Brand
himself.
Coffee.
Yes, he played himself.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yes.
And if you don't like coffee, I still have my Mega Mixology cookbook, which I'll link in the
No,
description
I
down
don't like
below.
drinks either,
So
Christ.
that will be shipping
off.
around the end of April.
He's got to sign 1,000 copies of this too.
I don't want Trump.
Why the fuck do I care about your signed anything, Jeremy? Dude.
Why would I
Because
want a
you're not his
mixology
whale.
book in the first place?
You're not a.
I have
you're
the
not
fucking internet.
You're
How
not
many
a-
whales can he have? He's only got 1.8 million subs.
But that's the thing. You're not.
I'd
a
love
culture
1.8
warrior.
million subs, but
Culture warriors will buy all this stuff. If it's anti woke, they'll buy it.
All
the
my
problem
TDS drove away my whales. I had people sending me like $25 a time on like buying like 5 coffees. I was like, what the
I don't
fuck?
think there's as many culture warriors as people want to make out. Like, look, if he's got 1.8 million subs, you know, if he can get 1,800 sales, sure, he'll be fine, right? That's 1 in a million. No, 1 in 1,000. 1 in 1,000. If he can get one person in 1,000 of his base to bet.
Yeah, if he can get one, if he can get like 0.1% of his audience to buy, yeah, he'll be fine. So.
The only slight issue,
but there's only 100.
A small majority would even like
who's watching, right?
super chat, do anything like that. This is pay money. So you have
this
to take
is from 9 days ago.
Mm.
This is from 9 days ago to like less than 200,000 views.
Yeah, he's sinking.
So. And 14,000 people cared enough to hit the thumbs up. Speaking of which, if you haven't hit the thumbs up already, anyway, that's enough of Jeremy's sadness.
But there it is.
China unveils a powerful deep sea cable cutter that could reset the world order. It's from the South China Morning Post, which is literally government propaganda. Beijing now has the power to disrupt global communications after scientists reveal a device that can sever undersea cables.
Is it called a depth charge?
You know what the dumbest thing about this is, and why you would never actually make this announcement if you had this capability? Because anytime a cable gets cut, accidentally or otherwise, you get the blame.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh well, it's obviously China. They've got the capability.
Yep.
A Taiwan cable chopper for the invasion. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's this year.
Yep.
I'm starting to get confident.
Cut off Taiwan and take them over by force.
Yeah, I'm starting to get confident that it's going to be this year. I really am.
Reset the world order. Make
Elon more powerful with Starlink. Maybe that's the plan as well. Maybe the deal is with Elon and Trump and China is we get the chips, we make them here, and then you get Taiwan and you cut the cables, and Elon gets the Starlink money. California woman charged with second-degree murder after a 56-year-old man told her to saran wrap him like a mummy while she filmed explicit content. The OnlyFans creator, wife and mother of 3, Michaela Rilersden, was charged after after a paid fetish encounter turned deadly. Escondido man Michael Dale suffered while Rilersden, 31, filmed content during their alleged 4-hour encounter. Dale allegedly paid $11,000 to have Rilersden wrap him in saran wrap like a mummy, glue woman's boots on him, and pour glue into his eyes and seal them shut. People are fucking weird.
That was all consensual, all that
Yes,
stuff.
that was consensual. Police rushed to the scene where they recorded video footage of Dale lying unresponsive while Rilersden performed a sex act next to him. Not even on him!
It's probably
Bitch, please. Police said they found a bag over Dale's head. Rilersden denies placing the bag on his head. Well, he didn't do it himself.
That was the part that wasn't consensual. He didn't ask for that.
Rilersden denies placing the bag on his head. Dale was rushed to hospital before being taken off life support days later. Rilersden's husband, Brandon, was well aware of her activities and helped run their business. The couple has 3 children. She's being held in San Diego jail without bail. Here's the lovely lady now.
All right, it's time for 5 for 5. So I got 5 questions that just got shot at me, and I got 5 minutes to give
I'm sure there's more than 5 questions shot at you, love.
it to you. So why the rebrand? Because we already knocked our competitors out the water. You want to be successful at your own thing. So now this is the year of business. Everybody wants to be an entrepreneur, and we get that. I've never felt that everybody was meant to be a stripper forever. I know that this is something where you get in and you get out. You
get in, you get that bag, and get the fuck out. Yes.
people in your corner to help you grow. I did.
Yes. As long as you don't put the bag over some guy's head.
And so I know what that means for our girls. I know what that means for our guys. We finally have a company out here that takes care of its own. Thank you so much for listening and taking the time today. That's it, folks. We're out of time. I've been talking it up. I probably went over 5 minutes, but we gonna give it to you every week, 5 for 5.
Okay.
She actually went to school with that Star Wars girl.
Seriously?
Yeah. Nana was talking about it on.
Holy shit! What a small
yeah,
world.
seriously. And the reason the cops didn't arrest her immediately is because she had there was communications between him and her, the John and her, about what he wanted her to do, and the only thing that wasn't in the text was the bag on the head. She also apparently tightly wrapped saran wrap around his neck as well. But that was consensual. There was a whole bunch of everything was consensual except the bag on his head.
Jesus.
That's what I was thinking. They would have wrapped him up first and then put the bag on his head.
She went too far.
Yeah.
And it's California, so it might actually be
protected.
If she doesn't plead out, it might actually be filmed, streamed. So
damn. Colorado State Rep Amy Paschal was spotted playing with a coloring game during a debate on gun control. Stickers can also be seen on her desk. Is this a senior daycare? Yes, it is. What the fuck? Timmy.
I'm special.
I'm in danger.
It's like Congresswoman Ralph.
Basically.
Yep.
It's like, dude, you're in Colorado arguing gun laws. You got no hope. Like, no one's going to pay attention to you. No one gives a shit. It's Colorado.
There's another one too. It's Rep Tishimura playing solitaire at the same time.
There was a bunch of
At least that's acceptable.
Holy shit. Saudi Arabian TV recently claimed George Floyd is fighting alongside Russians in Ukraine. Apparently, niggas still breathing.
جورج فلويد الذي حسب الكثير من وسائل الإعلام قد عاد للحياة وهو يقاتل مع القوات الروسية في كورسك. نشاهد كيف أن جورج فلويد المزعوم وهو يقاتل مع القوات الروسية في كورسك ودرجة الشبه بينه وبين جورج فلويد.
So George Floyd is back from the dead and fighting for Russia.
أنه عميل روسي قد
Back from the dead. He never died. He is risen.
So he kicked the habit.
He kicked the habit indeed.
He was only playing dead.
Kiwi Farm says, starting now, Kiwi Flea will no longer issue authorization tokens to visitors from the UK. You will get this instead, which says, unavailable for legal reasons. You are accessing this website from the United Kingdom. This is not a good idea. On March 26, Ofcom, the Office of Communication, wrote us demanding a plan to implement their Orwellian Online Safety Act. You may read the letter below. The letter states the UK asserts authority over any website which has a significant number of United Kingdom users. This ambiguous metric could include any site on the internet and specifically takes aim at the people using the website instead of the website itself. The situation in the UK is now so dire, I fear for the safety of any user connected to the internet from the country. In the past, saber rattling of incompetent despotic governments did not concern us or our users. This was thanks to Cloudflare. Half of all websites use Cloudflare, which means they share IPs. Governments can always see what IP you're connecting to, but Cloudflare obscured which website. Without Cloudflare, surveillance states like the UK can see where you are connecting, which may be enough for innocent people to incur serious issues with their government. You are in a speech-hostile country. Protect yourself. Option A, use a VPN. Option B, use Tor. So yes, that's...
Option C, leave. Option
C, get the fuck out. CIA confirmed Ark of the Covenant existence using remote viewing. Resurfaced declassified documents. Claim. So yes, the Ark of the Covenant was spotted by a CIA remote viewer. So
back in 88.
Back in 1988, remote viewer number 32 was tasked with identifying a target that, unbeknownst to them, ended up being the storied Ark of the Covenant. So, yeah. It's real, and it's stored somewhere, and the CIA knows where it is.
Sure.
Cool.
And that's it. That's all we got. So, yeah.
We did it.
We did it indeed.
Thanks, Jim, for streaming over us.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, yeah, that's the reason why there's very little
I
people.
wasn't going to mention anything because I wouldn't want anyone who's watching this to be like, "Oh, Jim streaming by."
Yeah, that's right. The last.
So I was like,
"Damn it!" Costy, thank you, Costy, for watching. Thank you, everybody, for watching. All 7 of you plus Tombolo over on Rumble. We'll be back same time next week. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Actually,
no, a different time. Yes, that's right. So our time goes back. So
is it
it will be an hour earlier. It'll be 12:30 in Queensland. Yeah.
All right.
An hour later, because we started at 11:30.
We start at 12:30 New South Wales time, which is 11:30 for us.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
So it'll still be 12:30 my time.
Yeah.
But that will also be 12:30 your time.
Yeah.
Head to thepretream.com, click on the what time's the show, and it'll tell you.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't forget to donate.
Have a great week, everyone, and we'll see you then. Bye.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.